Hey! Welcome back. So, the visual is different tonight. You have probably already noticed. It is Subway Surfers gameplay layered over a still image of Sherlock Holmes, and I am aware of exactly what that looks like. I want to know what you think. Not what you think I want to hear, what you actually think. Does it work for you? Does it bother you? Do you find it easier to drift off with something moving in the frame, or do you want to go back to the fog and the gas lamps and the still images? I am genuinely asking, and I will genuinely read the comments and take them seriously when I make part 7. This is an experiment. You are the experiment. Tell me. And the usual ask, where are you tonight? What time is it? What brought you here? Someone in the comments last week said they were listening from a ferry in the Baltic Sea at 2 in the morning. Someone else said they were on a night shift in a hospital in Sao Paulo. These comments are one of the things that make this worth doing, so please keep sending them. Before I tell you what tonight's story is, a quick word on the series so far, for anyone who is new here. There have been 5 parts. Part 1 was the cipher of the Scarlet Merchant, Autumn, Bermondsey, a dead city merchant and a coded card and a commercial fraud with murder at its center. Part 2 was the silent arrangement. Concert halls, a missing violinist, a promoter who had built a system of control. Part 3 was the naturalist's retreat, Hampstead Heath, a botanist who disappeared because he needed to think. Part 4 was the cartographer's confession, Clerkenwell in December, missing maps, Mycroft Holmes in the Diogenes Club. Part 5 was the astronomer's window, an astronomer who stopped looking at the stars, and the quiet, human investigation of why. All 5 are in the feed. Tonight is part 6. This one is longer than anything else in the series. Considerably longer. It has 3 acts, a cast of original characters wider than any previous story, and a range across Victorian London from the West End galleries to the working Thames to the Chelsea painters' streets. It is a summer story, the warmest in the series. And it is the one I am most proud of. Get comfortable. This will still be going when you surface. The summer of 1897 arrived in London with a confidence and a generosity that the city, which had learned from long experience not to set its expectations too high in the matter of weather, received with something very close to gratitude. June had been, by every standard Watson could apply, a genuinely fine month. Warm without being oppressive, clear without the specific aridity that occasionally gave London summers their most uncomfortable character, with evenings that held their light until past 9 and mornings that arrived by 5 with a quality of freshness that the subsequent hours of the day only gradually qualified. The specific quality of a London summer when the summer was genuinely good. Genuinely warm and genuinely clear over a sustained period rather than the interruptions that passed for summers in the harder years, was a quality that Watson valued in direct proportion to his experience of the years when it was absent. He had lived in London through enough difficult summers, the grey and wet versions, the summers that were barely distinguishable from the shoulders of the year that surrounded them, to know with considerable precision what a good one felt like and to receive one, when it arrived, with the specific gratitude of someone who knew that the gift was not guaranteed and that its present availability was not evidence of its permanent provision. The summer of 1897 was one of the good ones. The parks were the parks at their fullest. The pavements had the specific quality of pavements in warm dry weather, the quality of surfaces that had been warmed rather than washed. The plain trees on the streets were in their fullest summer leaf and the evenings had the long, slow character of summer evenings in a northern city. The light lasting and then yielding, finally, to a dark that was not the dark of winter but the dark of a warm night that retained in it the memory of the day's warmth and the possibility of the following days. Baker Street in this season had a character that Watson found, returning to it through the June mornings and the June evenings of that year, consistently and specifically sustaining. The windows open, the curtains moving with the air that came through them, the sounds of the street entering the sitting room with the morning light and giving the room the specific quality of a domestic space that was also, through these openings, in genuine contact with the world outside it. Holmes in the summer was a particular version of himself. Watson had observed this across the several summers of their association and had formed a picture of it that was both accurate and somewhat surprising. Holmes, who was widely and not entirely incorrectly perceived as a man of the interior, a man of the mind, of the sitting room, of the artificial light and the closed door and the concentrated indoor work, was, in the summer months, less entirely these things than in the other seasons. He walked more. He was more frequently out when Watson arrived. He had, in the summers Watson had observed, a quality of slightly increased mobility, of willingness to attend to the world through the medium of physical movement through it, that was genuinely different from his autumn and winter character, and that produced, in the summers of their active investigations, a specific quality in the investigative work. A work that was more physically embedded in the city it was examining, more present in the streets and the parks and the specific environments of the case, than the more sedentary, more interior investigations of the colder months tended to be. Watson had come to understand this quality of Holmes's summer self as the expression, in the specific conditions of the warmest season, of something that was always present in Holmes's intellectual life but that the winter tended to drive inward. The quality of a mind that was genuinely engaged with the physical world as its primary source of evidence and stimulation, and that in the summer, when the physical world was most accessible and most various and most pleasant to move through, expanded outward into it with the specific quality of a mind that had been given conditions it found naturally congenial. The Baker Street sitting room in summer, with its open windows and the sounds and smells of the season entering, was a different space from the sealed, fire-scented space of the winter sitting room, and Holmes in it was, correspondingly, a different person, not different in any fundamental sense, but different in the way that a river is different at high water from at low, the same river with more of itself available. The period between the conclusion of the astronomer's window investigation and the arrival of Isabel Crane at Baker Street had been, in Holmes's case, a period of the between-cases mode that Watson had observed often enough across the preceding 18 months to know its specific character and its specific value. Holmes had been reading more extensively than usual, which was itself unusual, since his reading was always extensive by any normal standard, and had been conducting certain private inquiries whose direction Watson could infer from the pattern of the materials on his desk and the specific periodicals he had been requesting from various sources, but whose specific character Holmes had not disclosed, which meant they were preliminary explorations rather than investigations in the proper sense, threads being tested rather than cases being built. He had been at the chemistry table with some regularity, working with the methodical quality that his chemical experiments had when they were serving the purpose of maintaining his analytical precision rather than the purpose of a specific investigative question. And he had been playing the violin. Playing with the quality of a man who was playing because the playing served something in him that nothing else served in quite the same way, the quality of music that was not performance and not practice but the direct expression of something that had no other adequate medium. Watson had visited Baker Street through the early weeks of the summer with the regular frequency of their established rhythm, finding Holmes in various combinations of these activities and finding the finding itself one of the specific pleasures of the association, the pleasure of a familiar place and a familiar person encountered in the continuity of their established patterns, the pleasure that did not require novelty or drama to be genuine and sustaining. He had been, in these visits, conducting his own private form of the between-cases processing that he performed at the conclusion of every investigation, the integration of what the most recent case had produced into his understanding of the work and the partnership and the city, the slow assimilation of new experience into the framework of accumulated understanding. Watson had arrived at Baker Street on the morning of the 14th of June to find Holmes standing at the open window of the sitting room, not looking at anything specific but attending, in the specific way he had of attending to the environment when the environment was doing something worth attending to the quality of the morning in Baker Street at 10:30 in June. The quality was considerable. The plane trees in the street below were in their fullest summer leaf, the light on their surfaces having the specific quality of summer light on large leaves, a quality of green and gold combined that Watson had always found among the more beautiful things that a London street in June could produce. The sounds of the street were the sounds of a summer morning. The specific combination of warmth-induced activity and ease that distinguished the morning soundscape of June from the more urgent, driven soundscape of the colder months. Holmes turned when Watson entered and indicated, with the specific economy of movement that served as his morning greeting, that Watson should sit, which Watson did, accepting the coffee that Mrs. Hudson had produced with the timing of someone who had learned to anticipate the morning's events very well. and settling into his armchair with the quality of comfortable arrival that the Baker Street sitting room in summer produced more readily than at any other time of year. The case arrived half an hour later, in the form of a card that Mrs. Hudson brought up with the expression she wore when the visitor below was someone she had assessed as both genuine in their distress and specific in their purpose. Holmes took the card and held it for the particular moment of first attention he gave to all visiting cards. The assessment not merely of the name and address but of the card's physical character, what it communicated about the person who carried it, the story that the small rectangle of printed board was capable of telling to someone who knew how to read it. The name on the card was Miss Isabel Crane, and the address was in a street in Chelsea that Watson, who knew that part of London reasonably well, placed in the specific neighbourhood of studios and modest houses that had been, for the preceding 3 decades, a preferred territory of painters and the various people who moved in and around the world of painting. Not the fashionable Chelsea of the Embankment and the grand houses, but the working Chelsea of the smaller streets, where the studios had north-facing skylights and the rents were kept at a level that working artists could afford. Holmes directed Mrs. Hudson to show Miss Crane up, and Watson, who had learned to settle himself in the background position from which he could attend to the interview that was about to occur with the specific quality of attention that such interviews required. The attention not merely to what was said but to the quality and manner of the saying, to everything that the person communicating conveyed through means other than the explicit content of the words, prepared himself for whatever the morning had produced. Isabel Crane was 30 years old, and Watson's first and most immediate impression of her was the impression that the combination of intelligence and physical self-possession always produced in him. The impression of a person who was entirely comfortable with their own presence in a room, who did not require any particular acknowledgement or management, and who consequently gave off the specific quality of ease that confident people give off in unfamiliar situations, not the false ease of someone performing comfort, but the genuine ease of someone whose engagement with their own anxiety has been thorough enough that the anxiety has been metabolized into a quality of readiness. The Baker Street sitting room on the morning of her arrival had the quality it always had when a new case was presenting itself, a quality that Watson had learned, over the years of the association, to recognize as one of the most specific and most pleasurable qualities the room produced. The quality of attention that 2 experienced investigators brought to a new problem, the quality of the room becoming, in the presence of someone who had come with something genuine to communicate, the specific environment for which it had been designed. Holmes had straightened in his chair in the specific way he straightened when a visitor's arrival indicated the beginning of something worth attending to. Watson had set his book aside with the movement of someone who was making room for something that required the full quality of his presence. The room was, in these moments, most fully what it was, most fully the working space of 2 people whose working life was the investigation of specific human situations. She was dressed with the same kind of careful plainness that Watson had noted in Cecily Ashford, and for the same kind of reason. A person who had the means and the inclination for better things but for whom the visual presentation of self was not the primary mode of communication, and who consequently wore the clothing of a person whose attention was elsewhere. Her hands, like Cecily Ashford's, told a story independent of the rest of her appearance. The hands of someone who worked with them, with the specific marks of paint at the nail margins and the slight roughening of the fingertips that extended work with various materials produced. She had sat down without being asked, which was itself informative, the action of someone who was not performing the rituals of unfamiliarity because the situation they were in was too important for performance. And had looked at Holmes and then at Watson with the specific quality of assessment of a person who was deciding, in the first moments of an encounter, whether the people she was looking at were the right people for what she needed. Watson, receiving the assessment, understood that it was a real assessment rather than a social gesture, and waited for its outcome with the specific equanimity of someone who was confident enough in the quality of what was being assessed to receive the assessing without anxiety. She came to the point with a directness that Watson found, in his experience of the varieties of directness that distress produced in people, the directness of someone who had been thinking about what to say for long enough that the thinking had organized the saying into the most efficient possible form, without the self-consciousness that over-organization sometimes produced. Watson, sitting in the background as Holmes conducted the interview, was attending to Isabel Crane with the specific quality of observation that the investigations had taught him to bring to all significant visitors, not the observation of someone looking for evidence in the conventional sense, but the observation of someone who was trying to understand the person in front of them with the same fullness and honesty with which the person was presumably trying to present themselves. Isabel Crane was presenting herself, he found, with an unusual degree of honest completeness, unusual in the specific context of Baker Street visitors, who tended to present themselves in ways that were shaped by anxiety or hope or the various forms of protective self-management that people brought to encounters they found high stakes. Isabel was doing none of this. She was simply being herself, which was a quality Watson found striking precisely because of its rarity in the context of investigative interviews, and which communicated something important about the kind of person she was, someone whose default mode of engaging with difficulty was the default mode of honesty rather than management. He had noted several things about her beyond the initial observations of professional practice and general character. Her relationship to the situation she was describing, the situation of her father, the missing drawings, the 3 weeks of unexplained silence, was the relationship not of a person looking at the situation from outside but of a person who was inside it and who understood that being inside it was itself part of what she was communicating. She was not a petitioner describing someone else's problem. She was a participant in a situation that involved her as fully as it involved her father, and the quality of her investment in the investigation's outcome was consequently not the investment of someone who wanted information but the investment of someone who needed a specific kind of understanding, the kind that would let her know what to do next and how to be present with her father in the way that his situation required. Watson had also noted, with the clinical attention that her appearance warranted, that she was tired in the specific way of someone who had been sustaining a quality of concern for another person over a sustained period, the tiredness that was not physical depletion but the specific depletion of sustained emotional labor, of the particular effort of attending carefully to another person's state while managing one's own response to it. She had been doing this for 3 weeks, or rather had been doing an intensified version of it for 3 weeks, because Watson suspected she had been doing it in some form for the entirety of the decade of her father's withdrawal. This was, he thought, one of the more important things the initial interview was establishing. The quality and duration of Isabel Crane's relationship to her father's situation, which was the relationship not of an observer to an observed but of a participant to a shared experience that had been, over 10 years, the defining feature of both their lives. She had come, she said, about her father and about something that had disappeared from his studio. But she wanted to say, before she described the something, what she actually needed from Sherlock Holmes, because she had been careful to identify this before she came, and the identification had produced a request that was specific enough to be useful and unusual enough to require stating before the details of the situation established expectations of a different kind. She did not need the something to be found, though finding it would be important. What she needed was an understanding of why it had gone, and of what its going meant for her father, and of whether the going was the beginning of something or the end of something or some third thing that she did not yet have the language to describe. The something was an object or a set of objects, and its whereabouts mattered, but what mattered more was the specific quality of her father's silence about its whereabouts, which was a silence she had been living with for 3 weeks and that had, in those 3 weeks, changed its character from the silence she was familiar with, the silence of a man who had been withdrawn for a decade and who carried the withdrawal with the stoic ease of long practice, into something different, something that had the quality, she said with the specific precision of a person who has been looking at something very carefully for a long time and who has arrived, through the looking, at an accurate description of what they see, of approaching. As though her father, in the specific quality of his silence about the missing things, was approaching something, or something was approaching him, and the direction of the approach was what she could not read clearly enough to know whether it was welcome or not. Watson found this description, the approaching quality, one of the more precise and more interesting descriptions of a human situation that the Baker Street interviews had produced across the 6 investigations. Most people who came to Baker Street came with information about events. Something had happened, someone had done something, a specific occurrence had produced a specific problem that required investigation. Isabel Crane had come with information about a quality, about the specific quality of her father's silence, about the way it had changed, about what the change communicated about what was happening in the interior of another person's experience. This was a different and more demanding form of observation than the observation of events, and the fact that she had arrived at it, had attended to her father's silence carefully enough and honestly enough to produce this specific and accurate description of its quality, said something about her that the investigation would need to understand. Holmes received the description of the approaching quality with the specific attentiveness that Watson had learned to associate with observations that provided information about the investigation's human center rather than its factual periphery. He was sitting in his chair in the posture of complete engagement. Not the forward-leaning posture of someone pressing toward a conclusion, but the more contained posture of someone who was receiving rather than seeking, whose function in the current phase of the conversation was to allow what was being offered to arrive fully before the analysis of it began. Watson, watching Holmes receive Isabel's account, thought about the specific quality of Holmes's reception of this kind of material. The material not of physical evidence or documentary record but of one person's honest, careful observation of another person, and found it genuinely admirable in the specific sense that admiration was genuine when it was for something real rather than performed. Holmes received this kind of evidence with the same quality of attentiveness that he gave to the physical evidence of a crime scene, which meant he understood it as evidence in the full sense. As information about the world that was available if one attended to it properly and that was unavailable if one did not. Isabel continued her account of the drawings, their history, their location in the studio, the specific character of her relationship to them across her childhood and adult life, the quality of her knowledge of their significance to her father, with the precision that Watson had already identified as characteristic of her mode of communication, and the precision was the precision not of someone who had rehearsed their account but of someone whose natural relationship to the world they inhabited was the relationship of genuine attention, the attention that retained things accurately because it had received them fully in the first place. Watson, recording in his own memory the elements of the account that the investigation would need, found himself respecting the quality of Isabel Crane's mind with the specific respect that competence in one's native mode of engagement with the world always produced in him, the respect for a person who was doing naturally and unself-consciously the specific thing that the 6 investigations had been teaching Watson to do with sustained, deliberate effort. Holmes's 3 questions, when they came, were placed with the precision that Watson had come to understand as the signature of Holmes's early interview technique. Each question placed at exactly the point in the account where the information it required was most accessible, where the answer to it would be both natural and maximally informative, and where the question itself would not disrupt the flow of the account but would, rather, extend it in the direction the investigation most needed it to go. The first question: whether the approaching quality she had described in her father's silence had preceded or followed the discovery of the drawing's absence, produced in Isabel a brief but specific pause before her answer, a pause that Watson read as the pause of someone who was verifying against their own memory rather than constructing an answer which was itself informative. The answer confirmed that the quality had preceded the discovery, which meant the discovery had not caused the quality but had, rather, revealed what was already present. The second and third questions extended and deepened this understanding, and by the time the 3 questions had been asked and answered, the preliminary picture of what the investigation was dealing with had the specific character of a picture that was not yet complete but that had a clear shape. Clear enough for the direction of the next stages to be evident, clear enough for Watson, when he and Holmes subsequently descended to the street and the June morning and the problem of what to do next, to understand what he was going to be asked to do in the days ahead. Holmes had listened to this with the specific quality of attention that Watson recognized as genuinely engaged. The attention of a man who has heard something that connects to patterns in his existing understanding and that is consequently interesting in a way that goes beyond the surface facts of the situation presented. He asked one question before Isabel Crane proceeded to the description of the missing things, and the question was the question that Watson, hearing it, immediately understood to be the right one and the one that only Holmes would have asked in quite this form. He asked whether she could characterize the direction of the approach. Whether what was coming toward her father, or what her father was moving toward, had the quality of something that had been coming for a long time and was only now arriving, or whether it had the quality of something new. Isabel Crane was quiet for a moment, the moment of a person who has been asked a question they did not expect and who is giving it the attention it deserves before answering. Then she said that it had the quality of something that had been coming for a long time. that the approaching quality she had noticed in the 3 weeks since the discovery of the missing things was not new, was not the response to the discovery but rather a different phase of something that had been in progress for the entire decade of her father's withdrawal, a phase whose character had been altered by the discovery without the discovery being its cause. The cause, she believed, was much older than 3 weeks. The cause was 12 years old. The something that was missing was a set of drawings. Not the only drawings in Aldous Crane's studio, which contained decades of accumulated work in various stages of completion and at various levels of significance. Not drawings that would have been immediately visible to anyone entering the studio without specific knowledge of their existence and their location. But drawings that Isabel had known about in the specific way that a child knows about the things in a parent studio that are not for showing, the things whose private significance is communicated not through any explicit statement but through the quality of attention with which the parent treats them, since her earliest childhood memories of her father's working life. They were the preliminary studies, she explained, for a work called The Late Afternoon. This work was, in the specific language of the Victorian art world's assessments and its posterity, her father's finest achievement, a portrait, or a series of portrait elements arranged in a compositional whole, that had been celebrated at the time of its exhibition in the mid-1880s as among the finest paintings produced by any English painter of the period. It had sold, at the time of its first exhibition, for a sum that Watson, when Isabel mentioned it, found considerable by any standard of the period's art market. It was now in the collection of an institution in the north of England, where it had been for the decade since the collector who bought it had endowed his collection to the relevant institution, and where it was, as far as Isabel knew, still on display. The preliminary studies, the drawings that were missing, had been made in the period of the painting's creation, which was the period of the mid-1880s, and they were the working documents of the creative process, not finished works, not things that anyone outside the studio had a claim on or had been intended to see, but the private visual thinking of a painter working through a major project, the marks on paper that preceded and produced and were consumed and superseded by the finished canvas. They had been, as far as Isabel knew, in her father's possession continuously since their creation. They had been kept not in the general storage of the studio but in a specific box. A flat wooden box of a specific size and weight that Isabel had been aware of since childhood, that had a lock whose key she had never known her father to use but that was always present in the lock, and that occupied a specific position in a specific corner of the studio's flat storage area with the quality of something that had been placed in that position deliberately and had remained in it, undisturbed, for many years. 3 weeks ago, returning from a visit to her father's studio while he was in the garden, she visited regularly. He had always welcomed her presence in the studio, and on this occasion she had gone up before he came in from the garden. She had noticed that the box was not in its position. She had looked. The box had been moved to a different position and was open. It was empty. Her father had come in from the garden some minutes after her discovery. She had asked him, without accusation and without alarm. She had managed this with some effort, she said, because she was a person for whom directness was instinctive and the management of the directness required deliberate effort, whether he knew where the drawings from the flat box were. He had looked at her with an expression that she described as the expression of a man who has known this moment was coming and who has been preparing for it and who finds, now that it is here, that the preparation was inadequate. He had said that the drawings were no longer in the studio. He had said nothing further. And despite her subsequent questions, asked over 3 weeks, in various forms and with various degrees of directness, he had said nothing further. Holmes thanked her and asked whether he could visit the studio that afternoon. She said he could, and departed, and the morning's specific quality of summer light and open windows and the accumulated preparedness of 2 investigators who had been doing this for the better part of 2 years settled itself into the particular quality of a beginning, the specific kind of beginning that cases produced when they were going to be worth the investigating. Aldous Crane's studio in Chelsea was on the upper floor of a house of modest dimensions in a street that had the character Watson associated with the specific neighborhood, a street of working creatives, and the houses that accommodated them, neither prosperous in any grand sense nor impoverished, but maintained at the standard of people who cared about the functional quality of their spaces and rather less about their decorative presentation. The house itself had been adapted, over the years of Crane's occupancy, to the specific requirements of a working painter. The large north-facing skylight in the studio above was the most visible adaptation from the street, but Watson noticed others as the house admitted them. The quality of the internal light management, the specific placement of mirrors in the stairwell that seemed to have been arranged to maximize the light available at each level, the particular finish of the studio floor, which had the character of a surface that had been attended to over decades for the specific purpose of being a surface that did not interfere with the work conducted on and around it. Crane himself received them in the studio, seated in a chair by the window from which the studio's north light fell at the angle that the studio had been designed to admit, and his reception of them was the reception of a man who had known they were coming. His daughter had clearly communicated this, and who had prepared himself for the meeting with the specific quality of preparation of a man who does not intend to say more than is absolutely necessary but who has decided to be civil about the not saying. He was in his early 70s, Watson estimated. Perhaps 68 or 70, with the specific physical character of a man who had been physically vigorous in his working years and whose current physical state retained the vestiges of this vigor in the quality of his bearing and his movement, even as it showed, in the quality of his hands and his eyes, the accumulated cost of the preceding decade. His hands were the hands of a painter who had stopped painting with any intensity. The pigment stains were old, the callousing from brush handling diminished, the specific condition of the palmar surfaces suggesting a significant reduction in the sustained fine motor work that had characterized his professional prime. His eyes, however, were the eyes of a man who was still looking, still attending to the visual world with the specific quality of attention that serious painters developed and maintained even in the absence of active work, the quality of an eye that has been trained to see the precise quality of light and color and form rather than their approximate outlines. Watson, attending to Crane with the full quality of professional and personal observation that the investigations had made natural to him, registered several things about the man's condition that extended beyond the immediate physical assessment. The quality of Crane's stillness, for one. A stillness that was not the stillness of someone who was calm or at ease, but the stillness of someone who was holding themselves very carefully in a condition of managed equilibrium, the stillness of a person for whom the effort of maintaining their composure was real and constant. Watson had seen this quality in patients who were managing pain. Not physical pain, but the specific form of sustained psychological pain that produces, over years, a quality of careful self-management that becomes as habitual as breathing and as invisible to the person practicing it as any habit becomes invisible. Crane had been managing something in precisely this way for 12 years, Watson understood, and the management had become his default mode of being in the world. The studio itself told a story that Watson attended to with the care it deserved. It was a large room, larger than the house's external dimensions had suggested, which communicated the specific architectural history of a building that had been modified over decades to serve the specific requirements of a serious working painter. The north light was, as Watson had expected from Isabel's description, exceptional. The skylight was angled and sized with the precision of someone who understood exactly what the light needed to do and who had created the conditions for it to do it. The light that fell through the skylight on that summer afternoon was the specific quality of north light that painters had always sought. Even, consistent, without the directional shadow that south or west light produced, giving the surfaces in the studio a quality of being seen rather than being illuminated, the quality of objects revealed rather than dramatically lit. The canvases on the walls were, Watson had noted in his initial survey of the room, arranged with an organization that was not the organization of a display, not the arrangement of work that was being shown or considered for showing, but the organization of accumulation, of a life's work stored in the space where it had been made. Some were clearly very old, painted in a manner that the period of the mid-century Victorian tradition had established and that Crane's subsequent development had moved beyond. Some were more recent, painted in a manner that was both less confident and more searching than the older work, the manner of someone who was trying to find something rather than expressing something already found. The more recent work was, Watson thought, more interesting than the older work in the specific way that searching is always more interesting than finding. The searching had a quality of genuine engagement with the problems of the craft that the assured older work, beautiful as it was, did not quite have. Holmes moved through the studio with the quality of attention that Watson had observed him bring to all significant spaces, and Watson, following at the respectful distance that allowed him to conduct his own parallel examination without impeding Holmes's, attended to the studio with a specific combination of the trained observer and the humanly engaged visitor. The studio communicated its occupant's history with the density of a room that has been inhabited by a specific person with a specific vocation for many years. The walls held canvases in various stages of completion, some clearly old and abandoned, some more recent and more tentative, none of them radiating the confidence of a man in full productive command of his work. The shelves held materials, pigments, solvents, the accumulated equipment of a working practice, maintained in a condition of careful readiness that Watson found slightly at odds with the evidence that the work had not, in recent years, been proceeding with any great intensity. The readiness of the materials was the readiness of someone who was not yet prepared to accept that the work was over, who maintained the studio in the condition of the active practice as a form of hope or a form of denial or some combination of both that was not easily distinguished from outside. Holmes spent particular time at the northeast corner of the studio, where the shelves that held the flat storage materials for drawings and studies were positioned. Watson, watching from across the room, could see Holmes examining these shelves with the precision of a man reading a text rather than looking at a surface, the specific precision of Holmes at the point in an examination where the examination was producing something worth the close attention. He ran his fingers along the edge of one shelf in the specific way that communicated the reading of a physical trace rather than an aesthetic response, and he examined the floor directly below the shelves with the quality of attention that the floor's surface warranted from someone who knew how to read the marks that movement left on studio floors over years of sustained occupation. The corner where the flat storage box had been was visible from across the studio, and Watson, registering it without appearing to register it, could see what Isabel had described. The box was present but open, resting in a position slightly different from the position that the wear pattern on the floor suggested had been its usual one, as though it had been moved and replaced but not replaced with the precision that long habit had established. Holmes examined this corner with particular attention, and Watson, watching Holmes examine it, understood from the quality of Holmes's attention that the examination was producing something of value. Crane watched Holmes examine the studio with the specific quality of watchfulness of a man who is observing someone do something he has been expecting and who is measuring, with each development, how close the examination is coming to the things he does not intend to discuss. He was not hostile. Watson was clear about this, and the clarity of it was itself informative, because the absence of hostility in a man who was clearly guarding something specific was the absence of guilt rather than the absence of concern. He was not protecting a wrong he had done, he was protecting something complicated, something whose character was not reducible to the categories of guilt and innocence that conventional protective behavior tended to indicate. Holmes asked Crane 3 questions, as he had asked Isabel Crane 3 questions that morning, and the 3 questions were differently placed from Isabel's 3 questions because the information they were designed to extract was differently located. The first was whether the drawings had been in the box when Crane had last examined the box before his daughter's discovery of their absence. Crane said that they had not. That they had been removed from the box some days before his daughter's discovery, and that the box's emptiness at the time of her discovery was therefore not the moment of the drawings' removal but the moment of her discovery of their removal. The second question was whether the drawings had left the studio voluntarily, by which Holmes meant, as both Crane and Watson understood, whether Crane had given or sold them to someone, or whether they had been removed without his knowledge. Crane said that they had left voluntarily, and that he had known they were going and had allowed them to go. The third question, and this was the question whose answer Watson watched Crane consider with the specific deliberateness of a man deciding, at a fundamental level, how much to disclose, was whether Crane could tell them where the drawings had gone. Crane looked at Holmes for a long moment after this question. Watson watched the look and found it communicative in the way that the looks of perceptive people were communicative when they were examining a person they did not know and making an assessment that would determine what came next. The assessment took perhaps 15 seconds. Then Crane said, with the specific quality of a man who has made a decision and is proceeding with it before the decision can reverse itself, that the drawings had gone to a man named Cornelius Blackwood, and that Blackwood had paid for them, and that the sale had been Crane's choice and had been conducted without any compulsion, and that beyond this he could not say anything further at the present time. Holmes thanked him. Then, before they left, he did something that Watson had not expected and that communicated, through the doing of it, something important about where Holmes had already placed the investigation center of gravity. He turned to Crane and asked, not as a question related to the investigation in any direct sense but with the quality of genuine curiosity that Holmes brought to things he actually wanted to know, what Crane considered the finest work he had done. He asked it in the tone of one practitioner asking another, the tone not of the investigator but of the person, and Crane received it in the same spirit, looking at Holmes for a moment with the expression of someone who is being asked something real rather than strategic, and then saying, without any hesitation, that the late afternoon was the finest work he had done. He did not add anything to this. He did not elaborate or qualify or explain. He simply said it, with the quality of a statement that was honest in the most fundamental sense, the honest statement of a man who knew the truth of what he was saying and said it without adornment. Holmes thanked him again, and they left. In the street outside, in the Chelsea summer afternoon with the specific quality of Chelsea in June. The artists and the students and the particular quality of creative industry that the streets of that neighborhood expressed, the light on the brick houses warm and specific and entirely the light of the season, Holmes communicated to Watson the elements of what the studio's examination had produced, in the efficient summary he gave at the conclusion of each significant preliminary investigation. The studio had told him 3 things of specific value. The first was that the drawings' removal from the box had been preceded by a period of their examination. The box's internal lining bore the marks of objects that had been taken out and handled and replaced multiple times, which was the mark of a period of sustained engagement with the drawings before the decision to allow them to go had been made. The period had been long enough to produce these marks, which suggested weeks rather than days. The second was that Crane had not simply handed the drawings over or delivered them. There had been a visitor to the studio within the relevant period, a visitor whose presence was documented in the specific wear pattern of the studio floor near the entrance, where the marks of a visiting person's movement were distinct from the marks of the studio's regular inhabitant. The visitor had been in the studio long enough and had moved within it in a way that suggested an extended conversation rather than a brief transaction. The third was the name itself, Cornelius Blackwood, which was a name that Holmes had encountered before, in a context that he described to Watson with the brevity of a man who is providing orientation rather than explanation, as connected to certain commercial activities in the city whose specific character the investigation would need to establish. There was also, Holmes said, as they walked toward the cab rank, a fourth thing. The studio's atmosphere, which was the kind of evidence that Holmes typically resisted on principle because it was not documentable in the way that physical evidence was documentable, and that he mentioned now precisely because the resistance had, in this case, been overridden by the specificity of the thing. The studio, Holmes said, had the atmosphere of a space that was waiting for permission, not waiting to be used. Crane used it, in his diminished way, and the evidence of that use was everywhere. But waiting for the specific kind of use that the room had been designed for and that had not, for 12 years, been occurring, the use of a painter in full command of their work, working with the confidence and the productivity of the professional prime. Watson, absorbing this fourth observation, had found it the most humanly resonant of the 4. The observation that required the most from the person making it because it was the observation not of the physical evidence but of the quality of a space that was defined by the work that had once occurred in it and that retained, in the absence of that work, the memory of the work and the specific form of waiting that the memory produced. It was the observation of a man who had been in enough significant spaces to understand the difference between a space that was simply unused and a space that was waiting, the difference between absence and expectation, between the neutral emptiness of a room from which all significant activity had departed and the specific, charged quality of a room that understood what it was for and was ready to be it again. He had thought about this observation across the cab journey back to Baker Street and had returned to it on subsequent days in the investigation as the element of the preliminary evidence that most directly illuminated the human center of the case. The element that was not about the drawings or the transaction or the legal research but about Crane himself, about what the 12 years had done to a man who was, at his most fundamental level, a painter, and about what the resolution of the situation might mean for a painter who had been, for 12 years, unable to be fully what he was. There was also, Holmes said, as they walked toward the cab rank, a fourth thing. A thing not contained in the studio's physical evidence but in the studio's atmosphere, which was the kind of evidence that Holmes typically resisted on principle and that he mentioned now precisely because the resistance had, in this case, been overridden by the specificity of the thing. The studio, Holmes said, had the atmosphere of a space that was waiting for permission. Not waiting to be used, Crane used it, in his diminished way, and the evidence of that use was everywhere. But waiting for the specific kind of use that the room had been designed for and that had not, for 12 years, been occurring, the use of a painter in full command of their work, working with the confidence and the productivity of the professional prime. The room was waiting for this the way that rooms wait for things, which was silently and without any expressed urgency, but in the specific way that the material's readiness and the light's quality and the whole accumulated disposition of the space communicated its own understanding of what the space was for. The room knew it was for painting. It had been 12 years since painting in its fullest sense had happened in it. And the room was patient. Watson, absorbing all of this, asked the question that the morning's and afternoon's accumulated information had been building toward. What did Holmes think was happening? This was not a question Watson asked early in investigations, having learned over years of collaboration that premature hypothesis, stated aloud, had a way of becoming structural before the evidence warranted the structure. He asked it now because the quality of what the investigation had so far produced suggested that Holmes had already formed a preliminary hypothesis of a specific kind, and that Watson's understanding of that hypothesis would shape the quality of the contribution he made to the next stages of the work. Holmes said that he thought the investigation was concerned, at its center, with something that had been unresolved for a long time and that was now, through mechanisms the investigation had not yet fully established, in the process of moving toward resolution. He said that the specific shape of Aldous Crane's decade of withdrawal, the specific character of his relationship to the drawings and their departure, and the specific quality of Isabel Crane's assessment of her father's current state all suggested a situation whose most important dimension was not the location of the drawings, which was already known, or the transaction through which they had been transferred, which was understood in its general character, but the thing that the transaction and the transfer represented in the context of the 12 years that had preceded them, the 12 years of the withdrawal, the 12 years of whatever the drawings had meant in their possession and what their departure meant in their going. He did not say more than this. But the quality of the saying, the specific quality of a man who has a hypothesis and is maintaining it in the held, provisional form of a hypothesis that needs more evidence before it becomes a conclusion, was the quality that Watson associated with the investigations at their most interesting and most demanding, the quality of an investigation that was going to require everything that the full range of their combined capabilities could produce. They took a cab back toward Baker Street, and the Chelsea summer streets received them and released them, and London moved through its June afternoon with the specific energy of a city that was, in its summer season, operating at a pitch slightly higher than its ordinary year-round pitch, the season in full effect in the West End, the parks full, the social machinery of the Victorian city running at the specific temperature of its warmest and most socially active period. And Watson sat beside Holmes in the cab and looked at the city through the window and thought about what the afternoon had contained and what the following days would require. The cab journey from Chelsea to Baker Street took them through a series of London's middle territories. Through the specific geography of the South Kensington and Knightsbridge approaches, through the park's southern edge, through the streets of Mayfair where the summer season was most concentrated in its social activity, and then north through the more settled character of the Marylebone streets toward Baker Street's own specific neighborhood. Watson had made this journey many times, in many different seasons and many different states of mind, and had learned to use it as a form of processing. The specific kind of ambulatory processing that the fixed movement of a cab made possible when one was not driving but merely being carried, when the city outside the window provided the stimulus and the processing was internal and could proceed at its own pace without any demand for directed action. He was thinking, on this particular cab journey, about the specific quality of Crane's response to Holmes's question about his finest work. The quality of the response, the absence of hesitation, the simplicity of the statement. The late afternoon was his finest work. The statement had been made with the authority of someone who knew, who had spent 12 years knowing, who had sat with the knowledge in the specific proximity that Crane had inhabited for all that time. the proximity of a man who had produced the finest work of his career in collaboration with another person and who had not acknowledged that other person's contribution and who had consequently spent 12 years in the specific kind of relationship with the work that the non-acknowledgement had created. A relationship that was not pride, or not simply pride. A relationship that was also guilt and loss, and the specific quality of being unable to look at the thing you most valued because looking at it required also looking at what it had cost someone else. Watson understood this with the clarity that the 6 investigations had given him for understanding the specific interior experience of people in situations of sustained moral complexity. He understood it not abstractly but with the specific, particular understanding of a person who had attended to many such situations carefully enough to feel their weight. And understanding it, he understood what the investigation was actually about in its most fundamental sense, not the drawings, not the provenance dispute, not even the historical injustice to Voss. The investigation was about Crane's relationship to the finest work he had ever done, and about whether there was, at this late stage and in this specific set of circumstances, a form of resolution that would let him look at it again. This was the human center of the case, Watson thought, watching the London streets move past the cab window. Everything else, the drawings, Blackwood, the Academy's finding, Clara Voss, the whole elaborate structure of the situation, was in service of this human center, which was the question of whether a man who had been unable, for 12 years, to be fully himself because the finest thing he had done was also the thing he could not properly claim, whether that man could be given, at the end of 12 years, the conditions in which the claiming was possible, the conditions in which the being fully himself was available again. Baker Street received them in the early evening, and the Baker Street of the first evening of the Merchant of Shadows investigation had the quality that Baker Street always had at the beginning of something new, the quality of a space that had been, for the period of the between cases mode, a space of maintenance and waiting, and that was now, with a case in progress, with the first day's evidence accumulated and requiring the first evening's synthesis, a space of active engagement. The sitting room was the sitting room it always was. Mrs. Hudson had left the dinner things on the table with the reliability of someone who understood that the rhythm of the investigative work required food at regular intervals regardless of whether the work paused in time to eat. The windows were open, the June evening light was still present, and the specific quality of a Baker Street evening at the beginning of a new investigation was the quality that Watson found, each time the investigations began, one of the most specifically satisfying qualities that the long life in these rooms had produced, the quality of readiness, of everything in the right state, of a space and its inhabitants aligned with the demands of what was about to be required. Holmes ate with the absent quality of a man whose attention was elsewhere, which was the quality he always had at the early stages of an investigation when the evidence was accumulating and the pattern was forming but had not yet reached the point at which the forming could be articulated. Watson ate with the deliberate quality of a man who had learned that the investigations required consistent physical maintenance and who consequently ate when food was available and not when appetite signaled, because appetite in the investigations was a less reliable signal than schedule. The synthesis of the first evening was, as the first evening's syntheses of all the investigations had been, the synthesis of orientation rather than the synthesis of conclusion. The establishment of what was known, what was not known, what the known suggested about the not known, and what the following day's work needed to address. Holmes communicated his picture with the efficiency that Watson had come to value as one of the more specifically characteristic qualities of the investigative partnership. Not the dramatized communication of someone who enjoyed the staging of revelation, but the direct, precise communication of a man who valued the accurate transfer of information and who knew that accuracy and precision served the purpose better than any performance could. The picture that the first evening's synthesis produced was, Watson thought, more interesting than the first evening pictures of most of the previous investigations. More interesting in the specific sense of being richer in human implication, richer in the dimensions of the situation that were not yet visible but whose presence was already suggested by the outline of what the first day had established. The missing drawings were not, the first day had established, simply missing in the ordinary sense of missing. They were missing in the sense of having been allowed to go. Allowed by the person who would ordinarily have been most protective of them, in a way that was specifically voluntary and specifically deliberate and specifically timed. The deliberateness and the timing were the things that made the situation interesting rather than merely the situation they appeared to be on its surface, and the evening's synthesis established these as the elements that the following day's inquiry needed to pursue. Holmes had said, at the conclusion of the synthesis, something that Watson wrote down because it was the kind of statement that deserved recording, that the investigation, in its first day, had already told them something important, something that most first days did not tell so early. It had told them that the human center of the case was not where the surface features suggested it was. The surface features suggested that the center was the missing drawings and the circumstances of their disappearance. The actual center, Holmes said, was the decade of withdrawal. Was the specific human situation that had preceded the drawing's disappearance by 12 years, and that the disappearance was, in some sense, that the investigation had not yet fully established, in the process of addressing. The withdrawal was the case. The drawings were the vehicle. Watson had received this with the specific quality of recognition that accurate summaries of complex situations produced when the summary named something that had been present in the material but that had not yet been clearly articulated. He had felt, in the cab and in the walking and in the watching of the studio's atmosphere, the sense of a situation that had a different center from where it appeared to have its center. Holmes had named it. The naming was the thing that the first evening's synthesis was for, and it had accomplished it. They sat with it for a time in the evening quiet of the Baker Street sitting room, each in their own mode of the between activity that significant discussions produced, Holmes at his violin, Watson with his coffee. And the evening had the quality of an evening at the beginning of something that was going to be worth attending to, the quality of a genuine opening, of the specific promise that a new investigation carried in its first hours, the promise that had not yet been tested against the difficulty of what the following days would require. The Bond Street galleries were, in the summer season of 1897, conducting their business with the specific combination of seriousness and theatre that the London art market had developed over the preceding decades into a form that was simultaneously a commercial practice and a cultural performance. Watson had spent the morning of the second day of the investigation at the Academy Archive, which he has already narrated, but there had been, in the hours before the archive, a walk through the West End that Holmes had indicated was necessary. Not in the directed sense of a walk toward a specific destination, but in the sense of a walk through the specific territory of the investigation's world, for the purpose of acquainting oneself with that territory in the direct, physical, sensory way that no amount of documentary research could replicate. London's West End in the summer season had a specific quality that was different from the West End at any other time of year, and the art world of the West End in this specific season was a concentrated expression of that quality, the galleries on their streets, the auction rooms conducting their summer sales, the specific movement of the people for whom the art market was a professional world through the streets that the art market occupied. Watson walked from Baker Street southward and then east, through the specific geography of the gallery district. The streets between Bond Street and Piccadilly where the principal dealers had their premises, the passages and courtyards where the smaller dealers maintained themselves in the shadows of the larger ones, the specific quality of a district that was both commercial and aesthetic and that maintained, in its combination of these two things, a specific social character that was not quite either. The people moving through these streets in the summer morning were the people of this world. The dealers with the bearing of people who understood exactly what they were doing and why, the collectors with the different bearing of people who were learning what they were doing and who were, in the learning, performing a kind of cultural literacy that was itself a social act, the critics and the writers with the still different bearing of people whose engagement with the commercial world was a form of productive tension rather than simple participation. And the painters, who moved through the commercial world of the galleries with the specific quality of people attending a world that was simultaneously their own and deeply foreign, that required their work in order to exist and that treated them, in the requiring, with a combination of celebration and instrumentalization that was the specific condition of the working artist in the market economy. Watson attended to all of this with the quality of attention that the investigations had cultivated in him, the quality of being genuinely present in an environment rather than moving through it on the way to somewhere else, and what he found in the attending was the specific sensory and social texture of the world that the investigation had entered. The smell of the galleries in summer, which was the smell of canvas and pigment and the specific quality of air maintained at the temperature that the works within required, the quality of the light through the gallery windows, the sound of the streets that the galleries faced, which was the Bond Street sound in summer, the sound of commerce and culture combined. He had stopped, on this walk, at the window of one gallery that was displaying work that he recognized, from the investigation's preliminary reading, as the work of Crane's period and tradition, large-scale portraits in the academic manner, the subjects rendered with the technical accomplishment that the period's training produced and with the specific quality of human observation that distinguished the better practitioners of the form from the merely competent ones. Looking at the work through the gallery window, or not entering, because the investigation did not require entry at this point and because looking through a window was its own distinct form of attending, Watson had thought about what the investigation had told him of the late afternoon and its specific quality, and had found himself curious, in a way that was both personal and investigative, about the specific nature of Voss's contribution and what it had meant for the work's quality. Clara Reeves' account of the light as the key element would be provided later. At this point in the walk, Watson was simply attending to the kind of work that the period and the tradition produced, and forming the impressions that the attending produced. The Bond Street galleries were, in the summer season of 1897, conducting their business with the specific combination of seriousness and theatre that the London art market had developed over the preceding decades into a form that was simultaneously a commercial practice and a cultural performance. Watson, arriving at the premises of the auction house that Holmes had identified as the relevant starting point for the investigation's second day of inquiry, found them in the condition that Bond Street in the summer season produced. Well-lit, well-maintained, populated with the kind of people whose presence in an auction house reflected both genuine aesthetic interest and the specific social function that art acquisition served for the Victorian wealthy, which was a function that was neither entirely aesthetic nor entirely commercial but a specific compound of both that the period's culture had developed its own sophisticated language for managing. The representative of the house whom Holmes had arranged to see was a Mr. Pethwick, a man of perhaps 55 whose professional manner was the specific professional manner of someone who had spent many years in the art market and who had consequently developed, through this experience, a very precise calibration of what to say and what not to say in any given situation, a calibration that was so thoroughly internalized that it had ceased to be deliberate and had become the natural mode of his professional engagement with the world. He was not evasive in the way of someone managing deception. He was precise in the way of someone managing a very clear understanding of what his professional obligations allowed and what they did not. Watson had formed, in the first few minutes of his observation of Pethwick, a fairly precise picture of the man that the investigation's specific needs required. Pethwick was a professional of the second order. Not the creative professional whose product was the work of imagination, not the intellectual professional whose product was the work of analysis, but the commercial professional whose product was the management of the transactions through which other people's creative and intellectual work moved in the world, and whose specific value resided not in any particular creative or analytical capacity but in the accumulated knowledge of a complex market and the specific combination of judgment and discretion that managing that market required. This was a specific kind of intelligence, the intelligence of someone who understood the human dynamics of a complex commercial world and who could navigate those dynamics with the precision of a practitioner who had been navigating them for 30 years, and it was, Watson thought, genuinely undervalued in the contexts that the more conventional categories of professional achievement occupied. Pethwick knew things about the art market and about the people who moved within it that no amount of formal study could have produced. He knew them in the specific way of the person who had been present for the transactions and the conversations and the negotiations and the various human dramas that the market's daily operation generated and that its participants experienced as the texture of their professional lives. The meeting with Pethwick proceeded in the specific mode that Holmes had anticipated and that the Pethwick meeting's character required, not the direct confrontation of someone whose knowledge was needed and who was reluctant to provide it, but the more subtle process of creating the conditions in which Pethwick's professional precision could produce the maximum of what it was able to produce without requiring him to overstep the obligations that the precision was managing. Holmes was, in this mode, at his most characteristically indirect, which was to say, at his most apparently conversational, his most apparently interested in the general landscape of the subject rather than its specific elements, his most apparently willing to proceed at the pace that the informant was comfortable with and to accept what the informant was comfortable with offering. Watson, observing this from his position at the side of the meeting, could see the specific quality of attention that Holmes was bringing to the conversation's management and could see, in each of Pethwick's responses, the way in which the responses were shaped by the quality of the questions that had produced them. The way in which Holmes's apparent casualness was in fact the precise instrument for extracting from a professionally cautious man the maximum that his professional caution would permit. What the meeting with Pethwick produced was substantially what the investigation had anticipated: the confirmation of the transaction, the timeline, the character of the buyer, and the character of the transaction itself. But it produced it in a form that was, in certain respects, more specific than the investigation had expected. Pethwick's character reference for Blackwood, the reference offered indirectly, through the description of the standing of the relevant party in the market rather than through any explicit statement of that party's identity, was more detailed and more substantive than Watson had anticipated, and the detail communicated something important. That Pethwick himself had a view of what Blackwood was doing, and that the view was not the view of someone who was facilitating a dubious transaction, but the view of someone who was observing a person of genuine integrity operating in the market in a way that was, by the market standards, unusual. The integrity was real, the unusualness was real. And Pethwick's quiet, indirect, professionally managed acknowledgement of both was the acknowledgement of a man who had seen many people operate in the art market and who recognized, in Blackwood's specific mode of operation, something that the market did not often produce. Watson, walking with Holmes through the West End streets after the meeting, in the direction of Piccadilly and the Academy Archive that was the morning's next destination, had said something to Holmes that he did not often say in the course of the preliminary phases of an investigation. That the investigation was making him think about what the art market was and what its relationship to the things it traded was, and whether that relationship was something that the investigation required him to think about or something that was simply the ambient intellectual quality of moving through a specific environment and attending to it. Holmes had said, in response, that both were true and that the distinction was less important than the observation itself. The art market was, he said, one of the more interesting of London's various markets from the investigative perspective, because it was one of the few markets in which the commodity being traded was simultaneously an object of aesthetic experience, a financial instrument, and a form of cultural identity, and in which the transaction consequently involved the intersection of three different kinds of value that were not always compatible and that produced, in their incompatibility, a specific and persistent potential for the kind of situation that the investigation was examining. The incompatibility was not a flaw in the market's design but a feature of the specific character of what was being traded. The work of art was genuinely all three things: genuinely beautiful, genuinely valuable in the financial sense, and genuinely significant in the cultural sense. And any transaction that involved it was consequently a transaction in which three different kinds of claim were at stake and in which the management of the relationship between those claims was the specific challenge that the market's practitioners, like Pethwick, spent their professional lives managing. Watson had found this, as he often found Holmes's more abstract observations about the worlds the investigations moved through, both clarifying and slightly unsettling in the specific way that accurate descriptions of complex things were unsettling. Clarifying because it was right, unsettling because being right meant acknowledging that the situation was more genuinely complex than a simpler account would have implied, and that the genuine complexity was what the investigation had to engage with rather than the simpler account. The representative of the house whom Holmes had arranged to see was a Mr. Pethwick, a man of perhaps 55 whose professional manner was the specific professional manner of someone who had spent many years in the art market and who had consequently developed, through this experience, a very precise calibration of what to say and what not to say in any given situation, a calibration that was so thoroughly internalized that it had ceased to be deliberate and had become the natural mode of his professional engagement with the world. He was not evasive in the way of someone managing deception, he was precise in the way of someone managing a very clear understanding of what his professional obligations allowed and what they did not. Watson had attended this meeting with Holmes as the secondary observer, and had spent the course of the meeting attending to both the information that Pethwick's answers provided and the information that his management of the answering process provided. The latter often as significant as the former. What Pethwick's answers provided was a confirmation of certain elements of the picture that had been forming. The drawings had been handled, recently, through a transaction that the auction house had facilitated but not conducted, a distinction that Pethwick made carefully and that Holmes received with the attentiveness of a man who understands the distinction and values the care with which it is being made. The transaction had been conducted between a private seller and a private buyer, with the house providing certain services of authentication and valuation that the parties had wished to have in place for their own reasons, and the house's records of the transaction were maintained with the discretion that the house extended to all private transactions. which meant that the specific details of buyer and seller were not things that Pethwick could disclose without a specific legal requirement to do so. He could, however, and he said this with the quality of someone who has decided to be helpful within the limits of what his professional position permits, and who is consequently offering what the limits permit rather than what the limits technically preclude. Confirm that the transaction had taken place within the preceding 6 weeks, that it had involved drawings whose description was consistent with the description that Holmes had provided in his initial communication with the house, and that the buyer in the transaction was a person with whom the house had a continuing professional relationship of some standing, and whose reputation in the market was one of considerable and well-established reliability. This last element, the character reference, offered indirectly and with the specific care of someone who is providing useful information while maintaining the form of not doing so, was, Watson noted, the most important thing Pethwick said. He was not describing Blackwood by name, but he was describing the quality of Blackwood standing in the market with enough specificity that the description was itself a form of characterization, and the characterization was not the characterization of a man conducting a dubious or exploitative transaction. It was the characterization of a man who was known in the relevant world, trusted in the relevant world, and whose activities in the relevant world had, over the period of his participation in it, produced a consistent enough track record of honest dealing that the house was prepared to extend to him, without actually saying so, a form of qualified endorsement. Holmes thanked Pethwick and they left Bond Street and the summer morning sun on its galleries and their windows, and walked south toward Piccadilly in the direction of the next element of the day's inquiry, which was not, as Watson had expected, another institution or another interview, but a walk. A specific walk through a specific part of London that Holmes had indicated he wished to take in the specific direction of Haymarket and then Leicester Square, and then, by a route that Holmes described as not the most direct but the most informative, eastward toward the Temple. Holmes walked, on these occasions, with the quality of attention that walking through London at the pace of genuine observation rather than directed movement produced in him. An attention that was both more broad and more subtle than the directed attention of interview or examination, the attention of a man taking in the city as a whole system and attending to the specific ways in which the system's visible surface communicated what was happening in its less visible depths. Watson walked beside him and matched the quality of attention as best he could, which was not the same quality but was, he believed, genuinely complementary. The attention not of the analyst who reads the city's surface for the evidence it contains but of the observer who is genuinely present in the experience of moving through it, genuinely affected by what it offers and what it withholds, genuinely attending to the human life that the streets contained. The walk produced one further element that the morning's more formal inquiries had not. Holmes mentioned, as they were crossing Leicester Square, the specific context in which he had previously encountered the name Cornelius Blackwood. The context was not investigative in the precise sense. It was not a case, not a commission, not a specific matter that Holmes had been engaged to address. It was an appearance of the name in material that Holmes had read in the course of the private, self-directed attention to the city's currents and eddies that he maintained between active cases, the reading of the various publications and records that kept his awareness of the city's commercial and social life current. The name had appeared in connection with a transaction of a specifically unusual character, unusual not in any sense that suggested impropriety but in the sense of being atypical, of belonging to a category of activity that was not common enough to have a conventional name or a conventional recognition. The transaction had been, as far as Holmes had been able to determine from the available material, a form of mediation. An arrangement made between parties who had a historical dispute of some kind, whose resolution had been facilitated by Blackwood in the capacity of an intermediary who had both the standing with each party and the knowledge of the relevant territory to make the facilitation possible. Watson absorbed this with the care it deserved. A mediator. A man who moved between worlds, facilitating the resolution of historical disputes between parties who could not otherwise address them. The drawings, Crane's decade of withdrawal, the approaching quality that Isabel had observed in her father's silence, all of this, seen through the lens of what Holmes had just communicated about Blackwood's characteristic activity, acquired a coherence that the separate elements had not quite had before. Something had been done, 12 years ago, that had not been resolved. Blackwood had entered the situation in the capacity of someone whose function was to facilitate its resolution. The drawings were the specific material object through which the facilitation was being conducted. And the question that remained, the question around which the investigation's subsequent work would need to be organized, was what, specifically, had been done 12 years ago, and to whom, and whether the resolution that Blackwood was facilitating was the kind of resolution that would serve everyone it was intended to serve. Miss Clara Reeve was a painter who lived in a street 3 streets from Crane's, and who had known Isabel Crane since they had both studied at the same school, not an artist school in the formal institutional sense, but one of the informal networks of shared instruction and mutual influence that the Chelsea artistic community had always produced in place of the more organized pedagogical structures of the official schools. She was perhaps 32, with a quality of person who was simultaneously engaged with the world and slightly amused by it, a quality that Watson associated with people who had sufficient self-knowledge to understand their own investment in the things they were most invested in, and who consequently brought a quality of perspective to those investments that made them interesting company. Watson had been directed to her by Holmes, whose specific assessment of the investigation's current state had identified the Chelsea artistic community's collective knowledge and memory as the most important resource that the inquiry had not yet accessed. The community was small in the specific sense that a community defined by a shared vocation and a shared neighborhood always tended to be small, regardless of the numbers of people nominally constituting it. And its smallness meant that it maintained, with the specific efficiency that small communities maintain such things, a detailed and accurate memory of its own history and its members' histories, a memory that was not formally recorded but that was as reliable in its essential character as any archive, perhaps more reliable in the human dimensions that archives tended to flatten. Miss Reeve's studio was on the upper floor of a house whose ground floor was occupied by a small music publisher of no particular distinction, and Watson, ascending the narrow stair, heard through the studio door the sound of someone working, the specific sound not of painting, which was largely silent, but of drawing, the scratch and movement of a medium on a surface that communicated itself through the thin internal wall of the building as a series of small, precise, and concentrated sounds. Miss Reeve opened the door to his knock with the expression of someone interrupted in work they were finding productive, which was a specific kind of interruption whose specific quality she managed with the grace of someone who understood that the visitor at the door was not responsible for the timing and who had consequently dispensed with any resentment on that score before opening the door. She was perhaps 32, with a quality of person who was simultaneously engaged with the world and slightly amused by it, a quality that Watson associated with people who had sufficient self-knowledge to understand their own investment in the things they were most invested in, and who consequently brought a quality of perspective to those investments that made them interesting company. She painted, Watson gathered from the studio in which she received them, in a manner somewhat influenced by the continental post-impressionist work that was, in the late 1890s, beginning to make its presence felt in London's artistic environment, less formal than the academic tradition in which Aldous Crane had been formed, more interested in the quality of light as an experience than as a technical challenge to be managed. She was forthcoming about the Chelsea artistic community and its history and its gossip and its understanding of Aldous Crane's position within it, in the way that intelligent people in small professional communities are forthcoming when they understand that the purpose of the inquiry is genuine and that discretion is not being asked to substitute for honesty. Watson had spent perhaps an hour with her in the studio, in the specific quality of a conversation that was about something that had happened a long time ago and that the person communicating it had been living with for long enough that the communication had a settled quality. Not the freshness of recent experience or the rawness of recent discovery, but the settled quality of something that had been turned over many times in private thought and that was consequently available in a form that was both precise and reflective, the form of a truth that had had the time to reveal all its dimensions before being communicated. She had offered Watson tea, which he had accepted, and had prepared it in the corner of the studio where the small domestic equipment for this purpose was maintained, the corner that Watson had always found characteristic of working studios. The corner where the practical requirements of sustaining a working day were managed alongside the aesthetic and professional requirements of the work itself, the corner that communicated the specific domesticity of serious work, the way that work and life were not separated in the spaces where people made things but were instead intermingled in the way that the making of things required. What she provided was the social and professional context for Crane's career and its development. The specific way in which his reputation had been established, the specific nature of the work for which he had been celebrated, and the specific and collective understanding within the community of the change that had occurred approximately 12 years previously, when the production of the late afternoon had been followed by the retreat into the studio and the progressive withdrawal from the public life of the community. The community's understanding of the withdrawal was, she said, the understanding of a community that had observed a phenomenon without understanding it, had watched it happen and had attributed it to various causes at various times, none of which had ever quite satisfied. The most common attribution was that the painting's success had been both the finest and the final expression of Crane's particular gift, and that the 12 years of reduced productivity were the experience of a man who had given everything to one work and had found, in the giving, that there was nothing of the same quality left to give. This explanation was the most generous and the most common, and Clara Reeve offered it as the explanation she had believed for most of the 12 years, while also indicating, with the specific quality of honesty that her intelligence produced, that she had always felt the explanation was not quite complete. That there was something in the specific character of the withdrawal, something in the quality of Crane's silence and his distance from the community, that the exhaustion of gift explanation did not fully account for. Watson asked her, not because he expected her to have the answer, but because he had developed, across the 5 previous investigations, the habit of asking the question that the evidence was moving toward rather than waiting for the evidence to arrive at it unassisted. Whether she knew of anyone who had been closely associated with Crane in the period of the late afternoon's production, a collaboration or an assistant or a student whose relationship to the work had been significant in any way that the community had noted or remembered. The question produced a quality of quiet in the studio that was different from the ordinary quality of the studio's quietness. A quiet of a specific kind, the quiet of someone who has been asked a question that they had not expected and that had arrived in the conversation with a weight that the conversation's preceding trajectory had not prepared them for. Watson received this quality of quiet with the patience that significant questions in investigations required, the patience not of someone waiting for an answer but of someone allowing the question to be received fully before the answer was formed. The studio around them held the quiet with the quality of studios in their afternoon character, the north light steady and particular, the materials in their careful arrangements, the smell of the workspace that was both the smell of the materials and the smell of the long occupation of a specific human practice in a specific space. Clara Reeve set down her cup before she answered, which was itself informative. The small, automatic gesture of a person who was redirecting their attention from the social to the serious, from the conversational to the communicative. And then she said the name Edmund Voss. She said it with the quality of someone saying a name that they have not said for some time, and that produces, in the saying, a quality of feeling that the preceding years of not saying it had not eliminated. A quality of complicated feeling, a quality of something that had been sad and had remained sad and that the years had not quite worked on in the way that years tended to work on sad things. She said that Edmund Voss had been, in the relevant period, among the most promising younger painters in the Chelsea community. Not yet established, not yet with any kind of public reputation, but known within the community as someone whose work had a quality that the more senior practitioners recognized and whose development they watched with the specific interest that genuine talent produced in people who were themselves practitioners of the same craft. He had been, she said, in the period of the late afternoon's production, spending considerable time in Crane's studio, in a capacity that was described at the time as that of a student or an assistant or a model. The descriptions had varied, and that the community had accepted in the way that the relationships between established and emerging practitioners in any creative community tended to be accepted, as a matter of obvious professional logic that did not require examination. She paused again. Then she said that Voss had died, approximately 9 years ago, of circumstances that had been formally attributed to illness, but that those in the community who had known him had understood, with the specific understanding of people who had watched the preceding years, as the consequences of a longer and more complex process of decline. A decline whose origins, she said carefully and with the specific care of someone who was being accurate rather than sensational, many in the community had attributed to the specific quality of the period that had followed the exhibition of the late afternoon and its subsequent commercial success, a period in which Voss's own career had not proceeded as the community had expected, and in which Voss himself had become progressively more withdrawn from the community in a way that his friends and colleagues had found both painful and difficult to address. Watson had written this down with particular care, and had returned to Baker Street with the accumulated material of the day in a state that he recognized as the state of an investigation whose preliminary picture was substantially complete and whose implications had begun to outrun the comfort of simple narrative. Something had been done 12 years ago. Edmund Voss had been connected to the doing of it. The doing of it had cost him something irreversible. And Cornelius Blackwood was the specific person who had entered the situation with the evident intention of addressing, however belatedly and however imperfectly, what the doing had produced. Holmes spent the third day of the investigation in the Temple, in the offices of the legal practice whose involvement in the situation the investigation had identified through the examination of certain documents that the Bond Street auction house's transaction had required. Documents whose specific character had been communicated to Holmes through channels that Watson was not always entirely clear about, but that consistently produced the kind of documentary intelligence that formal investigation would have required considerably more time and considerably more official process to obtain. Watson had asked Holmes, before they separated for the day's separate inquiries, what specifically he expected to find in the Temple. Asked not because he doubted that Holmes had a clear expectation, but because the sharing of the expectation was part of the preparation for the day's work, part of the process by which each of them understood the other's angle of inquiry and could consequently align the separate work toward the combined picture that the evening's synthesis would assemble. Holmes had said that he expected to find confirmation of what the Bond Street meeting had implied. That Blackwood's acquisition of the drawings had been conducted through a process that was legally clean, but that had a dimension that went beyond the commercial, a dimension that the legal practice's records would reflect in the specific form of research commissioned in connection with the acquisition. He expected to find that research, and he expected its specific character to tell the investigation something important about the form of resolution Blackwood was working toward. Watson had found this expectation accurate in its prediction and informative in its specificity. The accuracy communicated that Holmes had already assembled, from the available evidence, a picture that was close enough to what the day's inquiry would establish that the inquiry was confirmation rather than discovery, which was the condition the investigations reached when the analytical work had been done well enough to outrun the documentary verification. The informativeness communicated that the specific dimension Holmes was looking for, the legal research, the form of resolution, was the dimension that the investigation's picture most needed and that the Temple could most specifically provide. Watson spent the third day at the Royal Academy of Arts, in the library and the archive, where the professional records of the Victorian art world were maintained with the thoroughness that an institution of the Academy's self-conception brought to its administrative and archival functions. He was looking for the specific records of the late afternoon's exhibition history. The catalogue entries, the critical notices, the formal documentation of the work's reception and its subsequent transaction history, and for any documentation that bore on the specific question of the work's production, who had been involved, in what capacities, and how the production had been understood and described at the time. The archive was a room of the specific quality that serious institutional archives possessed. The quality of accumulated material maintained at the standard of its own importance, cool and precise and capable of producing, for the patient researcher, a density of information that no other source could match. Watson had spent for hours in it, reading with the care that the material deserved and the care that Holmes had taught him to bring to documentary sources. The care not merely of reading what was there but of reading what was not there, of attending to the absences and the gaps and the specific character of the things that the documentation chose to say and chose not to say. He had been, as he always was in archive rooms, attentive to the specific physical character of the materials he was handling. The quality of the paper, the quality of the handwriting in the handwritten documents, the specific condition of the bound volumes as evidence of how frequently they were consulted and by what kind of people. The bound volumes of the exhibition catalogues were well handled in the specific way of reference materials that were regularly used. Their bindings showed the specific wear of volumes that had been opened many hundreds of times, their pages had the slightly softened quality of paper that had been exposed to many hands over many years, and their marginal annotations, the careful marks of scholars and dealers and various others who had worked with these records across the decades, communicated, in their accumulated character, the ongoing importance of the materials to the people who had reason to consult them. The specific volume that contained the record of the late afternoon's exhibition year was, Watson had noted, more thoroughly marked than most of the surrounding volumes. had, in its margins and its flyleaves, a density of annotation that was unusual even for a heavily used reference volume, which communicated that the specific exhibition year had been a significant one and that the work which was its most celebrated entry had attracted, across the decades since the exhibition, more than the ordinary share of scholarly and commercial attention. The annotations were the annotations of people who had been consulting the record for various purposes over many years, and their accumulated presence in the volume was the material evidence of the work's sustained importance, the evidence not of a fashionable moment that had passed but of a genuinely consequential entry in the record that continued to attract serious attention. The archive was a room of the specific quality that serious institutional archives possessed. The quality of accumulated material maintained at the standard of its own importance, cool and precise and capable of producing, for the patient researcher, a density of information that no other source could match. Watson spent for hours in it, reading with the care that the material deserved and the care that Holmes had taught him to bring to documentary sources. The care not merely of reading what was there but of reading what was not there, of attending to the absences and the gaps and the specific character of the things that the documentation chose to say and chose not to say. The exhibition catalogue entry for the late afternoon was a document of its period, formal in its language, precise in its physical description of the work, generous in its aesthetic assessment. The notice given to the work in the catalogue was considerably longer than the notice given to most works, which communicated, through the Academy's institutional vocabulary, the quality of regard in which the work was held before the public verdict had been rendered. The entry listed the work as by Aldous Crane alone. The critical notices in the bound volumes of the relevant periodicals were similarly attributed. Enthusiastic, in several cases, and in every case attributing the work exclusively to Crane. Watson had then gone to the supplementary material, the correspondence files, the committee minutes, the internal documentation of the Academy's assessment process, and had found, in a set of minutes from a committee meeting held approximately 8 months after the work's exhibition, a single reference that was brief and without context but that was, in the investigation's terms, the most significant single document Watson had encountered in all the days of the investigation so far. He had almost missed it. The committee minutes were voluminous. The Royal Academy's committee structure generated paper with the institutional thoroughness of a body that understood its own importance and maintained records accordingly, and the relevant entry was buried in the middle of a meeting's minutes whose other business concerned matters of entirely routine administrative character. The Hanging Committee's recommendations for the following year's selection, the question of the visitor fees and their adequacy to the costs of exhibition, the matter of a bequest that had been under consideration for several months. The reference to the complaint was a single item among many, set in the same formal language as the minute's other business, without any typographical or organizational feature to distinguish it from the surrounding material. Watson had been reading through the minutes with the patient, systematic attention that the academic archive work required, not the directed attention of a man looking for a specific thing but the more open attention of a man who was attending to everything equally because he did not yet know which element would prove to be the significant one, and the reference had arrived in his attention with the specific quality of things that are significant without announcing their significance. Quietly, without drama, but with the unmistakable quality of something that mattered. He had read it 3 times, then set it down and read it again, and the 4th reading had the quality of a man confirming what the preceding readings had established rather than seeking what he had not yet found. The complaint was there. The initials were there. The finding was there. And the finding, the specific, institutional finding that the complaint was not substantiated, was, Watson understood with the specific understanding that 5 previous investigations had given him for the specific form of institutional language and what it covered and what it did not cover, the finding of an institution that had received something it did not know how to accommodate and had consequently reached for the available mechanism for not accommodating it, which was the formal finding of insufficient evidence. The reference was to a complaint. A formal complaint, received by the Academy from a party identified only by initials, alleging that the work exhibited under Crane's name had been produced with a contribution from another party whose contribution had not been acknowledged. The committee minutes recorded the receipt of the complaint, noted that it had been reviewed by the relevant subcommittee, and recorded the outcome as a finding that the complaint was not substantiated by the evidence available to the committee, and that no further action would be taken. Watson had sat with this for several minutes before writing it down, because the sitting with it was the appropriate response to the specific weight of what the document represented. The weight of a moment, 8 months after the work's celebrated exhibition, at which someone had formally attempted to have acknowledged what had not been acknowledged, and had been told, through the specific bureaucratic language of a committee finding, that the acknowledgement was not warranted. He had allowed himself, in the sitting, to feel what the document described. Not in the abstract sense of understanding its implications for the investigation, but in the more personal sense of understanding what it had meant for the person who had made the complaint. The person had gone to the institution, had taken the significant step of making the accusation formal, of translating what might have remained a private grievance into a public institutional record, and the institution had reviewed what the person brought and had found it insufficient. The insufficiency was not, Watson was now certain, the insufficiency of a false claim, it was the insufficiency of a legitimate claim that the available evidence could not support to the standard the institution required. The creator's contribution to a work, the specific quality of seeing that a painter brought to a collaboration, was not the kind of contribution that left documentary evidence of the kind institutional proceedings could use. It left evidence in the work itself, for anyone with the eyes and the knowledge to see it. But the institutional proceeding could not use the evidence of the work, it could only use the evidence that documentary records and witness accounts provided, and the documentary record of a private creative collaboration between two people working in a studio was almost by definition the record of something that did not generate the kind of documentation that formal proceedings required. Watson had written it all down and had left the archive in the late afternoon, stepping from the cool of the archive room into the summer heat of the Piccadilly street with the specific quality of transition from the interior world of documents and the past to the exterior world of the present city and its continuing life. The city had gone about its afternoon business around him with the indifference of something too large to be altered by any individual discovery, however significant, and Watson had walked back toward Baker Street in the quality of a man who has found what he was looking for and who is now, in the finding, understanding more fully what the finding means. Watson had then gone to the supplementary material. The correspondence files, the committee minutes, the internal documentation of the Academy's assessment process, and had found, in a set of minutes from a committee meeting held approximately 8 months after the work's exhibition, a single reference that was brief and without context, but that was, in the investigation's terms, the most significant single document Watson had encountered in all the days of the investigation so far. The reference was to a complaint. A formal complaint, received by the Academy from a party identified only by initials, alleging that the work exhibited under Crane's name had been produced with a contribution from another party whose contribution had not been acknowledged. The committee minutes recorded the receipt of the complaint, noted that it had been reviewed by the relevant subcommittee, and recorded the outcome as a finding that the complaint was not substantiated by the evidence available to the committee, and that no further action would be taken. The initials of the complaining party were E.V. Watson had sat with this for several minutes before writing it down, because the sitting with it was the appropriate response to the specific weight of what the document represented, the weight of a moment, 8 months after the work's celebrated exhibition, at which someone had formally attempted to have acknowledged what had not been acknowledged, and had been told, through the specific bureaucratic language of a committee finding, that the acknowledgement was not warranted. Watson understood, sitting with this, the specific quality of what that finding would have meant for the person who had made the complaint and received the finding, the specific quality of being told, by the institution that governed the professional world in which one existed, that the thing one knew to be true was, in the institution's judgment, not substantiated. He understood it not abstractly but with the specific, almost physical quality of understanding that his medical practice had given him for the experiences of people whose situations he had attended to with enough care to feel the weight of what those situations contained. He had written it down, carefully and completely, and had returned to Baker Street in the mid-afternoon with the investigation's picture now, in its essential character, assembled. The evening of the third day was an evening of synthesis, the specific quality of Baker Street evening that the investigations produced when the preliminary picture was substantially complete and the implications of the picture required the sustained, joint examination that Holmes and Watson at their best conducted together. The Baker Street sitting room in summer evening had, Watson had always found, a quality distinct from its other seasonal versions. The fire was not lit. The first time in many months that this was true, and the absence of the fire gave the room a quality of lightness, of not being centered on warmth and contained against the dark, that the winter sitting room never had. The windows were open, and the sounds of the Baker Street evening came in with the air. The summer sounds of a London street in the early evening, when the day's commercial activity was thinning and the evening's social activity was not yet fully underway, the specific in-between quality of an early summer evening in a city that was using its extended light with the specific determination of a population that had earned its daylight through the long winter. The quality of the light that remained in the sky above the rooflines was the specific quality of June at 8 in the evening, not yet dark, not fully light, the specific quality of the transition hour in the longest days of the year, a quality that Watson found consistently and specifically pleasant, the quality of a gift of time that the season provided and that felt, each year, like the first gift after a long deprivation. Holmes had returned from the Temple with a set of legal and financial details that confirmed and extended what the Bond Street meeting and the Academy archive had established, and the combination of the 2 days' separate inquiries produced, in the evening's working through, a picture that was both clear and, in its human dimensions, considerably more complex than its initial outline had suggested. Watson had spread his own notes across the table. The notes from the Academy archive, the account of Pethwick's carefully managed communication, the information from Clara Reeve's studio in the late afternoon, and Holmes had set his own materials beside them, the Temple documents and the financial records and the specific corporate and legal detail that his morning's work had produced. The combination of the 2 sets of materials was, as Watson had observed in each of the preceding investigations, more than the sum of its parts in the specific sense that the most productive collaborative working always produced, the 2 angles of approach, the 2 different kinds of evidence, combining to create a picture that neither set alone could have produced with the same completeness or the same accuracy. Watson talked Holmes through what the Academy archive had produced, and the talking through had the quality it always had when Watson was communicating evidence to Holmes at this stage of an investigation, the quality of a careful recitation rather than an interpretation, the quality of someone who was reporting accurately and completely and leaving the interpretive work to the person who would do it most productively, which was the appropriate division of labor. He described the committee minutes in their specific detail, the receipt of the complaint, the subcommittee review, the finding of non-substantiation, the initials EV, and watched Holmes receive each element with the attentiveness of someone adding each piece to an internal picture that was taking shape rapidly and with increasing specificity. Holmes then communicated what the Temple morning had produced, and what it produced was both the financial detail of the Blackwood transaction, the specific amount, the specific mechanism, the specific timeline, and the legal research document that the practice had confirmed but not disclosed. The confirmation without disclosure was, Holmes observed, itself the most important element of the Temple visit, because it established with certainty that the legal research had occurred and had concluded in the specific direction that the investigation had hypothesized, which meant that Blackwood was operating in full knowledge of the legal position and had made the specific decision to proceed with the extra-legal approach not because he had not considered the legal one but because he had considered it carefully and had concluded that the legal approach was not available and that the extra-legal approach was consequently the only approach that could produce any result. The picture that the evening's synthesis produced was, Watson thought, one of the most complete and most humanly interesting pictures that any of the 6 investigations had produced at an equivalent stage. Complete in the sense of having substantially identified every significant element, interesting in the sense that the human character of what it showed was not reducible to any simple moral category but required the full engagement of the moral imagination to appreciate its actual character. The situation was not simple. Crane was not straightforwardly a wrongdoer, though the wrong had been done. Voss had not simply been a victim, though the victimhood had been real and its consequences severe. Blackwood was not a rescuer or a hero, though what he was doing had the character of something worth doing. And the resolution that was being worked toward was not a restoration of what had been taken, that was not available at this remove, but something more modest and consequently more honest. An acknowledgement, an accounting, a form of truth-telling that the parties involved could make toward each other in the conditions that now existed, which were the conditions of a world in which 12 years had passed and certain things were past repair. Holmes had said, at some point in the course of the evening's synthesis, something that Watson wrote down precisely because it was the kind of observation that Holmes made rarely and that consequently had a weight that the rarity communicated. that this investigation was the one, among the 6, in which the question of what justice meant was most directly posed and most directly complicated by the circumstances. Watson had been expecting, when Holmes said this, an observation of a specifically analytical kind, an observation about the structure of the legal situation, about the specific character of the formal mechanism's unavailability and what that unavailability meant for the investigation's approach. What he received instead was something more personal and more philosophically engaged than the analytical observation he had anticipated, an observation about the investigation itself and about what it said about the relationship between the two of them and the work they did and the understanding of that work that the 6 investigations had collectively produced. Holmes had said that the specific quality of the Merchant of Shadows case, the quality that distinguished it most clearly from the other 5, was the quality of the resolution that the case allowed. In the other 5 cases, the resolution had been, in each instance, a form of exposure. The investigation had found what had been hidden, had established what had been obscured, had named what had been unnamed. In this case, the resolution was not an exposure but an acknowledgement. A voluntary, personal, human act of speaking a truth that had been kept silent rather than the forced revelation of a truth that had been actively concealed. The difference between the forced revelation and the voluntary acknowledgement was, Holmes said, the difference between the resolution that investigation in its conventional form produced and the resolution that only a different kind of investigation could produce. The kind that was oriented not toward exposure but toward the creation of the conditions in which the right thing could be voluntarily done. He had paused after this observation in the way he paused when he was deciding whether to go further, and then had gone further. He had said that this was the kind of investigation that required Watson, not him. Required specifically the quality of human presence and genuine care that Watson brought to the people the investigations concerned, without which the conditions for the voluntary acknowledgement would not have been created, because the conditions depended on the specific quality of what Crane experienced in the Chelsea studio, and what Crane experienced in the Chelsea studio depended on the specific quality of Watson's presence there, which was the quality of someone who was genuinely there. Genuinely attending, genuinely affected by what the situation contained and prepared to receive what it offered. Holmes could have been in that studio. But the studio would have been a different studio with Holmes in it, and the conditions would have been different conditions, and the voluntary acknowledgement might not have been voluntary in the same way or complete in the same degree. Watson had been quiet for a long time after Holmes said this. It was not the silence of someone processing a surprise. He had understood, by this point in the investigations, what his contribution to the partnership was and why it mattered. It was the silence of someone receiving an accurate and generous statement of something true about their own value, and finding in the receiving the specific combination of gratitude and responsibility that such statements produced. Gratitude for being seen accurately, responsibility for continuing to be what the accuracy described. In the previous investigations, the question of what justice required had been, in most cases, answerable in terms that the existing legal and moral frameworks could accommodate. Someone had done something wrong, the wrong should be addressed, the addressing should take a specific form. Here, the wrongness was real but the formal mechanisms for addressing it were not available, and the informal mechanisms that were available were the mechanisms of voluntary acknowledgement and personal restitution, which were less clear in their character and less certain in their outcome than formal mechanisms but which were, in the specific circumstances, the only mechanisms that could produce anything. This was, he said, the specific moral situation that Blackwood had understood and that had motivated the specific approach he had taken, and it was the specific moral situation that the investigation needed to understand if it was to serve the resolution rather than obstruct it. Watson had held this observation carefully, because it seemed to him to describe something that went beyond the specific case. Something about the specific category of historical wrong and the specific limits of formal justice in addressing it, something about the kinds of resolution that were available in the world as it actually was rather than the world as the frameworks for addressing wrongs were designed to assume. He had written it down and had returned to it, over the days that followed, with the feeling of someone returning to something that was still yielding new aspects of what it contained. The legal structure was this: the drawings had been sold by Crane to a third party some years previously, sold not through any formal auction process but through a private transaction that had been legally clean but had been conducted with a discretion that suggested Crane had not wanted the transaction widely known. The third party had subsequently sold them, through the Bond Street house, to Blackwood. Blackwood's purchase was the most recent transaction and was the one that had brought the drawings to their current location. The financial dimension was more complicated and more interesting. The sale price that Blackwood had paid for the drawings was, by any standard valuation of preliminary studies by an artist of Crane's stature and the specific significance of these particular studies, considerably in excess of what the market would typically have produced for such material. The excess was substantial. And the excess was not the result of competitive bidding. The transaction had been conducted as a private sale, with the auction house's involvement limited to the authentication and valuation services that Pethwick had described. Blackwood had paid more than the market required, and had done so knowingly, and the knowing excess was not the behavior of a collector acquiring material for commercial purposes or personal aesthetic pleasure. It was the behavior of someone for whom the acquisition had a purpose beyond what the market understood. What the Temple legal records had produced was the final confirming element. Blackwood had, in the weeks following his acquisition of the drawings, engaged the legal practice to conduct a specific piece of legal research whose subject was the question of what rights, if any, a person who had contributed to the production of an artistic work had in the event that the contribution had not been acknowledged and had not been compensated, and whether the passage of time altered the legal character of those rights in any specific way. The research was the research of a man preparing to do something specific with specific legal implications, and the nature of the preparation was entirely consistent with the preparation of someone who had acquired material for the purpose of facilitating a resolution of the specific historical wrong whose outline the investigation had by now established in considerable detail. Watson and Holmes sat with this for the remainder of the evening, working through the implications in the specific alternating mode of their best collaborative sessions, and what they arrived at, by the time the Baker Street fire had burned down to its summer minimum and the evening light through the open windows had given way to the specific quality of a London night in June, was a picture that was, in its human dimensions, one of the most interesting that either of them had encountered in the course of the investigations. Blackwood was not a criminal. He was not a fraud. He was not even primarily a merchant in any conventional sense, though he operated in the commercial world with the facility of someone who understood its rules and its mechanisms very well. He was, in the most useful description Watson could arrive at, a man of conscience who had developed, over the course of a specific kind of life, the specific set of capabilities that conscience of his kind required. The ability to move between worlds, to understand the perspective and the legitimate interest of each party in a dispute without losing sight of the moral character of the dispute itself, to acquire and to deploy the specific resources that resolution required without either imposing a resolution that the parties had not chosen or accepting the absence of resolution as inevitable. The drawings were his mechanism, by acquiring them, at excess cost, deliberately. He had put himself in the position of being able to offer them as the material object through which a genuine acknowledgement could be made, because the drawings were the evidence of the creative process that had produced the disputed work, and the person to whom they should, in any just resolution, belong was the daughter of the man whose contribution to that creative process had been denied. The fourth day took Watson into the legal practice in the Temple to conduct a specific inquiry of his own, an inquiry that Holmes had designed and that Watson, with the legal knowledge that his various professional activities had accumulated, was best placed to conduct. The inquiry concerned the specific legal research that Blackwood had commissioned, and what Watson needed to establish was not the content of the research, which the investigation had largely inferred from context, but the specific recommendations that the research had produced, because the recommendations would illuminate the specific form of resolution that Blackwood was working toward and would consequently tell the investigation what it most needed to know about the next stages of the matter. The Temple in the fourth week of June had its own particular summer quality. The quality of an ancient legal community in its warmest season, the combination of the stone courtyards and the old buildings and the plane trees and the specific population of legal practitioners whose working day moved them through the Temple's geography at the specific pace and with the specific bearing of people engaged in the conduct of serious professional business. Watson had been in the Temple on various occasions in the course of the preceding investigations and had always found it one of the parts of London whose character was most specifically its own, a district that had maintained, through the many changes of the surrounding city, a quality of institutional distinctiveness that was the product of both its physical character and its professional identity, both of which were unlike anything outside its gates. He had arrived at the relevant offices in the mid-morning, had been received by the woman whose professional care and precision had impressed him on the preceding visit, and had conducted the inquiry in the way it needed to be conducted. With the specific combination of directness about his purpose and respect for the professional constraints that the solicitor's position imposed, a combination that produced, as Watson had learned to expect from this specific individual, the maximum of useful information that the constraints permitted. The confirmation of the legal research's conclusion that the formal legal route was not available, and that the recommendations had focused on the extra-legal dimensions, was the specific piece of information that the investigation's picture required for its completion, and Watson received it with the specific quality of a man receiving the final element of a picture that has been assembling for several days and that is now, with this addition, complete. He thanked the solicitor with the genuine warmth of someone who was grateful not merely for the professional assistance but for the specific quality of the assistance. The way it had been given with both precision and honesty, the way the solicitor had found the space within her professional obligations to be genuinely useful rather than merely formally compliant. He had left the Temple offices and had walked along the embankment in the summer heat, the Thames to his left, wide and slow and glinting with the specific quality of Thames water in full summer sun, the bridges ahead and behind him with their familiar profiles. The embankment in June had a quality that Watson found, in his accumulated experience of London in its various seasons and various conditions, specifically and reliably sustaining, the quality of a great river visible from a great city's most civic face, the combination of the river's ancient presence and the Victorian embankment's confident statement of the city's contemporary identity. The river here had a different character from the working river of the South Bank that the investigation's second phase had explored, not the river of the tidal working community, the river of the wharves and the lightermen and the specific industrial life that depended on it, but the river of the civic city, the river that the city presented to itself and to visitors as its face. The difference was real but not as absolute as the different appearances suggested. The same water, the same tides, the same fish and the same gulls and the same specific smell of the Thames that was the smell of a living river in a living city, the smell that was partly the sea and partly the land and partly the specific accumulated life of a waterway that had been at the center of human habitation for as long as human habitation had been in this part of the world. Watson walked along the embankment for perhaps 20 minutes, going east and then turning west again, in the specific ambulatory mode that the investigation's most significant processing moments had taught him to value, the mode in which the physical movement through a familiar landscape allowed the internal processing of significant material to proceed at its own pace, without the demand for directed action that the desk or the armchair tended to produce. He was thinking about the legal confirmation and what it meant, not merely for the investigation's formal purposes, but for the larger question of what the investigation situation said about the relationship between formal justice and the specific human situations that formal justice was not designed to address. The question was one that Holmes had identified in the third-day synthesis evening as the specific moral question the investigation posed, and Watson had been living with it since in the way that he lived with observations that were both accurate and incomplete, returning to them periodically, finding them still yielding new aspects of what they contained, arriving gradually at a more complete understanding than the initial encounter had produced. The legal route was not available. The wrong had occurred in a territory where the formal law did not reach, or had not reached in the relevant period, or had reached and found that its principles were insufficient to the specific character of the situation, the specific character of a creative collaboration, of the specific form of intellectual and aesthetic contribution that was harder to document and quantify than the more conventional categories of labor and payment that the law was designed to address. This was not, Watson thought, a failure of the law in any simple sense. The law was not designed for every situation, and the situations it was not designed for were not primarily situations of legal failure but situations of human complexity that exceeded the law's necessarily schematic relationship to human reality. The law worked with categories, human situations produced specific cases that the categories could not always accommodate. The Academy's finding had been, in the terms available to it, technically defensible. The evidence it had access to had not substantiated the claim in the form the claim had taken. But the insufficiency of the evidence available to the Academy was itself a product of the specific character of the creative process and its documentation, which was not designed to produce the kind of evidence that formal proceedings required, which was a kind of insufficiency that was not the same as the claims being false. These reflections, Watson found, were the specific kind of reflections that the investigation subject matter produced in a person who had spent 6 investigations attending carefully to the relationship between formal mechanisms and human situations, and who had arrived, through this attention, at a fairly precise understanding of both what formal mechanisms could do and what they could not. The understanding was not cynical. Watson had never arrived at the cynicism about formal mechanisms that the accumulated observation of their limitations might have been expected to produce, because the accumulated observation had also documented their importance, the specific ways in which the formal mechanisms of law and institutional accountability, imperfect as they were, served human situations that would be considerably worse without them. But the understanding was honest, which meant it acknowledged the limits alongside the capacities, and found in those limits not a counsel of despair but a counsel of the kind of work that Blackwood was doing, the work of operating in the spaces that formal mechanisms could not reach, with the capabilities that formal mechanisms could not deploy, in service of the human situations that needed exactly that kind of work. He returned to Baker Street in the late afternoon, and the Baker Street that received him had the summer quality that he had come, across the 6 investigations and the years they spanned, to value as among the most specifically characteristic of all Baker Street's seasonal qualities: warm, open, the windows admitting the sounds and the smells of the June afternoon, the sitting room in its lightest and most accessible condition. Holmes was at his chemistry table, which was the chemistry table of the between phases mode rather than the active investigation mode, the chemistry of maintenance and inquiry rather than the chemistry of specific investigative purpose, and he looked up when Watson entered with the expression of a man who had been waiting for the return and who was ready to hear what the return brought. The Temple on a summer morning had its specific quality. The Inns of Court in summer heat, the specific combination of the legal and the architectural, the shade of the old buildings and the warmth of the exposed courts, the movement of barristers and solicitors and students through the narrow passages in the specific professional hurry of people whose working days were governed by the specific demands of the legal timetable. Watson moved through this environment with the ease of a man who was professionally familiar with it in the context of several previous investigations' legal dimensions, and arrived at the offices of the relevant practice in a state of prepared purposefulness. The solicitor who received him was a woman of perhaps 40, which was itself slightly unusual in the Temple of 1897, where women in legal practice were present but were not yet common enough to be unremarkable. Whose manner was the manner of someone who had developed, through the experience of operating in a professional environment that was not entirely designed for her, a quality of impeccable professional composure that served both as protection and as a form of communication, the communication that whatever the environment's expectations, she was here and her work was serious and she would conduct it accordingly. She received Watson with the specific quality of a person who has been told by a colleague that a visitor with a particular inquiry was coming and who has prepared for the visit with the thoroughness that her professional character required. She confirmed, with the precision that the relevant professional obligations permitted and no further, that her practice had been engaged by Cornelius Blackwood for a specific piece of research, that the research had been completed, and that its recommendations had been communicated to Blackwood. She could not disclose the specific content of the recommendations, because the communication was covered by the professional confidentiality that her practice owed its client. She could, however, confirm that the research had concluded that the specific form of legal remedy Blackwood had been inquiring about was not available, for reasons connected to the passage of time and to the specific character of the relevant legal frameworks, and that the recommendations had consequently focused on the extra-legal dimensions of the resolution. The specific forms of acknowledgement and restitution that were available independent of any formal legal process and that might, in the relevant circumstances, constitute the best available form of what justice could mean at this late stage. This was, Watson understood immediately, the crucial information. The legal route was closed. What Blackwood was pursuing was extra-legal. A voluntary acknowledgement, a genuine restitution, a settlement reached through the consent of the parties rather than the compulsion of the law. And this meant that the investigation's role in the matter was not to produce the kind of outcome that legal proceedings produced but to understand the situation fully enough to facilitate, or at least not obstruct, the specific form of resolution that Blackwood was working toward. Watson had left the Temple and had walked along the embankment in the summer heat, the Thames to his left, wide and slow and glinting with the specific quality of Thames water in full summer sun, the bridges ahead and behind him with their familiar profiles. and had thought about what the investigation was actually for, what the role of Holmes and Watson in a situation like this was and ought to be, and whether the investigation's appropriate conclusion was the discovery of something that needed to be stopped or the facilitation of something that needed to proceed. He had arrived at Baker Street with this question still open, and had posed it to Holmes in the direct form that the direct question deserved. Holmes had received it in the way he received questions that he had already been working through privately, with the quality of a man confirming a direction rather than discovering it. He had said that the investigation was not, in his assessment, in the business of stopping what Blackwood was doing, which was something that the evidence suggested was both legally permissible and morally better than the alternative of leaving the situation unresolved. The investigation's appropriate role was to understand the situation fully enough to be in a position to assist its resolution, which meant that the next stage of the work was not the exposure of Blackwood or the confrontation with Crane but the specific kind of engagement with the situation's human dimensions that would either facilitate or, if the situation turned out to be less straightforward than the current evidence suggested, prevent the resolution from proceeding in a form that was worse than the status quo. This was the most sophisticated position that Holmes had taken in any of the 6 investigations, and Watson registered it as such, as the position of a man who had moved, through the accumulation of the 5 previous cases and the specific character of the present one, to a more complex understanding of what investigation was for than the simpler formulations of the craft tended to acknowledge. The meeting with Cornelius Blackwood himself occurred on the afternoon of the 5th day of the investigation, and it occurred not at Baker Street or at any institutional location but at a coffee house in the neighborhood of Covent Garden. But before that meeting, before the 5th day, the investigation had conducted, across the 3rd and 4th days, its most significant expansion, the expansion into the world of the Thames and the people who worked on and around it, and the specific inquiry into the community that had known Cornelius Blackwood in the specific capacity that the investigation most needed to understand. The Thames in summer was a different river from the Thames of the autumn and winter that had featured in the preceding investigations. Watson had encountered the river in its various seasonal characters across the 6 cases, the specific quality of the November Thames in the Scarlet Merchant investigation, the December Thames of the cartographer's confession, but the summer Thames had a quality that none of the winter versions had produced. A quality of openness, of light and movement, and the specific vitality of a river that was working at its fullest pace. The tide still governed it. The Thames was always a tidal river, and the tide in summer was the tide in any other season, the irresistible pull and release of the sea's gravitational rhythm. But the summer quality of the light on the water, the specific color that the Thames achieved in direct summer sun, the sound of it in the heat, the smell of it in the warmth that the cold of autumn and winter partly suppressed, all of these gave the summer river a character that Watson found, navigating its south bank on the morning of the 3rd day, both more immediately alive and more immediately demanding of attention than the winter version. He had taken the morning to walk the specific stretch of the south bank that Holmes had identified as the territory of the investigation's next stage, between Southwark Bridge and London Bridge, where the working river community maintained the specific infrastructure of its daily operations. The wharves and the sheds and the public houses and the modest streets of houses behind the riverfront where the lightermen and the dockers and the various other practitioners of the river trades lived in the specific proximity to their work that the working poor of all trades maintained. This community had a character that was, in Watson's experience of London, among the most specific and most enclosed of the city's many communities. Not closed to outsiders in any hostile sense, but organized around a set of shared experiences and shared dependencies that created a social texture very different from the middle-class professional worlds in which Watson and the Baker Street investigations most commonly operated. He had been given by Holmes a specific name, Jonah's Fell, and a specific location. A public house near the Southwark Bridge approach on the south bank, where Fell was known to conduct a portion of his working day in the specific combination of business and sociability that the river trade maintained in its preferred public houses, and he had made his way there through the summer morning streets with the quality of preparation that the riverine environment and the working-class community required. Not the preparation of disguise, but the preparation of genuine and open interest, the preparation of a man who was going to these streets and this community because he genuinely needed to understand them and who was going to present this genuine need honestly rather than through any cover that the honest presentation made unnecessary. The public house was of the specific type that the river trade produced in this part of London. Not large, not attempting any kind of comfort or decoration beyond the functional minimum, but with the specific quality of a place that was deeply known by the people who used it daily and that consequently had the character of a social institution rather than merely a commercial establishment. The walls held the marks of long use. The specific patina of a room that had been inhabited by people engaged in hard physical work, where the marks of use were not neglect but evidence of genuine, sustained occupation by people for whom the occupation served a genuine social function. The smell was the smell of beer and the specific smell of the river that clung to the clothing of people who spent their working days on or near it, a smell that was both very specific and, for those familiar with it, entirely unremarkable. Jonas Fell was in the corner of the room that Watson had been told to expect, and he was, when Watson found him, in the specific posture of a man who had been sitting in this particular corner of this particular room for so many years that the posture had become a kind of natural position. Not relaxed in the social sense but settled, in the way that people who spend their working lives in physically demanding outdoor activity are settled when they are at rest, with the quality of a body that has done what bodies are designed to do and that is temporarily not doing it. He was perhaps 60, compact and heavily built, with the hands that Watson associated with long work on the river. The specific character of hands that handled rope and timber and metal in all weathers for decades, hands that were both precise and powerful in a combination that only this kind of sustained, skilled physical work produced. He received Watson with a wariness that the arrival of a stranger in a space that served a closed community always produced, and Watson received the wariness with the honesty he had resolved to bring to the encounter. He said, directly and without the elaborate framing that might have made the directness seem less direct, that he was looking into the activities of a man named Cornelius Blackwood and that he had been told that Fell knew Blackwood and could perhaps help him understand the nature of that knowledge. He said this with the quality of someone who was not concealing anything about his purpose and who was consequently not asking for concealment in return, and the quality of the saying. Its directness, its lack of the specific social management that most people brought to requests of this kind, produced in Fell a corresponding quality of reassessment, the reassessment of a man who had been expecting one kind of encounter and who had received another. Fell said that he knew Blackwood, and that the knowing had been going on for some years, and that the nature of the knowing was not the kind that was simple to describe to someone who did not already have some understanding of what Blackwood was and how he operated. Watson said that the investigation had produced a preliminary understanding and that he was here to deepen it. Fell considered this for a moment, the consideration of a man who is deciding whether to proceed. And then said, with the quality of someone who has made a decision and is going to hold to it, that Blackwood had done something for him some years previously that he had not been expecting and that had altered, in a specific way, the course of a situation that had been going on for longer than was comfortable and that he had not known how to address. The situation, as Fell described it over the course of the following hour. Slowly, with the specific pacing of someone who was not accustomed to this kind of narrative and who was finding the appropriate form for it as he went, had been a dispute of the kind that working communities maintained, over long periods, with the specific persistence of unresolved things that have no available mechanism for resolution. A dispute about a payment, or more precisely about the terms under which a payment had been made many years previously and about whether those terms had been honored, a dispute whose origins were in a transaction between Fell's father and a man who was now also dead, and whose continuation into the present generation had been the continuation of an injustice that Fell had grown up understanding and that he had, through his adult life, maintained in the specific mode of maintained injustices. That of no available remedy, the mode of carrying it, of knowing it was there, of the carrying becoming over the years both lighter in its daily weight and more structurally significant in its effect on how he understood his own situation and the situation of the community he was part of. Blackwood had arrived in Fell's world through the specific mechanism of the river trade social network. Through a mutual acquaintance who had understood both what Fell was carrying and what Blackwood was capable of, and who had made the introduction with the specific instinct of someone who understood that the match was the right one without being entirely sure why. The introduction had produced, over a period of months, a form of engagement between Fell and Blackwood that was not conventional in any sense Watson could immediately place. Not friendship, not professional collaboration, not the formal relationship of client and mediator, but something that had elements of all three and that was, in its functional character, oriented entirely toward the resolution of the thing that Fell had been carrying. The resolution, when it came, had been of the specific kind that the situation had allowed. Not a formal acknowledgement, not a payment, not any of the conventional forms of restitution that the situation might theoretically have warranted. It had been the specific form of acknowledgement that the particular history and the particular people involved had made possible. An acknowledgement that was personal rather than institutional, that was communicated through the specific channels of the working community rather than through any formal process, and that had produced in Fell the quality of something set down. He used this phrase, and its rightness was available to anyone who had experienced that quality or attended closely to its description. Watson had asked, at the end of this account, whether Fell could tell him anything more about the specific way in which Blackwood had achieved the resolution, the mechanism by which the acknowledgement had been made, the specific channels through which it had been communicated, the nature of the resources Blackwood had brought to the achievement. Fell said that he could not describe it in a way that would mean anything to someone who was not already inside the specific community and its specific networks, but that he could say that Blackwood had done what he did not through any authority or power that he possessed directly but through the specific quality of his understanding of the community and its history and its relationships, which was an understanding that most outsiders did not have and that Blackwood had developed, over many years of attention to the specific worlds he moved through, to a degree that was unusual and that had made him, in Fell's experience, uniquely capable of the specific kind of mediation that the specific kind of situation required. Watson had found this account one of the most illuminating pieces of evidence the investigation had produced. Not because it provided any specific documentary confirmation of Blackwood's activities, but because it provided a human account of what those activities meant in the lives of the specific people they had touched. The walk home from Bermondsey on the afternoon of Mrs. Fell's account was a walk that Watson found, in its specific character and the specific quality of what the afternoon had contained, among the more significant walks the investigations had produced. He had walked from the Bermondsey streets northward and then west along the south bank toward Southwark Bridge, moving through the specific geography of the south bank that was the geography of the working river and its community. The streets that ran behind the riverfront, the warehouses and the yards and the modest houses and the specific quality of an area that had been shaped entirely by the demands of the river trade and that consequently communicated, in every material and spatial feature of it, the character of that trade and its people. Watson attended to the South Bank streets with the quality of attention that he had brought to the investigation's various environments, and found in them the specific texture that Mrs. Fell's account had described and that the investigation's previous days in these streets had been building. The texture of a community that was self-contained in its own way and that had its own specific forms of knowledge and memory and obligation, forms that were invisible to the people who did not belong to the community and that were, consequently, the forms of knowledge and memory and obligation that Blackwood had had to develop the specific capabilities to access. The community did not advertise its internal life. It maintained it in the way that all communities maintained the things that were most specifically their own, through the specific channels of internal communication and internal trust that no external party was automatically admitted to and that had to be earned through the specific forms of attention and respect that the community had developed for the purpose of distinguishing the people who deserved trust from those who did not. Blackwood had earned the trust. He had earned it through years of the specific quality of attendance that Mrs. Fell had described. The attendance of a man who had come to the community with the honesty of someone who had informed himself about the situation before arriving, who had communicated what he understood and what he did not, who had asked questions that demonstrated the quality of the understanding rather than the inadequacy of it, and who had maintained, through the months of the work, the consistent quality of engagement that the community's standards required. This was not easy, Watson thought. It was not easy for anyone, and it was specifically not easy for a man of Blackwood's background, whose formation had been in the commercial world of the city rather than the working world of the South Bank, and for whom the specific codes and customs of the riverside community were not native but acquired. The acquisition required the specific quality of humility that genuinely entering a world different from one's own required. The humility of recognizing that the capabilities one had developed in one world were not automatically adequate in another, and that the work of understanding a different world was not the work of applying existing capabilities to new material but the work of developing new capabilities that the new material required. Watson had arrived at Southwark Bridge in the late afternoon and had stood on it for several minutes, looking at the river in the specific way that he had stood on bridges and looked at the river throughout the 6 investigations and throughout the years of his London life. The river in the late afternoon of a summer day had the specific quality of a river at its most fully present, Wide and moving, catching the afternoon light with the specific character of Thames light in summer, the quality of light that was both warm and slightly grey, that contained within it the river's ancient quality of being neither entirely sea nor entirely land but specifically itself, the specific estuary quality of a great river in its lower reaches. The boats moved on it with the purposeful indifference of the working river, each on its own course, each serving its own function in the vast and self-maintaining enterprise of the Thames trade. He had thought, standing on the bridge, about what the South Bank investigation had added to the investigation's picture and what it meant for the investigation's understanding of what Blackwood was. The Fell account and the Mrs. Fell account and the Key account were all, in their different ways, accounts of the same thing, accounts of what it looked like from the inside when someone who had Blackwood's capabilities applied them to situations of the specific kind that Blackwood was applying them to. And what they communicated, from the inside, was not the heroism of a remarkable man doing remarkable things. It was something more ordinary and consequently more durable. The account of a person with specific capabilities making the specific choice to direct those capabilities toward the situations that most needed them, and doing this with the patience and the consistency and the fundamental honesty that the choice, made in full seriousness, required. The heroism, if there was heroism, was in the choice. The capability was just the capability, and capabilities without the right direction were nothing. Watson had walked from the bridge toward Baker Street in the quality of someone who has received something important and who is carrying it carefully, the way one carries something that is fragile not in the physical sense but in the sense of something whose full significance needs the protection of careful attending before it is ready to be communicated. Watson had found this account one of the most illuminating pieces of evidence the investigation had produced. Not because it provided any specific documentary confirmation of Blackwood's activities, but because it provided a human account of what those activities meant in the lives of the specific people they had touched. Mrs. Rhoda Fell received Watson the following morning at the Fell house in Bermondsey, where she was conducting the specific domestic operations of a household whose head spent the majority of his working days on the river. She was perhaps 55, with the specific quality of someone who had been intelligent in circumstances that had not always rewarded or even recognized intelligence, and who had consequently developed the slightly inward quality of intelligent people who spend their lives in environments that do not fully engage their capacities. Not embittered by this, not even consciously aware of it in the way that people from other backgrounds might have been, but quietly self-reliant in a way that was, in Watson's experience, the specific form of self-reliance that intelligence without full engagement produced. She knew more about Blackwood than her husband had communicated, which was itself informative. Not because Jonas Fell had been concealing things but because the specific division of knowledge in the Fell household reflected the specific division of the social world that the working community maintained, in which the wives maintained different kinds of knowledge from the husbands and often more extensive knowledge of the community's internal relationships and histories. Mrs. Fell had been, in the period of Blackwood's engagement with the dispute, the person through whom much of the communication had been conducted. Not because of any formal role but because the specific network through which Blackwood operated was one in which women's communication channels were as important as men's, and in which Mrs. Fell's specific position in the community's social network gave her both access and influence that the formal, institutional account of the matter did not capture. What she told Watson was the account that the investigation had been missing and that now, arriving, completed the picture in a way that gave everything else its proper context. She had known, before Jonas had told her, that Blackwood had been making inquiries about the dispute. She had known because Blackwood had asked to speak with her directly. Had come to the house, had been received in the kitchen, had conducted a conversation with her that she described as unlike any conversation she had had with any other person she had encountered in any similar situation, a conversation not of interrogation or of the managing of a difficult topic but of genuine and specific understanding, the conversation of a man who had informed himself about the situation with enough accuracy and enough care that he already understood most of what she knew, and who was talking to her not to extract information but to confirm and to honor the knowledge that she already had. She said, and this was the element of her account that Watson wrote down with the most care, that Blackwood had told her something in the course of this conversation that she had not forgotten and that had changed, in a specific way, how she understood what he was doing. He had told her that the specific kind of situation he was engaged with, the specific kind of historical dispute between parties who had no formal mechanism for addressing it, was, in his experience, the kind of situation that tended to remain unresolved not because the parties were unwilling to see it resolved but because no one with the specific capabilities required to facilitate the resolution had ever applied those capabilities to it. He was not, he had said, a special person or a remarkable person. He was a person who had, through the specific course of his life, developed certain capabilities that most people had not developed, and who had made the decision to use those capabilities for the purposes they were most suited to, which was not making money or acquiring status but addressing the specific category of injustice that formal mechanisms were not designed to address. Mrs. Fell had believed him, she said, not because the statement was persuasive in any rhetorical sense but because the quality of his engagement with the specific situation, the accuracy of his understanding, the care of his communication, the specific quality of the patience he had brought to the many months of the work, was consistent with the statement in the only way that mattered, which was the way of someone who was doing what they said they were doing. Watson had left Bermondsey with this account as the most important single piece of evidence in the investigation's second phase, and had walked from Bermondsey toward Southwark Bridge on the south bank of the Summer Thames, and had looked at the river and at the city on the north bank, and had thought about what he had just been told, and had found in the thinking a quality of understanding that the previous day's accumulation of evidence had been building toward but had not quite produced. An understanding of Cornelius Blackwood as a person whose character and whose activities were not a phenomenon to be explained but a commitment to be comprehended, the commitment of a man who had looked at the specific category of injustice that the world produced and had decided, without any formal authority or formal role, that the deciding of what to do about it was his to make and the doing of it was his to attempt. Thomas Key lived in a house in a street near the Southwark riverfront whose age communicated the specific history of this part of London, a house that had been in continuous residential use for long enough that it bore, in its materials and its proportions and its settlement into the ground beneath it, the marks of the Victorian city growing up around an older structure that had preceded it. Key himself was perhaps 70, retired from a career as a dock official that had spanned more than 3 decades and that had given him, in the course of those decades, a knowledge of the river trade and its history and its people that was both extensive and specific in the way of knowledge that comes from genuine immersion rather than study. He had known Fell's father, had known the dispute in its original form, and had been, he told Watson without any particular emotion but with the specific quality of accuracy that the honest acknowledgement of one's own failures tended to produce in people who were capable of honesty, one of the people who had known the situation was unjust at the time and who had not done anything about it, because doing something about it would have required a kind of courage and a kind of capacity that he had not, at the time, possessed. He had spoken to Blackwood, months before Watson's visit, in the specific context of Blackwood's investigation of the dispute's history, and the speaking had been, he said, one of the more uncomfortable conversations of his retirement. The conversation of a man being asked to acknowledge, to someone who understood the situation and whose understanding communicated itself in the quality of every question he asked, what had been done and what had not been done and what the not doing had meant. He had made the acknowledgement, not in any formal sense, but in the direct and specific form that Blackwood's presence and his quality of attention had made possible. And the making of it had produced in him the specific quality of something set down. Watson had returned to Baker Street from the South Bank inquiry with the investigation's second phase substantially complete, and the evening of the 4th day had been one of the productive synthesis sessions that the investigations at their best produced. Holmes's parallel inquiry into Blackwood's commercial and civic activities in the city and its surrounding territories combined with Watson's 3-day immersion in the riverside community to produce a picture that was, in its essential character, clear and complete and specifically human in a way that no single strand of the inquiry could have achieved alone. Holmes had, in the period of Watson's South Bank investigation, been conducting his own inquiry into the dimensions of Blackwood's activities that were visible in the commercial and civic records, the specific records that tracked the movement of a person of Blackwood's type through the institutional and transactional landscape of Victorian London. These records were not, as Holmes was always the first to acknowledge, the most important records in an investigation of this kind. The most important records were the human records, the testimony of people who had encountered Blackwood in the specific situations his activities had produced, and those records were the records Watson had been gathering on the South Bank. but the institutional records provided a specific kind of corroboration and context that the human records could not provide alone, and Holmes had gathered them with the thoroughness that all his investigative work received, regardless of whether the gathering was the primary or the secondary element of the inquiry. What the institutional records showed: the company registrations, the property records, the various civic and commercial documents that tracked the activities of a person of Blackwood's specific professional character, was a picture consistent with what the investigation had established through its human sources. A person who moved between commercial worlds with the specific facility of someone whose knowledge of each world was genuine and thorough, who maintained a network of professional relationships across multiple sectors of the London commercial landscape, and who had been doing this for long enough that the network itself was, by the time of the investigation, a substantial and well-maintained professional asset. The network was not used, as such networks were often used, primarily for commercial purposes in the conventional sense. It was used for the specific purposes that Blackwood's activities required, the access to people and institutions and channels of communication that the specific situations he engaged with needed in order to be addressed. Holmes had also found, in the course of the institutional inquiry, one element that the human sources had not provided: a pattern in the specific timing of Blackwood's various activities, a pattern that communicated something about the specific way he operated. The activities were not randomly distributed across his professional calendar, they tended to concentrate in specific periods, and those periods were the periods following the specific kinds of events, public events, civic events, the formal occasions of the various institutional and commercial worlds in which he moved. That produced, as their byproduct, the social and professional conversations through which the knowledge of specific situations that needed addressing tended to circulate. Blackwood, in Holmes's assessment, was someone who listened in specific ways in specific environments, who had learned, through years of practice, exactly where and when the information he needed tended to be available and how to position himself to receive it. He was, in this specific sense, the most patient kind of investigator, the investigator who waited for the right moment rather than seeking it, who understood that the specific information he needed would come to him if he maintained the right quality of presence in the right environments. Watson had received this additional element of the picture with the specific quality of satisfaction that a picture acquires when its final confirming detail arrives and the whole becomes more completely coherent than any of its parts had been separately. The Blackwood that the investigation had assembled, the Blackwood of the Riverside community and the Blackwood of the institutional record and the Blackwood of the Covent Garden meeting, was a coherent person, a person whose different dimensions were consistent with each other in the specific way that the different dimensions of a real and integrated character were consistent, without the inconsistencies that a performed or constructed character tended to produce. He was, simply, who the evidence said he was, and the evidence said he was someone whose life had produced a specific set of capabilities that he had decided to use in a specific way, and who was using them. Watson had returned to Baker Street from the South Bank inquiry with the investigation's second phase substantially complete, and the evening of the fourth day had been one of the productive synthesis sessions that the investigations at their best produced. Holmes's parallel inquiry into Blackwood's commercial and civic activities in the city and its surrounding territories combined with Watson's three-day immersion in the Riverside community to produce a picture that was, in its essential character, clear and complete and specifically human in a way that no single strand of the inquiry could have achieved alone. The meeting with Cornelius Blackwood himself occurred on the afternoon of the fifth day of the investigation, and it occurred not at Baker Street or at any institutional location but at a coffee house in the neighborhood of Covent Garden, which was the location that Blackwood had proposed in response to Holmes's request for a meeting and which Watson, arriving at it with Holmes, found entirely appropriate to the kind of man the investigation had been assembling a picture of. A place of no particular distinction, a working public space, a location that was convenient rather than impressive and that communicated, in its choice, the specific quality of a man who had no investment in impressing. Blackwood was in his mid-50s, Watson estimated. Though he had the quality of a man whose age was, in its conventional markers, slightly misleading, whose physical vitality suggested a decade less than the specific details of his face and hands and the accumulated evidence of the life behind him communicated. He was compact, with the bearing of a man who had spent long periods moving through different kinds of environment and whose body had adapted to the demands of this movement in ways that produced a specific quality of self-possession. not the self-possession of the formally educated or the well-born, not the self-possession of the confident professional, but something that was its own category, the self-possession of a man who had learned, through specific experience of specific situations, exactly what he was capable of and what he was not, and who consequently inhabited his own capabilities with a completeness that neither overstated nor understated them. Watson, from his position slightly behind and to the right of Holmes, conducted the parallel examination of Blackwood that he always conducted with significant figures in the investigations, the examination not of the investigator looking for evidence but of the physician and the chronicler looking for the person, for the specific human character that the evidence of the physical and the behavioral and the communicative combined to produce. What he found, in the course of the Covent Garden conversation, was a person of unusual complexity, not unusual in the sense of being exotic or theatrical, but unusual in the sense of being genuinely difficult to reduce to any simple characterization. Blackwood did not fit any of the categories that Watson's experience of similar figures had prepared him to apply. He was not a philanthropist in the conventional Victorian sense. Too practical, too specific, too uninterested in the social visibility that philanthropy tended to require. He was not a social reformer, too individual in his approach, too oriented toward specific situations rather than systemic change. He was not a vigilante or a self-appointed dispenser of rough justice, too careful, too legally conscious, too respectful of the conditions under which things could legitimately be done. He was something that Watson eventually concluded was its own category, the category of a man who had looked at the specific gap between what justice formally provided and what specific human situations required, and who had decided, as a practical and personal matter, to occupy that gap. The conversation proceeded through several distinct phases, each of which Watson attended to with the specific quality of the dual observer. Observer of the information being exchanged and observer of the way in which it was being exchanged, the manner of the exchange being, as always, as informative as the content. The first phase was Holmes's account of the investigation and its progress, which Holmes delivered with the characteristic efficiency of a man who was providing orientation rather than performing thoroughness. The essential elements, the logical structure, the current understanding, delivered at the pace that an intelligent interlocutor could receive and process without needing to pause. Blackwood received this with the specific attentiveness of someone for whom the information was not new in its substance. He knew what the investigation had uncovered, because the investigation had uncovered what was there to be uncovered. But was new in the specific quality of the way it had been assembled, the way in which Holmes had moved from the drawings to the archive to the temple to the riverside community and had arrived at the specific picture that he had arrived at. The attentiveness of Blackwood's reception was the attentiveness of someone appreciating a piece of work done well, which was itself informative about Blackwood's character. He was a man who appreciated competence and who showed his appreciation through the quality of his attention. The second phase was Blackwood's account of his own activities and their motivation, which he delivered in response to Holmes's direct question about what he was doing and why. The account was, Watson noted, structured very differently from the kind of account that most people gave when asked to explain their activities in a context that could be read as interrogative. It was not defensive, not self-justifying, not shaped by the anxiety of someone who was concerned about how the account would be received. It was simply descriptive, the description of a man who had undertaken certain activities for certain reasons and who was prepared to describe both with the accuracy and the honesty that the situation warranted, without any particular investment in how the description was received. This quality of non-investment in the reception was, Watson thought, one of the most distinctive features of Blackwood's character as he was revealing it in the course of the conversation, the quality of a man who did things for reasons that did not require the approval of others to remain valid, and who consequently communicated about those things with the specific freedom of someone who was not managing the impression he made. The third phase was the most important, and it was the phase that Watson had not anticipated when the meeting began, the phase in which Blackwood communicated what he needed from Holmes and Watson, and what he needed turned out to be not simply a form of non-interference, the absence of an investigative obstacle, but something more active and more specific. He needed them to be part of what happened next, which was the specific set of conversations and arrangements that would constitute the final phase of the resolution. He needed this not because he could not manage those conversations and arrangements without them, but because, and he communicated this with a directness that was, Watson was now certain, the fundamental mode of his communication. The quality of the resolution would be better with them than without them, because the specific capabilities they brought were capabilities that the resolution's final phase required in forms that Blackwood's own capabilities did not fully supply. Watson, hearing this, felt the specific quality of recognition that came from being accurately described, the specific recognition of a person who has heard someone accurately identify what they do and what it is for. Blackwood was describing, with the same precision that Holmes had used in the astronomer's window investigation to describe Watson's contribution to the partnership, the specific human presence that the Chelsea studio afternoon required and that Watson was, among the people available, best positioned to provide. The recognition was both professionally accurate and personally significant in a way that Watson valued. Valued not as flattery, which it was not, but as the specific form of acknowledgement that comes from being genuinely understood by a person who understands things accurately. Holmes had accepted Blackwood's request with the quality of someone accepting an arrangement that served the investigation's purposes and that he had, Watson believed, anticipated before the meeting had begun. The acceptance was the acceptance of a man who had already worked out the logic and who was confirming rather than deciding. And Watson had accepted with the quality of someone who understood what was being asked of him and who was prepared to provide it, prepared in the specific sense of having developed, across 6 investigations, the specific capabilities that the request required. They had left the Covent Garden coffee house in the mid-afternoon, the June light outside at its fullest, the streets of the neighborhood populated with the specific combination of the theatrical and the commercial and the visiting that Covent Garden in summer produced, and Watson had walked beside Holmes back toward Baker Street and had thought about the meeting and what it had established and what it required, and had arrived at Baker Street in a state that was, he recognized, the state of a man who understood what the next stage of the work needed from him and who was ready to provide it. Holmes had conducted the meeting in the mode that Watson had observed him employ with people who were both intelligent and, in their current situation, operating with legitimate purposes. The mode not of interrogation but of genuine exchange, in which Holmes was prepared to share what the investigation had established and to receive, in exchange, what Blackwood was prepared to share, in the specific spirit of 2 people who were both attending to the same situation and who could serve it better together than separately. Blackwood had received Holmes's opening account of the investigation, its starting point in Isabel Crane's visit, its progress through the art world and the archive and the legal practice, with the quality of a man who was not surprised by what he was hearing and who was, in the not being surprised, communicating something about his own awareness of the situation and his own anticipation of how it might develop. He said, when Holmes had completed the account, that he had been expecting something of this kind, not necessarily Holmes specifically, but someone, because the specific combination of circumstances that had led to the investigation was one that he had known, in setting the situation in motion, was likely to produce external attention of some kind before the resolution was complete. He then said something that Watson had not expected and that Holmes, receiving it, received with the specific attentiveness of a man hearing something important, that he was glad they were there. Not glad in the social sense, not glad with the surface warmth of a man who was managing a difficult interaction with professional charm. Glad in the specific sense of someone who has been conducting a difficult and isolated effort toward a specific end and who has found, in the arrival of external intelligence and engagement, something that he had not anticipated but that he recognized, immediately, as useful, as the thing that the effort had been missing without his quite knowing it was missing. The account that Blackwood then provided, in the specific manner of a man who had been carrying something alone for a long time and who was now, in the presence of people who had established that they understood its weight, prepared to set some of the carrying down, was the account that Watson had been building toward across the 5 days of the preliminary investigation and that completed, in its specific human detail, the picture that the documentary and institutional inquiry had assembled in its more abstract form. Watson attended to the account with the quality of attention that the Covent Garden meeting and its specific character required, the quality not of a man taking notes or of a man building a case but of a man who was genuinely present with someone who was communicating something they had not communicated to anyone before in quite this form, and whose presence in that communication was the thing that made the communication possible. Blackwood was, Watson had already established, a man of unusual self-knowledge and unusual control of what he communicated and to whom. The fact that he was communicating to Holmes and Watson, in a coffee house in Covent Garden on a June afternoon, the full account of his activities and their motivation, was not a given, it was a specific choice made in the context of a specific assessment of what Holmes and Watson were and what they were prepared to do with what they received. The assessment had been made in the minutes of the meeting, Watson believed, had been made in the specific quality of Holmes's communication of the investigation's progress and in the specific quality of Watson's presence beside him, and the assessment had concluded, apparently, that the communication was appropriate and the risk of making it was acceptable. Blackwood talked about Voss for some time before he talked about the drawings or about Crane or about the specific activities that the investigation had traced. He talked about Voss the way that people talked about people who had mattered to them. Not with the quality of tribute or memorial, which would have been a different kind of talking, but with the quality of someone who was communicating the specific character of a specific person to people who had not known them and whose understanding of the situation depended on understanding the person. The Voss that Blackwood described was the Voss that the investigation had been assembling from other sources. The painter of genuine and specific quality, the person of integrity who had done the right thing in attempting the formal complaint and who had received the formal finding, the person whose decline had been the direct and traceable consequence of what the 12 years after the non-acknowledgement had done to someone for whom professional identity and personal integrity were so closely connected that damage to one was damage to both. Blackwood said, in the course of this account, that the thing he found most specifically troubling about the Voss situation, more troubling than the injustice itself, which was real and which troubled him, but less specifically troubling than this, was the invisibility that Clara Reeve had described. The work existed and was celebrated, and Voss's contribution to its most celebrated feature was present in it for anyone with the knowledge and the attention to see it, and yet the official account of the work had no place for this presence. The seeing was in the painting and the seer was not in the account of the painting. This was, Blackwood said, the specific form of erasure that made the situation it was rather than merely an unjust payment dispute of the kind that the commercial world produced in some quantity. It was not the money. It was the invisibility. And the drawings, the preliminary studies, the evidence of the collaborative creative process were the specific material that could make the invisible visible, not by changing the painting or its formal attribution but by creating the record that connected the seeing to the seer, the quality in the finished work to the specific person whose quality of seeing had produced it. This was why the drawings mattered. This was why Blackwood had acquired them at the price he had paid, which was the price not of their market value but of their specific significance to the specific resolution he was working toward. And this was what the investigation had needed to understand before it could properly assess its own role in the situation. Whether what Blackwood was doing was something the investigation should facilitate or obstruct or simply observe, and what the facilitation or obstruction would mean for the people the situation concerned. Holmes had asked, at this point in the account, the question that the account had been building toward from the beginning, what specifically Blackwood needed from the investigation. Blackwood had answered the question in the way that the investigation's subsequent events had confirmed was the right answer, directly, specifically, and without any of the diplomatic qualification that might have made the answer easier to deliver but less useful to the investigation. He needed their presence at the resolution's final stage. He needed Watson's presence in the Chelsea studio. And he needed, from both of them, the specific quality of trust in his assessment of the situation's character that would allow them to be present in the right way rather than in the wrong way, present as participants in the resolution rather than as investigators of it. Watson had heard this with the specific combination of recognition and assessment that the meeting's culminating request required. Recognition that what was being asked was what he had been prepared, by 5 previous investigations and by the quality of this 6th one, to provide, an assessment that the asking was legitimate, that the situation warranted it, and that providing it was the right thing to do. The account that Blackwood then provided, in the specific manner of a man who had been carrying something alone for a long time and who was now, in the presence of people who had established that they understood its weight, prepared to set some of the carrying down, was the account that Watson had been building toward across the 5 days of the preliminary investigation and that completed, in its specific human detail, the picture that the documentary and institutional inquiry had assembled in its more abstract form. He had known Edmund Voss. Not well, and not in the period of the relevant events. He had known Voss's work before he knew Voss, had encountered the work in the context of his own activities in the margins of the London art world in a period several years before the events in question, and had formed, through the encounter, the impression of a talent that was genuine and that deserved the recognition that genuine talent deserved. He had met Voss subsequently, at a period when Voss's decline was already underway, when the consequences of what had happened with the late afternoon were already producing in Voss the specific quality of damage that a significant injustice, sustained without resolution, produced in people whose sense of professional identity and personal integrity were closely connected. Voss had told him the story. Told him the specific facts of the contribution he had made to the late afternoon, the specific character of the collaboration, the specific form of the non-acknowledgement, the specific outcome of the formal complaint he had made to the Academy, and the specific quality of the Academy's finding. He had told it in the way that a man tells something he has told before to the wrong people and has now, for the first time, told to someone who understood what he was saying. With a quality of relief that was also a quality of grief, because the two things were inseparable in the specific form of the telling. Blackwood had listened. He had asked questions, not to challenge but to understand. And he had arrived at the conclusion that a man of his specific temperament and specific capabilities arrived at when he understood a situation of this kind. The conclusion that the situation was not resolved, that the passage of time had not resolved it, that Voss's death had not resolved it, and that the resolution that would have been possible when the events were current was no longer possible in the same form but was possible in a different form, a form that required the specific capabilities that Blackwood had and that required the specific material, the drawings. That could be acquired if one was prepared to pay for them, and that would constitute, in their acquisition and their subsequent transfer to the right person, the most concrete form of acknowledgement that the situation still admitted. Voss's daughter had been 3 years old when her father died. She was now in her late 20s. She had grown up knowing something of what had happened. Not the full detail, because Voss had not lived long enough to tell her the full detail, but the outline of it, the sense of an injustice that had been done and that had cost her father something irreversible and that had never been addressed. Blackwood had found her, not through any dramatic search but through the patient movement through the specific community that both her father and Crane had inhabited, the movement that Blackwood's particular way of operating in the world made natural. He had spoken to her. He had told her what he knew and what he intended to do. And she had received this with the quality of someone who has been told that something that seemed permanently impossible might not be permanently impossible, with a specific combination of hope and skepticism that permanently impossible things produce in people who have learned to manage the impossibility. The drawings were the vehicle. Their acquisition was the first step. Their transfer to Clara Voss was the next step. But between the acquisition and the transfer was a step that Blackwood had not yet completed, and that he communicated to Holmes with the candor of someone who had been working alone for long enough that candor with a capable interlocutor was both a relief and a professional decision, the step of bringing Crane himself to the point of the acknowledgement that the transfer represented. The drawings could be given to Clara Voss without Crane's knowledge or participation. But the acknowledgement that their giving represented would be incomplete, would be a form of restitution without the specific human element that made restitution more than material compensation, unless Crane himself was part of it. Unless Crane, who was in his 70s and who had been carrying what he had been carrying for 12 years, was given the opportunity to make the acknowledgement that the situation had always required and that the 12 years of not making it had cost both him and the person who deserved it. Holmes asked Blackwood, directly, what he needed from the investigation. Blackwood said, with the same directness and the same quality of having thought about this carefully before the opportunity to say it arose, that he needed two things. He needed someone who understood the full situation to be present at the final stages of its resolution, both as a witness to what occurred and as a resource in the event that any element of the resolution required management that he could not himself provide. And he needed, specifically, someone who could speak to Aldous Crane in the way that the situation required, not as a participant in the wrong or as a judge of it, but as the specific kind of presence that he had described and that he did not believe he himself could provide, a presence that was human and immediate and that could receive what Crane needed to say in the way that the saying of it required. Watson understood, hearing this, what Blackwood was describing. He was describing the role that Watson had played, without either of them using this language, in the conversation with Aldous Ashford in the previous investigation. The role of being genuinely there with someone who had been carrying something alone for too long and who needed, before the resolution could proceed, to not be alone with it. Holmes looked at Watson. Watson said he understood. The days between the Covent Garden meeting and the final sequence of the investigation's resolution were the days in which Watson conducted the most unusual inquiry he had conducted in any of the 6 cases, the inquiry not into documents or institutions or the activities of specific individuals, but into the specific life of a man whose work he had not previously encountered and whose situation he was now trying to understand in the fullness that genuine understanding required. The inquiry had been Watson's own idea rather than Holmes's direction, which was itself slightly unusual and which Watson noted as a measure of how thoroughly the investigation had engaged him beyond the functional requirements of the case. Holmes had not suggested that Watson research Voss's life and work. Watson had decided to do so because the investigation had produced in him, by the conclusion of the Covent Garden meeting, a quality of personal investment in the specific human situation at the case's center that made the research feel necessary, not instrumentally necessary, not required for the investigation's formal purposes, but necessary in the sense that genuine understanding of a situation required more than the functional information that the formal investigation had produced. He needed to know who Edmund Voss had been, not because knowing would add anything to the case's evidential picture but because the case's evidential picture was not, for Watson, sufficient. The evidential picture was a picture of events. What Watson wanted was a picture of the person, and the pictures of persons were assembled through different means from the pictures of events. He began with the community, as the community was the primary repository of knowledge about Voss that was still living. He returned to Clara Reeve's studio. Returned not for the specific information that the investigation required but for the more generous conversation that the situation allowed now that the investigation's formal needs had been substantially met, the conversation of someone who was interested in a person and who was talking to another person who had known them and who was, Watson could see, glad of the opportunity to talk about them in this way. Miss Reeve had the quality, in this second visit, of someone whose professional guard was entirely down, not because she had decided to lower it, but because the request Watson was making was not the kind of request that guards were appropriate for. He was asking her to tell him about a person she had known and whose memory she valued, and the request of that kind produced in people who had something genuine to communicate the specific quality of openness that genuine communication required. She talked about Voss for nearly 2 hours, in the specific manner of someone who had been carrying a detailed and vivid memory of a specific person for a long time and who was now, for the first time, being given the occasion to communicate that memory fully rather than in the fragments that ordinary conversation permitted. She talked about his appearance. Slight, with the specific quality of physical economy that certain kinds of creative people had, the quality of someone whose energies were so thoroughly engaged with an internal activity that the physical body had been organized to serve that activity as efficiently as possible, maintaining itself without demanding more resources than the activity allowed. She talked about his manner, which she described as the manner of someone who was simultaneously fully present and slightly elsewhere, present in the social world in which he was operating and simultaneously attending to something that the social world contained for him but that no one else could quite see. She talked about his work, the specific qualities of it, the specific problems it was solving, the specific way that his attention to light was different from the conventional attention of the period's training, less technical and more direct, less concerned with the rules for rendering light and more concerned with the experience of light as it actually arrived at the eye. She talked about the period of a collaboration with Crane, which she had known about at the time. Had known in the way that a fellow member of a small community knows about the significant activities of its other members, imprecisely and at one remove but accurately in the essential character. She said that the collaboration had been, in her observation of both men during the period, genuinely productive in the specific sense that collaborations were genuinely productive when both parties were bringing something the other genuinely needed. Crane had the compositional intelligence, the sense of the whole, the ability to see the large structure of a work and to hold it in mind through all the detailed decisions that produced it. Voss had the specific quality of seeing light and of translating that seeing into the marks of paint that made it available to someone looking at a canvas. The combination had produced something that neither could have produced alone, which was the specific definition of a genuine collaboration, and the specific definition of what the non-acknowledgement had denied. She said, and this was the element of the second conversation that Watson found most significant and that he held in his memory with the most care. That Voss had told her, in the period following the Academy's finding, that the thing he found hardest was not the injustice in the simple moral sense but the invisibility. The work existed and was celebrated and was understood to be among the finest work produced by the generation of painters in which he was included. The quality that made it among the finest, the specific quality of the light, the quality that was his, was present in the work and visible to anyone who looked carefully. But the connection between the quality and the person whose seeing had produced it was absent from the public record, which meant that the work's most celebrated feature was, in the world's understanding of it, unattributed, present in the painting, absent from the painting's account of itself, a quality without a source, a specific human seeing rendered anonymous. Watson had written this down with the care that the most important things deserved, and had sat with it for some time after leaving Miss Reeve's studio. Sat with it in a specific way that observations of this kind required, the way that allowed the full weight of what was being described to be received before the recording and the analysis of it began. He had also spent time, 3 mornings across the days between the meetings, in the reading room of the British Museum, where the periodical literature of the relevant period was available and where he could follow, across the major reviews and critical journals of the 1880s, the specific arc of the late afternoon's public reception. The reception had been, Watson found, as extraordinary as the investigation had suggested. The work had arrived at its first exhibition with the quality of a work that compels immediate attention, that produces in those who encounter it the specific response of recognition, the recognition not of something they have seen before but of something they understand immediately to be important, whose importance communicates itself in the first encounter with an authority that subsequent examination confirms rather than diminishes. The critical language for this kind of reception was, in the 1880s, the formal language of the period's aesthetic discourse, a language that was simultaneously impressive in its range of reference and limited in its analytical precision, that could identify and celebrate the quality of what it was describing without quite having the vocabulary to analyze what the quality was or where it came from. Watson, reading the reviews with the specific attention of someone who now knew things about the work that the reviewers had not known, found in the critical language the specific traces of the thing it was trying to describe without naming. Every reviewer who addressed the work at length mentioned the light. Every one of them found the light the most extraordinary feature. Every one of them attributed the light to Crane, because Crane was the named painter, and because the attribution to Crane was the only attribution available. And the reviews, read with this knowledge, had a quality that Watson could only describe as inadvertent revelation. They were celebrating, with great precision and great enthusiasm, the work of a man they had never named. He spent 2 afternoons in the gallery in the north of England that held the late afternoon. Not in person, which the distance made impractical, but through the photograph reproductions and the critical notices that the relevant library held in its collection of the period's art documentation. He looked at the work as carefully as the reproductions permitted, which was not as carefully as the work itself would have permitted but was carefully enough for the specific purpose, which was the purpose of understanding what the work was and what Voss's contribution to it might have meant in the context of what the investigation had established. The work was, even in reproduction, clearly of the quality that its reputation described. A painting of sustained compositional intelligence, of a quality of light management that was both technically accomplished and emotionally resonant, of the specific combination of formal discipline and human warmth that the best portrait painting of the period achieved and that the lesser work of the same period only imitated. Watson, who was not a painter and had no particular technical vocabulary for what he was looking at, attended to it with the quality of attention that the investigations had taught him to bring to everything he attended to, and what he found in the attending was the thing that the work's reputation had always told him was there. A quality of genuine human presence in the specific rendering of light and form, a quality that was not merely technical but that communicated something about the relationship between the painter and the subject that technical facility alone could not produce. He also spent an afternoon with Clara Reeve, whose account of Voss and his work, she had known Voss, had known him as a contemporary and as someone whose work she had admired. Added the specifically human dimension that the documentary sources could not provide. She described Voss's work with the careful enthusiasm of someone talking about a painter whose quality had been genuine and whose specific contribution to the work in question she had, over the 12 years since his death, arrived at a clear-eyed understanding of. An understanding that was both technically informed and personally engaged, the understanding of a fellow practitioner who had attended to the work and its circumstances with the same quality of sustained, honest attention that the work deserved. She said, in a way that Watson noted with particular care, that the specific quality of light in the late afternoon. The quality that every critic who had written about the work had identified as its most extraordinary feature, the quality that had made it, in the critical consensus of the period, among the finest achievements of the decade's painting, was a quality that she recognized from Voss's other work. Not identical to his other work, not the same technique applied to a different canvas, but the same sensibility, the same fundamental approach to the problem of rendering light in paint, expressed in the context of a compositional intelligence that was unquestionably Crane's, and that was, in combination with Voss's approach to light, the specific combination that had produced something neither of them would have produced alone. She said this with the precision of a painter speaking about painting, and Watson wrote it down with the precision it deserved. He had returned to Baker Street on the evening of these researches with the fullness of the investigation's picture now assembled in its final form, and had spent the evening in the productive synthesis with Holmes that the accumulated material of the days required, arriving by the evening's end at the complete understanding of what had happened, what had been done, what the 12 years had cost, and what the resolution that Blackwood was facilitating was attempting to restore. The synthesis of that particular evening was, Watson found afterward in the private reflection that always accompanied the investigation's significant milestones, the synthesis that had illuminated most fully the specific character of what the Merchant of Shadows case had been about. Illuminated it in the way that the synthesis of accumulated material sometimes illuminated things that the material's individual elements had not illuminated separately, in the way that the combination of two lines of light could produce a quality of illumination that neither line could produce alone. Holmes had laid out his picture first, the complete picture as the legal and financial research had constructed it, and Watson had then laid out his picture. The picture as the human and testimonial research had constructed it, and the two pictures, set side by side and then actively worked against each other in the specific mode of the Baker Street synthesis, had produced something larger than either. What Holmes's picture showed was the structure, the transaction, the legal research, the financial excess, the corporate connections. It was a picture of a mechanism. The mechanism by which a specific person with specific capabilities and specific resources had organized a specific resolution of a specific historical wrong, operating through the specific channels of the commercial and legal world with the specific sophistication of someone who understood those channels well and who had decided, on the basis of that understanding, precisely what was possible and precisely what was not. It was, in the most fundamental sense, a picture of intelligence and intention operating in the world in a specific way. What Watson's picture showed was the people, Voss and his specific quality of seeing, which had produced the specific quality of light in the painting, Crane and his specific quality of compositional intelligence, which had provided the structure within which Voss's seeing could be expressed. Clara Voss and the specific quality of her inheritance of her father's unresolved situation, Isabel Crane and the specific quality of her decade of watching her father carry what he was carrying, Mrs. Fell and the specific quality of her intelligence, which had understood Blackwood more clearly than anyone else had communicated understanding, and Blackwood himself, who was, in Watson's picture, less a mechanism than a character. A person whose specific combination of capabilities and commitments had produced, over a specific career of moving between worlds, a specific form of professional vocation that the world had not created a category for but that had, in its operation, produced specific and real and unmistakable goods. The combination of the two pictures, the structural and the human, produced a third picture that was the one that Watson preserved in his private journal as the investigation's most complete and most accurate account of what it had been about. The third picture showed, in the combination of its elements, the specific way in which the human and the structural were not separate dimensions of the same situation but the same dimension seen from different angles. That the mechanism was what it was because the people were who they were, and that the people were who they were in the context of the mechanism's specific operations and constraints. Blackwood was capable of doing what he did because of who he was, and who he was had been formed partly by the specific worlds he had moved through and the specific transactions those worlds had produced, and the specific worlds he had moved through were the worlds in which the mechanism operated. The human and the structural were not alternatives for understanding the situation, they were the same understanding, approached from two different directions, and the two directions together produced what either direction alone could not. Holmes had said, At the conclusion of this particular evening's synthesis, something that Watson found among the most personal and most precisely observed things Holmes had communicated in the course of the 6 investigations. He had said that the Merchant of Shadows case was the one, among the 6, that most clearly demonstrated the specific way in which his own capabilities and Watson's capabilities were genuinely complementary rather than merely adjacent. In the other investigations, in the more conventional cases where the task was the identification of a criminal or the exposure of a fraud, the complementarity had operated in the simpler sense of 2 people with different skills doing different parts of the same job. In this investigation, the complementarity had operated in the more fundamental sense. Holmes had seen the mechanism and Watson had seen the people, and the investigation had required both in order to understand what it was investigating, which was a situation that was simultaneously structural and human in a way that could not be reduced to either dimension without losing the other and consequently losing what the situation actually was. Watson had received this with the genuine gratitude of someone receiving something accurate and important and well-timed, and had said only that he was glad the investigation had been the right vehicle for demonstrating what needed demonstrating, which was his way of saying that he understood and valued what Holmes was communicating without making the communication more portentous than its specific form required. Holmes had received this response with the specific expression of a man who has been understood in the way he wished to be understood, which was one of the more precise and more limited satisfactions available to people of Holmes's specific character, the satisfaction not of being celebrated but of being accurately read. He had returned to Baker Street on the evening of these researches with the fullness of the investigation's picture now assembled in its final form, and had spent the evening in the productive synthesis with Holmes that the accumulated material of the days required, arriving by the evening's end at the complete understanding of what had happened, what had been done, what the 12 years had cost, and what the resolution that Blackwood was facilitating was attempting to restore. Now, if you are still with us at this point in the evening, the comments will tell me in the morning how many of you have made it here. If you have, good. If you have not, that is what this is for, and well done. There is something waiting in the comments when you surface. Come and find it. Back to Chelsea. And to the specific afternoon that the investigation had been moving toward from the beginning. The meeting in Aldous Crane's studio took place on a Thursday afternoon in the 4th week of June, and it took place in the configuration that the investigation had determined was the right one: Isabel Crane present, Blackwood present, Watson present, Holmes not present. Holmes's absence was deliberate and was his own decision, communicated to Watson with the specific reasoning that had always governed his most thoughtful decisions about his own role and its limits. That the conversation that was about to occur in the Chelsea studio was a conversation whose character required a quality of human presence that he was not the right person to provide in its most important dimensions, and that the presence of a man whose professional reputation was the reputation of the most famous detective in London would alter the specific quality of the conversation in ways that the conversation needed not to be altered. Watson had received this with the combination of understanding and private surprise that Holmes's occasional moments of genuine self-knowledge produced in him. The surprise not of someone who doubted what Holmes was saying but of someone who was struck, each time it occurred, by the specific quality of Holmes's understanding of his own character and its limitations, an understanding that was both more accurate and more honest than most people's self-knowledge, and that was consequently more useful, more practically generative of the right decisions in the specific situations where self-knowledge determined what the right decision was. He had walked to the Chelsea studio that Thursday afternoon with the same quality of preparation that he had brought to the Thursday afternoon visit to Ashford in the astronomer's window investigation. The preparation of someone going not to conduct an inquiry but to be genuinely present with people in a moment that required genuine presence, the preparation that was less about equipping oneself than about clearing oneself, about arriving at the state of available attention that such moments required. The June afternoon was warm and clear, the kind of afternoon that was fully itself without any particular drama, the kind that provided everything the occasion needed without insisting on its own qualities. The Chelsea streets received him with the specific summer quality of that neighborhood. The studios with their skylights and their north-facing windows, the students and the painters moving through the streets with the absorbed quality of people whose attention was primarily elsewhere, the specific smell of the afternoon in a neighborhood where turpentine and linseed oil were among the ordinary constituent elements of the air. Isabel had arranged to meet Watson at the door of the studio building, and she was there when he arrived, with Blackwood beside her. Watson's first impression of Blackwood at this close range, in the preparation for the meeting that the afternoon's work required, was the impression of a man who was in the specific state of readiness that months of patient effort approaching its potential conclusion produced. A state of calm that was not relaxation but the calmness of someone who has done everything that can be done and who is now at the point where the result of the doing would be determined by the situation rather than by further action. He looked at Watson with the quality of someone assessing a resource that was being added to a delicate situation, and what Watson saw in the assessment was not calculation but care. The care of someone for whom the specific situation of the people involved was the primary consideration and for whom Watson's presence was being evaluated in those terms rather than in terms of what Watson's presence contributed to Blackwood's own purposes. Isabel had the quality of someone who had been preparing for this afternoon for the 3 weeks since the discovery of the missing drawings and who had, in the preparing, arrived at a state that Watson found specifically moving. The state not of someone who was ready for a specific outcome but of someone who was ready for the outcome to be whatever the afternoon produced, which was the hardest and most demanding form of readiness and the one that required the most sustained quality of trust. She had decided to be present not in order to manage or to direct but in order to witness, and the decision had cost her something. The something that the relinquishment of the desire to control a situation that deeply affected her had always cost, and the cost was visible in the quality of her composure, which was real and was held. The studio received them on the Thursday afternoon in the specific quality that studios had in summer afternoons, the north light still doing its work, the materials still in their careful readiness, the canvases on the wall still in their accumulated presence, and the room. The room that Holmes had said was waiting for permission, having, in Watson's perception as he entered it that afternoon, the quality of a space that was aware of what was about to occur. Watson knew this was not the room being aware, was not anything other than his own perception of the quality of the situation, but he allowed himself the perception anyway, because it was accurate in the way that certain perceptions are accurate even when their form is metaphorical. Accurate to the quality of the atmosphere, accurate to the weight of what the room contained on that particular afternoon. Crane was in his chair by the window. He was dressed in the same clothes he had worn when Holmes and Watson had visited, or, if not the same clothes, clothes of the same quality and the same deliberate ordinariness, which suggested the same quality of preparation. The preparation of a man who had not dressed for an occasion but had dressed in the way he always dressed, as a statement of who he was rather than a performance of who the occasion required him to be. He looked at Watson when Watson entered, and then at Blackwood, and then at his daughter, and the looking at his daughter was the specific looking of a person who had known, for many years, that the debt he owed the world was also a debt he owed this specific person, and who was seeing, in her presence and her quality of readiness, the specific thing that the debt's payment required of him. The studio in the afternoon light had a quality that Watson found specifically and immediately moving. The north light through the skylight falling on the canvases and the materials and the floor with the precision of the best kind of natural light, the light that painters had always sought and that Crane had, in his selection of this specific studio in this specific street, found and maintained for decades. It was the light of the work, and it was present in the room whether the work was being done or not, which gave the room its specific quality of sustained potential, the quality of a space that was always ready for the thing it was designed for, regardless of whether the thing was currently occurring. Blackwood spoke first, and what he said was not what Watson had expected. Was not an account or an explanation or a presentation of the situation and its history. It was a direct and simple statement, that he had come to complete something that had been incomplete for 12 years, and that completing it required Crane's participation, and that the participation required nothing from Crane except what he was already in possession of, which was the truth of what had happened. He said this without accusation and without the specific quality of moral pressure that such statements could carry, with the quality instead of a man stating a fact and inviting a response that he was prepared to wait for. The silence that followed was long. Watson, who had prepared himself to wait in it, waited. Isabel, who was beside Watson and whose presence in the studio had the quality of someone who was there as witness rather than participant and who had chosen this role with full understanding of what it cost her, was still with the specific stillness of a person managing something significant. and Crane sat in his chair by the window in the north light that had been falling on that specific chair and that specific window for 30 years of his working life, and the quality of his stillness was the stillness of a man at a threshold, a man who has been approaching a specific moment for a very long time and who understands, now that he is at it, that the approaching is over and the moment is here. He spoke then, and what he said was not an account and not an apology and not a formal statement of any kind. It was simply the acknowledgement, the direct, specific, unequivocal acknowledgement that Edmund Voss had made the contribution to the work that the community and the academy and the formal record had denied. He said it in the language of a painter talking about painting, in the specific technical and human language of someone describing a creative collaboration from the inside, and what he said was, in its technical precision and its human weight, the most complete account of the collaboration that had been or could be given. The account of what Voss had brought to the work, what the combination had produced, what the work would have been without the contribution and what it was with it, and what the failure to acknowledge it had meant and what it had cost. He spoke for approximately 20 minutes, and Watson wrote nothing down while he was speaking. Had decided before arriving that this was not a moment for notes, that the notes would be made from memory afterward and that the attempt to take notes during the speaking would divide the quality of attention that the speaking required. He sat and attended with everything he had, which was what the moment deserved and what he was capable of providing. Blackwood was entirely still throughout the account. Isabel was entirely still. And Watson, sitting in the Chelsea studio in the afternoon light on a June day in 1897, was present in the room with the fullness of presence that he had been developing across 5 previous investigations and that this 6th investigation had required in its most complete form, and he found in the fullness of the presence the specific quality of the moment. Not comfortable, not easy, not in any conventional sense satisfying, but real and human, and the beginning of something that the 12 years of its absence had made necessary. What Watson observed in Crane throughout the speaking was not relief, or not simply relief, which was a simpler state than what he was witnessing. What he observed was the specific quality of a man who was, in the act of saying what he had not said for 12 years, recovering access to something that the 12 years of not saying had progressively obscured. The thing he was recovering access to was not merely a clear conscience, though the conscience was part of it. It was access to the work itself, to the painting that the speaking was about, to his own relationship to it, to the ability to regard it as his finest achievement without the specific internal qualification that the non-acknowledgement had imposed on every occasion of regarding it. He was, in the speaking, releasing himself from the condition that had imposed the 12 years of withdrawal. The condition of a man who could not fully own what he had done because the doing had required something of another person that he had not honored. When he finished, the studio was quiet in the specific way of spaces where something significant has just occurred, a quiet that was different from the ordinary quiet of an empty room. Watson sat in it for several moments before he said anything, and what he said, when he spoke, was nothing more than the acknowledgement that what Crane had said had been heard, that the record of it now existed in the specific form of witness that the presence of other people in a room provides. A form that was not legal and was not institutional but was real in the way that the spoken acknowledgement of truth in the presence of others has always been real. Crane received this with the quality of someone receiving something they did not know they needed until they received it, which was both the description of what had just happened to him and the description of what would happen, in a different form, to Clara Voss when the drawings arrived. Watson had felt, arriving at the Chelsea studio on the Thursday afternoon, the specific quality of readiness that 5 previous investigations had taught him to produce and maintain in moments that required it. Not the readiness of someone who knew what was about to happen, because he did not know precisely what was about to happen, but the readiness of someone who was prepared to be fully present with whatever did happen, and to bring to it whatever the moment required. Crane was in the studio when they arrived. All 3 of them, Isabel and Blackwood and Watson, entering together in a configuration that had been arranged through Isabel's prior communication with her father, a communication that had told him that visitors were coming and that the visit was connected to the drawings and to everything the drawings represented. He had agreed to the visit with the quality of a man who has been anticipating a specific moment for a long time and who, when the moment arrives, receives it with the combination of fear and relief that anticipated moments tend to produce. The studio in the afternoon light had a quality that Watson found specifically and immediately moving. the north light through the skylight falling on the canvases and the materials and the floor with the precision of the best kind of natural light, the light that painters had always sought and that Crane had, in his selection of this specific studio in this specific street, found and maintained for decades. It was the light of the work, and it was present in the room whether the work was being done or not, which gave the room its specific quality of sustained potential. The quality of a space that was always ready for the thing it was designed for, regardless of whether the thing was currently occurring. Blackwood spoke first, and what he said was not what Watson had expected, was not an account or an explanation or a presentation of the situation and its history. It was a direct and simple statement. That he had come to complete something that had been incomplete for 12 years, and that completing it required Crane's participation, and that the participation required nothing from Crane except what he was already in possession of, which was the truth of what had happened. He said this without accusation and without the specific quality of moral pressure that such statements could carry, with the quality instead of a man stating a fact and inviting a response that he was prepared to wait for. The silence that followed was long. Watson, who had prepared himself to wait in it, waited. Isabel, who was beside Watson and whose presence in the studio had the quality of someone who was there as witness rather than participant and who had chosen this role with full understanding of what it cost her, was still with the specific stillness of a person managing something significant. Crane looked at Blackwood for a long time, and then he looked at Watson, and then he looked at his daughter. What Watson saw in the look that Crane gave Isabel was the most significant single moment of the investigation. The look of a man who has been carrying something too long to carry alone and who is, in this specific moment, seeing in the face of the person he most loves the specific thing that the carrying has cost and the specific quality of the person his daughter had become despite the cost, and who is experiencing, in the seeing, the combination of grief and love and the specific form of gratitude that impossible love produces. Gratitude for the fact of the person, for the specific fact that she existed and was who she was, regardless of the cost. He spoke then, and what he said was not an account and not an apology and not a formal statement of any kind. It was simply the acknowledgement, the direct, specific, unequivocal acknowledgement that Edmund Voss had made the contribution to the work that the community and the academy and the formal record had denied. He said it in the language of a painter talking about painting, in the specific technical and human language of someone describing a creative collaboration from the inside, and what he said was, in its technical precision and its human weight, the most complete account of the collaboration that had been or could be given. The account of what Voss had brought to the work, what the combination had produced, what the work would have been without the contribution and what it was with it, and what the failure to acknowledge it had meant and what it had cost. He spoke for approximately 20 minutes, and Watson wrote nothing down while he was speaking. Had decided before arriving that this was not a moment for notes, that the notes would be made from memory afterward and that the attempt to take notes during the speaking would divide the quality of attention that the speaking required. He sat and attended with everything he had, which was what the moment deserved and what he was capable of providing. Blackwood was entirely still throughout the account. Isabel was entirely still. And Watson, sitting in the Chelsea studio in the afternoon light on a June day in 1897, was present in the room with the fullness of presence that he had been developing across 5 previous investigations and that this 6th investigation had required in its most complete form, and he found in the fullness of the presence the specific quality of the moment. Not comfortable, not easy, not in any conventional sense satisfying, but real and human, and the beginning of something that the 12 years of its absence had made necessary. Clara Voss received the drawings at a meeting that took place a week after the Chelsea studio afternoon, and the meeting took place in a room in the offices of Blackwood's solicitor, not a formal legal proceeding, not a ceremony, but a meeting of the specific kind that the situation required. Present were Clara Voss, Cornelius Blackwood, Isabel Crane, who had asked to be there and whose presence Blackwood had understood immediately as right, and Watson, who had been asked to attend both as a witness to what occurred and as the specific kind of presence that the meeting's character required. The solicitor's offices were in a street not far from the temple, and the specific room in which the meeting occurred was the kind of room that such offices produced when they were well managed and of long standing, a room of moderate size, panelled in dark wood, with the accumulated atmosphere of many significant conversations and documents and decisions, the atmosphere of a room that had been the site of much of what legal life required of the people it served. It was not a comfortable room in the social sense, it was too formal for that, too much a room of specific professional purpose, but it was, in Watson's assessment of it, an appropriate room for the purpose it was about to serve, a room of a gravitas that the situation warranted, a room in which what happened in it was understood to matter. Watson had arrived before the others. Had arrived early, with the instinct that the meeting required his presence to be established before the meeting's more significant elements arrived, so that the room would have a quality of readiness when the main parties entered rather than the quality of a gathering still assembling itself. He had stood at the window for a few minutes, looking out at the street below, the specific quality of a Temple area street in the late June afternoon, the legal world going about its measured business, and had used the time to arrive at the quality of attending that the meeting required of him, the quality not of the investigator or even of the chronicler but of the witness, the person whose function was to be genuinely present with what occurred rather than to shape or manage or direct it. Blackwood arrived next, alone, and Watson had seen in his arrival the quality of someone who had been in motion toward this specific moment for a very long time and who was, now that the moment was here, in the specific state of completion that long motion toward a specific destination produced. He was calm, genuinely calm, the calm not of someone who had suppressed their feeling about what was occurring but of someone whose feeling about it was, in itself, a form of calm. The calm of a person for whom the specific outcome of the specific effort they had made was the right outcome, and who was consequently in a state of something that was not triumph and not relief but something quieter and more complete, the state of someone whose work has been done and whose work has been done right. Isabel arrived shortly after Blackwood, and her arrival had a quality that Watson found specifically moving. The quality of someone who had been part of something that she had not entirely understood when it began and that she now, standing on the other side of its completion, understood with the fullness that only experience and not anticipation can provide. She had asked to be present not because she needed to see the drawings transferred, that transfer was between Blackwood and Clara Voss and did not require Isabel's presence in any functional sense, but because the transfer represented something that concerned her father and her family and the specific history they carried, and being absent from the moment of its completion would have been a form of not honoring the weight of what the moment was. Watson understood this and found it right. Clara Voss was the last to arrive, and Watson, who had been building a picture of her across the investigation from all the indirect sources. The descriptions, the accounts, the understanding of what her situation was and what it had been, found in the actuality of her present something that the picture had not entirely captured, in the way that the actuality of any person always contains something that the best indirect account of them cannot quite reach. She was 28, of middle height, with the quality of someone who had been formed by a specific combination of circumstances. The circumstances of a father who had died under a specific weight, who had left her with a specific inheritance of unresolved things, and who had communicated to her, before his death, enough of what that inheritance was that she had grown up with a specific relationship to the absent and the unacknowledged that had shaped how she understood her own situation in the world. She looked at Watson when she entered, in the specific way of someone assessing the quality of the people who were present and finding what the assessment required, found Watson, he believed, an adequate presence, which was the most that the situation called for and which he was content to be. She looked at Isabel with a quality that was harder to read but that Watson, attending to it carefully, interpreted as the specific quality of two people who are connected by a history that is not shared but that has shaped both of them, two people who are on opposite sides of the same event and who are, in this meeting, in the same room together for the first time, and who are discovering, in the being together, that the opposite sides are not as opposed as they might have been. Blackwood placed the drawings before her in the way that Watson had observed in the studio description that Isabel had provided, with care, with the quality of someone handling something that had been through several decades of significance and that was arriving, now, at the destination it should have arrived at long ago. The drawings were in a flat case of good quality, the kind of case that drawings of significance were kept in, and Blackwood opened it and set it on the table before Clara Voss and stepped back in the way of someone who has delivered something and who understands that the delivery has been made and that what happened next was between the drawings and the person who received them. Clara Voss looked at the drawings for a long time before she said anything. The drawings were remarkable. Watson, seeing them for the first time, could understand immediately why the paintings they had preceded were what they were, because the drawings had the specific quality of the painting's finest elements in their most direct form, the visual thinking of two people working together toward something that was larger than either of them could have produced alone. The light was present even in the drawings, in the specific way that light was present in preliminary work. Not rendered in the finished sense but indicated, suggested, pointed toward, the marks on the paper saying this is where the light will fall and this is what the light will do and this is the quality of the seeing that will make it possible. The marks were clearly Voss's. She would have known this even without having been told, Watson thought, from the quality of what she had described as the quality she recognized from her father's other work. She looked at them with the attention of someone who was seeing her father's work for the first time in its full context, seeing what he had contributed, what the contribution had been, what it had been worth, and what the world's failure to acknowledge it had meant for the specific person she had known and loved as a child and had lost before she was old enough to fully understand what she had lost. Watson, watching her attend to the drawings, attended to her attending with the quality that the situation and his function in it required, and found in the watching the specific quality of the entire investigation's human meaning concentrated in a single room and a single set of drawings and a single person who was holding, in her hands, the closest thing to what her father had been given that the world was, at this late stage, able to give. Then she said something that Watson wrote down that evening with the care of someone preserving something that deserved to be preserved, that her father had told her, before he died, that there was a painting somewhere in which his seeing of the world was present, and the painting's existence was both what had kept him going and what had broken him, because the painting existed and his presence in it did not. She said she was glad to have the drawings. She said she was glad that the painting existed and that it was what it was. And she said, looking at Isabel Crane across the table with the quality of a person acknowledging something in another person that is both painful and worthy of acknowledgement, that she was glad Crane had been able to say what he had said. Isabel received this with the quality of someone receiving something they did not know they needed until they received it. Watson, watching this, attending to both women with the full quality of his attention, found that the moment had a character he could not quite categorize in the terms of the previous resolutions. It was not the resolution of a wrong in any clean sense, because the wrong was not cleanable at this stage. Voss was dead, the 12 years were past, the formal recognition that the Academy had denied was still denied and could not now be compelled. What the moment was a different kind of resolution. The resolution of the isolation that the wrong had created in both directions, the isolation of Crane with his knowledge and his guilt and his withdrawal, and the isolation of Clara Voss with her inheritance of her father's unresolved situation and her own long waiting. The drawings were not a remedy. They were an acknowledgement. And the acknowledgement, in the specific form it had taken and the specific people it had involved, was the thing that the situation, at this stage of its history, was capable of producing. Watson left the solicitor's offices in the evening of that day, later than he had arrived, the meeting having extended beyond any formal agenda through the specific quality of a situation that required more time than any formal agenda could have anticipated, and walked from the Temple streets toward Baker Street in the summer evening that the late June was providing. The light was the light of a very long day in its final hour, the specific quality of a northern city at 9 in the evening of late June, a quality of light that was both present and not quite present, that communicated the day's length and the day's end simultaneously. Watson walked through it with the quality of someone who had spent a long day in the presence of significant human things and who was, in the walking, allowing those things to settle into the form that memory and understanding would give them, the form that was not the form of the events themselves but the form of what the events had meant, which was always the more important form. The walk from the Temple to Baker Street was, at 9 in the evening, a walk through the city in one of its more characteristically itself moments. The moment after the working day had concluded and before the social evening had fully established itself, the specific quality of a city in transition between its daytime and its evening identities, moving through the interstitial period in which neither identity fully governed and both were present in the quality of the light and the quality of the people and the quality of the streets. Watson moved through this interstitial quality with the specific attentiveness of someone for whom the city at this hour had always been one of its more honest and more interesting versions, the version in which the performances that the day and the evening required were both temporarily suspended and the city was simply going about the business of being itself between one performance and another. He was thinking about Clara Voss. About the specific quality of the moment when she had looked at the drawings, and about what that quality communicated about what the 12 years had been for her, and about what the drawings represented in the context of those 12 years. He had attended to that moment with everything he had, in the way the investigations had taught him to attend to moments of genuine human significance, and what he had found in the attending was something that he had not quite anticipated. Not the grief he had expected, or not primarily the grief. What Clara Voss had brought to the moment of receiving the drawings was not primarily grief, though the grief was present, but the specific quality of a person who had been waiting for something real and who was now, in this moment, receiving it and finding that the receiving was real in the way the waiting had always hoped it would be but had sometimes doubted it could be. This was the specific quality of genuine receipt. The quality of a person who has been given something that was genuinely owed to them and who is discovering, in the receiving, that the receiving is what they needed it to be. Watson had seen this quality before, in the medical practice and in the previous investigations and in the ordinary life that the investigations were set within, but he had not seen it quite in this specific form before. The form of a debt paid, however imperfectly and however late, to someone who had inherited the debt's weight from someone else. Clara Voss had not personally been wronged. Her father had been wronged. But the debt had passed to her in the way that debts of this kind passed. Not legally, not contractual, but through the specific mechanism of love and inheritance that made her father's wrong her inheritance and the acknowledgement of his wrong something that belonged, in its resolution, to her as much as to anyone living. Watson had thought, walking through the Temple streets and then along the Strand and then north through the streets toward Baker Street, about what the 6 investigations together had taught him about this specific kind of inheritance. The inheritance not of material things but of unresolved wrongs, the way that wrongs done to one generation became the living conditions of the next, the specific quality of being born into a situation whose most significant features were created before your birth by actions you had no part in. The investigations had produced several versions of this inheritance, Clara Voss inheriting her father's unacknowledged contribution, Isabel Crane inheriting her father's guilt and withdrawal. The families in the South Bank community inheriting the unresolved disputes of the previous generation. The common element in all these inheritances was the specific quality of a burden that had not been chosen and that could not be set down by the person carrying it because the setting down required something from someone outside, something that only the original wrongs resolution could provide. Blackwood's specific function was, Watson had come to understand, the function of providing that external something, of being the person who made the setting down possible by facilitating the resolution that the inherited burden required but that the people carrying it could not produce alone. This was both a specific kind of professional vocation and a specific kind of personal commitment, and the two were, in Blackwood's case, so thoroughly integrated that distinguishing them was probably not possible, which was itself evidence of the specific kind of person he was, a person for whom the vocation and the commitment were the same thing, expressed in the same activities, sustained by the same qualities. Watson reached Baker Street in the late evening and found it in the specific quality of Baker Street at this hour in late June, warm, the gas lamps lit against the darkness that was beginning to gather but that the season was still resisting, the street quieter than its daytime self but not empty, the quality of a street that was inhabited and attending to its own evening with the ease of a street that had been attending to its evenings for long enough that the attending was entirely natural. Mrs. Hudson had left a light in the sitting-room window, which was the habitual signal that the house was inhabited and that Watson was expected, and Watson had let himself in and had gone upstairs and had found the sitting-room in its summer evening condition, windows open, the June air moving through them, Holmes in his chair with a book that he set down when Watson entered. The quality of a room and its principal inhabitant ready to receive what the day had been. Watson sat down and was quiet for a moment, the moment of simple arrival, of being there before being communicative, and Holmes received the moment with the specific quality of the partner who understood what the moment was and who allowed it its full duration before the communication began. It was enough. Watson wrote this in his private journal that evening, and he meant it in the specific sense that he had come to mean it across the 6 investigations. Not that everything was resolved or that the full weight of the wrong had been addressed, but that the thing that was possible had been done, and that the thing that was possible was real and was worth the doing. Clara Voss was 28, and Watson, seeing her for the first time, found her the specific kind of person that the investigation had prepared him to expect, and that was still, in the specific reality of her presence in the room, somewhat more than the preparation had produced. She had the quality of her father's profession in her bearing, not a painter herself, but the daughter of one, which was its own kind of formation. And she had the specific quality of a person who has spent a significant portion of their life attending to an absence, who has organized their understanding of certain things around what was not there rather than what was, and who has consequently developed a quality of awareness that is slightly different from the awareness of people whose formative experiences were organized around presence. She was composed with the composition of someone who has been managing this specific situation for a long time, and she received the drawings, Blackwood placing them before her with the care of someone handling something that has been through several decades of significance and that is arriving, now, at the destination it should have arrived at long ago. With a quality of reception that Watson found among the most precisely observed human moments he had witnessed in the course of the 6 investigations. She looked at them for a long time before she said anything. The drawings were remarkable. Watson, seeing them for the first time, could understand immediately why the paintings they had preceded were what they were, because the drawings had the specific quality of the painting's finest elements in their most direct form, the visual thinking of 2 people working together toward something that was larger than either of them could have produced alone. She looked at them with the attention of someone who was seeing her father's work for the first time in its full context. Seeing what he had contributed, what the contribution had been, what it had been worth. Then she said something that Watson wrote down that evening with the care of someone preserving something that deserved to be preserved. That her father had told her, before he died, that there was a painting somewhere in which his seeing of the world was present, and that the painting's existence was both what had kept him going and what had broken him, because the painting existed and his presence in it did not. She said she was glad to have the drawings. She said she was glad that the painting existed and that it was what it was. And she said, looking at Isabel Crane across the table with the quality of a person acknowledging something in another person that is both painful and worthy of acknowledgement, that she was glad Crane had been able to say what he had said. Isabel received this with the quality of someone receiving something they did not know they needed until they received it. Watson, watching this, attending to both women with the full quality of his attention, found that the moment had a character he could not quite categorize in the terms of the previous resolutions. It was not the resolution of a wrong in any clean sense, because the wrong was not cleanable at this stage. Voss was dead, the 12 years were past, the formal recognition that the Academy had denied was still denied and could not now be compelled. What the moment was a different kind of resolution. The resolution of the isolation that the wrong had created in both directions, the isolation of Crane with his knowledge and his guilt and his withdrawal, and the isolation of Clara Voss with her inheritance of her father's unresolved situation and her own long waiting. The drawings were not a remedy. They were an acknowledgement. And the acknowledgement, in the specific form it had taken and the specific people it had involved, was the thing that the situation, at this stage of its history, was capable of producing. It was enough. Watson wrote this in his private journal that evening, and he meant it in the specific sense that he had come to mean it across the 5 previous investigations. Not that everything was resolved or that the full weight of the wrong had been addressed, but that the thing that was possible had been done, and that the thing that was possible was real and was worth the doing. The investigation of the Merchant of Shadows concluded in the way that the investigations that most fully engaged the human dimensions of what the work was about tended to conclude. Not with a single dramatic moment but through a series of successive smaller moments whose collective effect was the gradual resolution of something that had been suspended for far too long. The days immediately following the Chelsea studio afternoon were days of a particular quality that Watson found worth noting in his private journal. The quality not of conclusion but of continuation, of something that had been in the process of resolving continuing to resolve in the absence of any further intervention from the investigation. Blackwood had departed from the studio that Thursday afternoon in the manner that Watson was coming to understand as characteristic of him. With the quality of a man who has done what he came to do and who has no investment in the doings being observed beyond the moment of doing, who did not linger or require the acknowledgement of the people he was leaving. He had said goodbye to Watson with a directness and a simplicity that Watson found entirely appropriate, and to Isabel with a quality that was slightly different. the quality of a communication between two people who shared an understanding of what had just occurred and who recognized each other's role in making it occur, a communication that was brief and complete and that required no elaboration. Isabel had remained in the studio after Blackwood's departure. Had remained with her father, who was still in his chair by the window, in the quality of the studio's afternoon light that was now, at 5 o'clock, beginning to shift from its fullest quality toward the golden quality of the early evening. Watson had left them there, had said his own goodbye to Crane, who had received it with a quality that Watson could not quite describe but that had contained within it something that had not been present in any of their previous interactions. A quality of something restored, something that had been very carefully held back for a very long time and that was now, if not entirely released, at least no longer held with the same specific tension. He had walked from the Chelsea studio toward Baker Street through the early evening streets, and the walking had the quality that the walk home from the Ashford conversation had had in the astronomer's window investigation, the quality of someone processing the weight of a significant human moment through the physical medium of movement and the sensory medium of the city's own life proceeding around them. The Chelsea streets of the early evening in June had a specific character. The specific character of a neighborhood that was still active but beginning its transition from the daytime quality of creative industry to the evening quality of more domestic and social activity, the specific sounds and smells and quality of light of a summer evening in a neighborhood that Watson had come, through the investigation's immersion in it, to know in a way that was more than purely geographical. He knew what the neighborhood was for and what it meant to the people who had chosen to live and work in it, and this knowledge gave his movement through it the quality of movement through a known landscape rather than a merely familiar one. Aldous Crane returned to painting in the weeks following the Chelsea studio afternoon. Not to the scale or the intensity of his earlier career, which was passed in a natural way that such things pass, but to a quality of engagement with the work that his daughter described to Watson, in a brief note some weeks after the investigation's conclusion, as a quality she had not seen in the studio for 12 years. He was painting again, she said, with the specific quality of someone who had set something down. The note from Isabel was supplemented, a week later, by a brief visit from Isabel herself to Watson's consulting rooms, a visit that was, on its surface, about a minor medical matter whose resolution required perhaps 10 minutes of the professional attention that was its ostensible reason for the visit, and whose real purpose was the communication of something that Isabel had wanted to communicate in person rather than by note. She had sat in the consulting room after the medical matter was disposed of, in the specific quality of someone who has something to say and who is gathering the specific form for saying it, and had then said that she wanted Watson to know what the studio had been like in the days since the Thursday afternoon, because she thought he had a right to know and because she thought knowing it would mean something to him. She described the following morning, the morning after the Thursday afternoon, with the precision of someone who had attended to the morning very carefully and who was reporting her attention accurately. Her father had gone to the studio at his usual time, which was early, and she had heard him ascending the stairs and had heard, from below, the specific sounds of a studio being opened for the working day. The skylight opened, the materials moved in the way they were moved when they were being accessed rather than maintained, the sounds of someone beginning rather than someone tending. She had not gone up. She had sat in the kitchen with her coffee and had listened, and the listening had had a quality she had not heard in it for 12 years. The quality of her father working in the studio above her in the genuine sense of working, in the sense of someone who was doing the thing they were designed to do and who was doing it with the full quality of their engagement rather than the partial, tentative quality of someone going through the motions of a practice they could no longer fully access. She had gone up at 11, when the quality of the sounds had shifted from the quality of active work to the quality of contemplation. The specific shift that she had learned to read, across 30 years of living in proximity to a working painter, as the signal that the active phase was done and the looking phase had begun. Her father had been standing at the easel with a small canvas, a study, not a full composition, the kind of exploratory work that was the painter's equivalent of the scholar's preliminary notes, and the study had been, she said, genuinely good. Not good in the sense of accomplished in any technical sense that required anything more than the basic competencies that 30 years of practice maintain. And even through 12 years of diminished use. Good in the sense of genuinely there, of being the expression of a genuine visual attention to the world, a genuine observation of the specific quality of light in the studio on a specific morning, the kind of work that you made when you were actually looking at something rather than performing the act of looking at it. She had said this to her father, and he had received it with the quality that Watson had observed in him at the moment of the acknowledgement, the quality of a man who was no longer protecting himself from what he felt about his own work, who was allowing himself to receive the simple statement of its quality with the openness that the protection had for 12 years prevented. Watson had listened to all of this with the full quality of the attention that Isabel's account deserved and that his feeling about the situation produced in him, and had found in the listening the specific quality of satisfaction that he had identified, across the 6 investigations, as the most characteristic and the most durable of the satisfactions that the work produced. Not the satisfaction of a problem solved, not the satisfaction of justice formally administered, but the satisfaction of a specific human situation being restored, however partially and however imperfectly, to the conditions in which the people involved could be most fully themselves. Crane was being most fully himself. The work was resuming. And the resuming was the evidence that the investigation's resolution had been real rather than merely formal. Watson thanked Isabel for telling him this, with the genuine warmth of someone who has received something they value, and she had nodded with the quality of a person whose own gratitude was for the investigation and for the specific quality of what it had brought to the situation. And they had said goodbye with the warmth of people who have been through something significant together and who carry the shared experience of it as a form of connection that does not require maintenance to remain. Present. Cornelius Blackwood departed from the investigation in the manner of someone who had never quite entered it in the conventional sense. He had been engaged in the situation for his own reasons and through his own capabilities, and the investigation's involvement had been a contribution to what he was doing rather than the primary mechanism of its doing. Watson thought about him in the weeks following the conclusion with the specific quality of occasional, sustained thought that significant people warranted, and found himself arriving, each time he returned to the thinking, at the same characterization. A man who had spent his life attending to what other people's lives required, who had developed through this attendance a specific and unusual set of capabilities, and who had used those capabilities in the service of something that was genuinely worth the use. The characterization was not romantic and was not critical, it was simply accurate, and its accuracy was the thing Watson valued most about it. He had also thought, in this connection, about what the investigation's engagement with Blackwood said about the investigation itself, about what kind of investigation it had been and what kind of investigation the 6 cases taken together constituted. The conventional understanding of investigative work was the understanding of exposure. The investigation found what had been hidden, named what had been unnamed, brought to light what had been kept in darkness. 5 of the 6 investigations had done this in various forms and to various degrees. The Merchant of Shadows had done something different. It had found something that was already, in most of its significant dimensions, known to Crane, known to Blackwood, known in its outlines to the community, and had, instead of exposing it, facilitated the conditions in which the known thing could be acknowledged in the form the acknowledgement required. This was a different kind of investigative work, and Watson thought it was, in some respects, the more demanding kind, the kind that required not the analytical intelligence to find what was hidden but the human intelligence to understand what a specific situation needed in order to arrive at what it was capable of producing. Both kinds of intelligence had been necessary. Holmes had provided the analytical foundation without which the human work would have had nothing to build on. Watson had provided the human engagement without which the analytical foundation would have produced no resolution that mattered to the people it concerned. The combination was, as it had always been in the 6 investigations, the thing that neither could have produced alone. Watson had, in the days immediately following the resolution, attempted to understand where Blackwood had come from. Not biographically, which was not what the investigation required, but in the sense of understanding the specific life trajectory that had produced a person of Blackwood's specific character. What he found, in the limited inquiry that the available sources permitted, was consistent with what the investigation had established. Blackwood had been, in his earlier career, a figure in the commercial world of the city, in the specific form of the commercial world that dealt in the exchange of assets of various kinds, not the art market particularly, not the Thames trade particularly, but the broader commercial world of Victorian London, in which assets of all kinds moved between parties and in which the facilitators of those movements occupied a specific professional role. He had, at some point in the middle of his career, made a transition, not a dramatic one, not a conversion of the kind that religious or political narrative like to produce, but the gradual, accumulative transition of a person whose practice of a specific kind of work had produced in them, over time, a different understanding of what the work was for and what it could be used to accomplish. The transition was visible, in retrospect, in the specific pattern of his subsequent activities. The movement between different worlds, the engagement with disputes that formal mechanisms could not address, the specific accumulation of capabilities that were not valued in the conventional commercial world but that were precisely what the specific situations he was choosing to engage with required. He had become, over perhaps a decade, the person that Mrs. Fell had described. A person who understood that certain situations required certain capabilities that most people had not developed, and who had decided to develop those capabilities and to use them in the service of those situations rather than in the service of the more conventional purposes that his commercial background might have led toward. Watson found this transition interesting for the specific reason that it was not a transition away from something bad toward something good. That would have been a simpler story, and the simpler story would have been less useful. It was a transition from something that was not wrong to something that was more right, from the use of specific capabilities in the service of ordinary commercial purposes to the use of the same capabilities in the service of the specific purposes that Blackwood had decided were the purposes most worth serving. The capabilities were the same. The world they moved through was substantially the same. What had changed was the direction in which they were deployed, and the direction was the thing that made the deployment what it was. Watson thought about this in the context of his own professional life. Thought about the specific ways in which his own capabilities had been directed across the 6 investigations and across the medical practice that ran alongside them, and about the question of what made the direction of a specific capability toward a specific purpose good rather than merely effective. He had arrived, after some days of this thinking, at an answer that was perhaps obvious and that was nevertheless the answer that the thinking had produced. That the direction was good when it was the direction toward the people who needed what the capability could provide, when the capability was deployed in the specific service of the specific situation that its deployment could genuinely improve. Blackwood deployed his capabilities toward the people who needed what his capabilities could provide. Watson deployed his medical capabilities toward the patients who needed what his medical capabilities could provide. Holmes deployed his analytical capabilities toward the situations that needed what his analytical capabilities could provide. The direction toward need was the direction that made the deployment of any capability the deployment of something good. The question of what the investigation had produced, of what its outcome meant, in the terms of the moral accounting that Watson privately maintained for all 6 of the cases, was one that he returned to across the July and August of the summer that followed, in the long evenings that the season provided and in the specific reflective quality that the Baker Street sitting room had in the evenings of that particular summer. Watson had sat with this formulation across the July evenings and had found it, each time he returned to it, standing up to the testing. The wrong was not undone. The 12 years were not recovered. Voss was still dead. The Academy's finding was still on record. The painting still bore only one name. None of these things had been changed by the investigation and its resolution. What had been changed was the condition of the people who were living in the world in which those unchanged things were the facts Crane was painting. Isabel had her father back in some essential sense that the preceding 12 years had prevented. Clara Voss had the drawings and the acknowledgement and the dealer's interest. And Blackwood had moved on to whatever the next situation was that his specific capabilities and his specific commitments required him to attend to. He had arrived at a formulation that he did not entirely trust in its neatness, but that was, he believed, as close to accurate as the material allowed, that the investigation had produced, as its most important outcome, not the resolution of the wrong, which was not fully resolvable, but the ending of the isolation in which the wrong had been sustained, on both sides, for 12 years. The wrong had required 2 people to carry it in isolation, Crane with his guilt, Clara Voss with her inheritance of her father's unresolved situation, and the ending of the isolation was not the ending of the wrong, but it was the ending of what the wrong had cost beyond its immediate cost, the additional damage of the 12 years of carrying alone. This was the specific thing that the investigation's resolution had produced. It was worth having. It was, given everything that had been at stake and everything that had been possible, exactly what the investigation could have produced, and Watson was satisfied with it in the specific way that he had become, across the 6 investigations, satisfied with the outcomes that were real rather than the outcomes that were ideal. The satisfaction not of perfection but of adequacy, of doing what could be done with what was available, which was the most that investigation or medicine or any other practice oriented toward the repair of human situations could ever honestly claim. Baker Street in August had a quality that Watson found the most particular of the season's qualities. The quality of a month that was still summer in the meteorological sense, but that carried within it, in the quality of the light and the quality of the air and the slightly altered sound of the city, the first intimation of autumn, the awareness that the season was beginning its turn, that what was still present was beginning to prepare for its absence. The weeks of July that had preceded August had been the weeks of the investigation's conclusion and its aftermath, and Watson had used much of the available time in those weeks for the specific form of private inquiry that he had developed across the 6 investigations as the most important complement to the formal investigative work, the inquiry not into documents or institutions but into the human meaning of what the investigation had found and what it had produced. The inquiry in the case of the Merchant of Shadows had been particularly extensive, because the case had been particularly rich in human material, in the specific character of the people involved, in the complexity of the moral situation at its center, in the quality of the resolution and the specific way in which the resolution had been achieved. Watson had, in the course of the July weeks, visited the gallery that held the photographic reproductions of the late afternoon. Not the gallery in the north of England that held the painting itself, which was too distant for a casual visit, but a gallery in the West End that was displaying a book of reproductions of the period's finest works, and that consequently provided the best available visual account of what Crane and Voss had together produced. He had spent an afternoon there, looking at the reproduction with the full quality of attention that the investigations had taught him to bring to things that deserved it, and what he had found in the looking was what Clara Reeve's account had prepared him to find, but that was, in the actual experience of the image, considerably more present and more specific than any account could have made it. The specific quality of the light in the painting, the specific way in which it fell on the painted surfaces, the specific quality of the visual experience that the light created. He had stood in front of the reproduction for perhaps 20 minutes, long enough for the gallery's attendant to notice and to give him the specific look that gallery attendants gave to visitors who stayed too long in front of any single work, the look that combined mild approval with mild puzzlement, and had attended to the image with the quality of someone who was trying to see in it what 2 people had put there, and who was finding, in the trying, something that he could not entirely articulate but that was unmistakably present. The light was, as Clara Reeve had said, the extraordinary thing. Not the compositional intelligence, which was considerable and clearly Crane's. Not the technical accomplishment, which was the product of a specific training and a specific talent. But the light. The specific way in which the painted surfaces caught and held and gave back the light that fell on them, the quality of the light as an experience rather than as a technical effect, was something that operated at a level that was prior to the conventional vocabulary of art criticism, that communicated directly rather than through any mediation, that Watson found. He was aware of the imprecision of the word and used it anyway. Beautiful in the specific, personal sense that the word carries when it describes something that has genuinely affected the person using it. He had thought, standing in front of it, about Edmund Voss. About the specific person who had brought this quality to the collaboration, who had looked at the canvas and the subject and the compositional structure that Crane had established and had seen, in the looking, how the light should fall and how the falling should be rendered, and who had communicated this seeing through the specific marks of the painter's craft in a form that the finished work preserved and that the finished work subsequent critical history had attributed entirely to the wrong person. He had thought about Voss's daughter, who had grown up knowing that her father's seeing was present in the painting and that his presence in it was not. And he had thought about what Blackwood had done, the specific, patient, costly, voluntary thing that Blackwood had done, in service of the resolution of that specific wrong, and had found in the thinking the most direct and personal appreciation of the investigation's achievement that any of his reflections on it had produced. He had left the gallery in the early evening of that day and had walked back toward Baker Street through the West End streets in the specific quality of a summer evening when the light is beginning to soften but has not yet reached the gold of the later hours, the quality of light that was both present and gentle, that illuminated without insisting, that gave the familiar surfaces of the city a quality of warmth without drama. He had thought about Crane and about Clara Voss and about the moment in the solicitor's office when the drawings had been placed before her, and he had thought about Isabel Crane's face when she had heard what Clara Voss said, and he had arrived at Baker Street with the specific quality of fullness that the investigation in its conclusion had produced. A fullness that was not the fullness of completion in any simple sense but the fullness of genuine human engagement with a genuinely human situation, the fullness of having been present with the right quality of attention for what the situation contained. Holmes had been in the sitting room when Watson arrived, reading, and he had looked up with the expression of a man who registers the specific quality of the person entering and who finds in that quality something that confirms or informs his own private thinking, and he had said nothing, which was the right thing, and Watson had sat down, and the evening had continued in the way of their best evenings, and the summer had gone on outside the open windows, and the investigation had been complete. There were, in the weeks of July and the early weeks of August, several elements of the investigation's aftermath that Watson recorded in his private journal with the care he brought to the aftermaths of all the cases, and that he found, in the recording, the most specific and the most humanly resonant elements of the entire investigation's account. The first was a note from Isabel Crane, arriving in the third week of July, that said simply that her father had painted something. Not a significant work, not an ambitious project, not anything that the formal language of artistic achievement would have required to be called a major undertaking. A small study, she said, a study of light on a specific surface in the studio at a specific hour of a specific afternoon, the kind of intimate, precise, observational work that painters make when they are attending to the world rather than performing their relationship to it. She said it was very good. She said her father had shown it to her without saying anything about it, and that she had looked at it and had recognized, in its quality of light, something she had not seen in his work for 12 years. She said she was grateful. Watson had read this note 3 times, which was unusual for him and which reflected the specific weight of what the note communicated. Not merely the news of a painting, but the news of something resumed, of the specific thing that the investigation had been working toward being present in the world in its most concrete and most verifiable form. He had then walked to Baker Street and had shown it to Holmes, and Holmes had read it and set it down without comment, and they had sat with it in the specific quiet of a Baker Street afternoon in July when the windows were open and the summer was at its fullest and the city outside was conducting its summer business with the quality of a city that was, in this season, most fully and most comfortably itself. The second element was a communication from Cornelius Blackwood. Not a note or a letter but a mess. Age delivered through the specific channels through which Blackwood operated, a message that was brief and that communicated, in its brevity, the specific quality of a man who said what he needed to say and nothing more. The message said that Clara Voss had been in contact with a dealer who was interested in exhibiting the drawings, with the specific context of their provenance and the specific acknowledgement of Edmund Voss's contribution that the provenance required. The dealer was one whose standing in the market was genuine and whose interest in the specific character of the story, the drawings, the collaboration, the 12 years, the resolution, was the interest of someone who understood what such a story meant and what its exhibition could accomplish. Blackwood said that he thought this was the right development, and that he was grateful for the investigation's contribution to the conditions that had made it possible, and that he was moving on to other matters, which he always was. Watson had written this down with the care it deserved and had held, in the writing, the specific quality of feeling that it produced. The feeling not of triumph or of dramatic satisfaction but of something that was quieter and more enduring, the feeling of a thing having moved from the condition of the unresolved to the condition of the addressed, which was not the same as the condition of the resolved but was the most that any specific action in a specific moment could produce. The drawings would be exhibited. The story would be told. Edmund Voss's seeing would be present in the public record in the form that the public record admitted. Clara Voss would have what she could have, which was not everything that she deserved but was something, and the something was real. The third element was the most personal and the most difficult to articulate in the terms of the private journal, which was one of the reasons Watson valued it most. the understanding, arrived at across the course of the July weeks and the August afternoons, of what the 6 investigations taken together had been and what they had meant for his understanding of the work and the partnership and himself. He had been writing about this across the 6 investigations' various aftermaths, building toward an understanding that was, with each edition, slightly more complete and slightly more honest, and in the aftermath of the Merchant of Shadows he felt that the understanding had arrived at something close to its final form. The understanding was this: that the 6 investigations had been, in their accumulated character, the most complete education in what it meant to be genuinely present with another person's situation that Watson had ever received, and that this education had changed, not dramatically, not suddenly, but steadily and permanently, the quality of his engagement with every human situation he encountered, inside the investigations and outside them. The investigations had not taught him to be analytical in the way that Holmes was analytical. That was not the lesson and was not the education. The investigations had taught him to be attentive, to bring to whatever situation he was in the full quality of his attention, which was not the same as Holmes's attention but was its own genuine thing, its own form of seeing clearly and honestly and completely what was there to be seen. And this quality of attention, practiced in the specific demanding conditions of the investigations, the conditions of situations that were both urgent and complex, that required both precision and care, that contained both the analytical and the human in forms that could not be separated, had become, through the practice, available to him as a general condition rather than a specifically investigative one. He sat in his armchair in Baker Street in August and attended to the room, which was what he could attend to, and found in the attending the specific quality of engagement with the ordinary world that the 6 investigations had produced in him as their lasting contribution, a quality of genuine presence in the specific, the actual, the human. In the light that fell through the open windows, in the sound of Holmes at the chemistry table on the other side of the room, in the smell of the summer city coming in through the windows with the afternoon air, in all the specific, unremarkable, entirely sufficient details of a summer afternoon in a room he had been in many hundreds of times, and that was, in this afternoon, exactly what it had always been and exactly what he needed it to be. He visited Baker Street through the August afternoons of the summer that followed the investigation with the quality of attention that the season produced in him, and found it, in its summer character, the most specifically itself that it was at any other time of year. Holmes in August was the particular version of Holmes that August produced. Reading more, playing more, slightly restless in the way of someone whose extraordinary intellectual resources were being maintained in good condition through the reading and the chemistry and the violin, but who was aware, at the edges of the maintenance, of the specific quality that only the investigations produced, the quality of those capacities fully deployed, fully committed, fully engaged with a problem proportionate to their demand. He was well, and he was ready, and the readiness had the quality of a genuinely rested readiness rather than a waiting readiness, the quality of someone who had done something significant and had recovered from the doing. Watson sat in his armchair and read and attended to the sitting room and attended to Holmes and attended to the city outside the open windows, and found in the attending the specific quality that the 6 investigations had produced as their lasting contribution to his relationship with the world, a quality of genuine presence in whatever was in front of him, a quality of attending to the specific rather than the general, the actual rather than the expected, the human rather than the abstract. The investigations had taught him this, had educated him in the practice of full attention through the repeated experience of situations that required it, and the education had produced, as its lasting result, a quality of engagement with everyday experience that was not dramatic and was not spectacular, but that was, Watson was certain, the most valuable thing the long association had given him. There was, in the Baker Street sitting room on August afternoons, a quality that Watson had begun to notice with increasing precision across the 6 investigations and their various seasonal aftermaths, the quality of 2 people who had arrived, through the accumulated experience of significant shared work, at a relationship that was both entirely settled and entirely alive. By settled, Watson meant that the relationship did not require maintenance, did not require the conscious management of its terms, the periodic reassertion of its value, the negotiation of its conditions that less established relationships required. It was what it was, and what it was had been demonstrated sufficiently clearly across sufficient time and sufficient challenge that the demonstration was no longer required. Both parties knew the value of what they had and had known it long enough that the knowing was structural rather than conscious. By alive, Watson meant that within this settled condition the relationship retained the quality of genuine engagement, that Holmes still had the specific quality of being interesting to Watson in the way that genuinely intelligent people of high character were interesting when you had sufficient access to the operation of their intelligence and their character to see them working. And that the sitting room evenings and the Baker Street mornings and the London walks and the investigations and the between investigations were all, each in their own specific way, forms of engagement rather than habit, forms of choosing rather than merely continuing. This was, Watson had come to understand, the particular gift that the specific form of the partnership had produced. Not merely the professional achievement of the investigations, not merely the friendship, not merely the specific richness of the shared life in the city that had been the investigation subject and setting, but the quality of the relationship itself. The quality of two people who had found, in the specific combination of their characters and their capabilities, a form of working together that produced both the excellent work and the excellent life, which was the specific combination that the best professional relationships achieved and that the lesser ones perpetually sought. Holmes was at his chemistry table in the way of a man who was doing chemistry because the chemistry interested him rather than because the investigation required it, which was the most productive mode of Holmes's chemical work. The mode in which the work was not subordinated to an external purpose but was pursued for its own interest, the interest of the specific questions that the chemistry was exploring, questions whose answers were not immediately useful in any obvious sense but that built the accumulation of understanding that was, in the long run, the foundation of all the more immediate and more obviously useful knowledge. Watson had always found this aspect of Holmes's chemical work one of the more unexpectedly charming features of his friend's professional character, the specific willingness to pursue knowledge for its own sake, without any immediate instrumental purpose, with the pure quality of interest that genuine curiosity produced in people who allowed themselves to be genuinely curious. The August afternoons in Baker Street had, this year, a quality that Watson found specifically and particularly sustaining, the quality of afternoons that were the product of a summer that had contained something significant, and that were consequently colored by the significance of what the summer had been. The investigation had been the summer's primary event, but the summer's quality was not reducible to the investigation. Was, rather, the accumulated quality of a season in which the investigation had been one thread among several, the thread of the professional life interweaving with the threads of the personal and the domestic and the simply present, all of them together producing the specific texture of the summer as Watson had lived it and as he was now, in the August afternoons, experiencing from the other side. He thought, on these August afternoons, about the specific character of the Merchant of Shadows investigation among the 6 investigations and what made it distinctive in the way that each of the investigations had been distinctive. The Scarlet Merchant had been the education in method, the investigation in which the method itself had been most fully demonstrated, most completely exercised, most thoroughly tested against a problem that was proportionate to its full deployment. The Silent Arrangement had been the education in the specific form of harm that operated through isolation and dependency, the harm that maintained itself by keeping its victims from understanding that their situation was shared. The Naturalist's Retreat had been the education in the specific quality of deliberate withdrawal, in the possibility that the person who appeared to be missing had made the choice to be absent, and in the specific wisdom of respecting that choice. The Cartographer's Confession had been the education in the relationship between the private and the governmental, the individual and the institutional, the visible and the classified. The Astronomer's Window had been the education in the specific quality of inherited silence and the specific conditions that allowed it to break. And the Merchant of Shadows. The investigation of the summer of 1897, the investigation of the Chelsea Studio and the Thames Lightermen and the Covent Garden Coffee House and the Academy Archive and the final June afternoon in the room in the solicitors' offices, had been the education in something that Watson found, attempting to name it in the August light, the most fundamental of all the educations the 6 investigations had provided. The education in what it meant for something that had been done to be acknowledged, and what the difference was between the world in which a thing had been done and not acknowledged and the world in which a thing had been done and acknowledged. The difference was not the undoing of the thing, that was not available, was not something that acknowledgement could produce. The difference was what the acknowledgement produced in the people who lived in the world where the thing had been done. The change in the conditions of their inhabiting of that world, the change that allowed Crane to look at his finest work with the eyes of someone who had honored what the work required, that allowed Clara Voss to have the drawings and the acknowledgement, that allowed the story to be told. Watson found this, the education in acknowledgement, the most important thing the investigations had taught him, because it was the most universally applicable. The formal mechanisms of justice were specific to specific kinds of wrong and specific kinds of society and specific periods of history. The human capacity for acknowledgement was not. It was available in every situation, across every kind of wrong, regardless of the formal mechanism's availability or adequacy. It was the thing that Blackwood had understood and that the investigation had been organized around, and it was the thing that Watson understood, in the August light of Baker Street, as the most humanly important thing that the 6 investigations had collectively demonstrated. That acknowledging what had been done was both possible and necessary, and that the possibility and the necessity together constituted the most fundamental obligation that the moral life imposed on the people who had done things and on the people who bore the cost of what had been done. The investigation was complete. The summer was almost over. The sun moved through the Baker Street windows in the August afternoon, falling on the floor and the furniture and the accumulated objects of 2 people sustained working life together, the chemistry table and the violin and the index and all the rest of the extraordinary accumulated material that the sitting room of 221B Baker Street contained. And Watson sat in his chair and Holmes sat in his, and the city outside conducted its vast and particular August business with the quality of a city that was beginning, in the most tentative of ways, to think about autumn. Watson had, in the weeks since the conclusion of the Merchant of Shadows investigation and the various communications that the investigation's aftermath had produced, been doing something that he had not quite deliberately decided to do but that had emerged, through the specific quality of the summer's reflective afternoons, as the necessary thing. He had been reading back through the private journals he had kept across the 6 investigations, reading them in sequence from the first entries about the Scarlet Merchant through to the most recent entries about Clara Voss and the drawings and the acknowledgement. He had been reading them with the specific quality of attention that a long-form retrospective reading produced. Not the attention of someone reliving events, which would have been a different and less useful form of reading, but the attention of someone looking at the record of a period with sufficient distance to see things in it that the immediacy of the living had not permitted seeing. What he had found in the reading was, as he had expected but had not quite predicted in its specific form, a record of development. Not the development of the investigative method, which had developed but which was Holmes's method and whose development Watson was not the primary agent of. Not the development of the partnership's operational efficiency, which had also developed but which was the product of accumulated shared experience rather than any intentional effort. The development Watson found was the development of his own quality of attention. The specific quality of the way he attended to the people and the situations and the environments and the implications that the investigations produced, which was different in the most recent journals from what it had been in the earliest ones, different in the specific direction of being more fully there, more genuinely present, more capable of receiving the full complexity of what a situation contained rather than the simplification that earlier attention had been able to manage. The earliest journal entries, the entries from the Scarlet Merchant investigation, the October entries, the Bermondsey entries, were good. Watson read them with the critical eye of someone who was evaluating his past self's capabilities honestly and found that the capabilities had been good, the observations were accurate, the descriptions were precise, the human assessments were perceptive. But they were good in the way of something that was operating at close to its full capacity at the time and that had, since, expanded beyond that capacity, the way that the full capacity of any earlier state looks, from the vantage of a later and expanded state, like something that was good for what it was but that was limited in ways that only the subsequent expansion makes visible. The later entries, the entries from the astronomer's window, the entries from the Merchant of Shadows, were different in the specific way of something that had grown into a larger version of itself. The observations were not merely accurate, they were attentive to dimensions of the situations that the earlier entries had not registered, dimensions that were present in those earlier situations but that the earlier quality of attention had not been capable of fully receiving. The human assessments were not merely perceptive, they were genuinely moved. Genuinely affected by what the situations contained and what the people in them were experiencing, in the specific way that genuine presence in a situation produces genuine effect in the person who is present. This was the development that the 6 investigations had produced in him, Watson understood, and the understanding was both gratifying and sobering in the specific combination that accurate self-assessment tended to produce. gratifying because the development was real and was valuable, sobering because the development made visible, by contrast, the limitations of the earlier state. He was a better observer and a better attendant to human situations than he had been when the investigations began. He was not as good as he would be when he had continued this specific form of practice for another year, and another year beyond that. The development was real, but it was not finished, which was both the evidence that the work was worthwhile and the evidence that the work was not done. Holmes was at his chemistry table in the way of a man who was doing chemistry because the chemistry interested him, the pure inquiry mode, the mode of someone following the interest of a question for its own sake without any external purpose shaping the following. Watson had always found this mode of Holmes's work one of the more specifically characteristic things about him, the willingness to pursue a question purely because the question was interesting, without any strategic or instrumental purpose, with the specific quality of intellectual freedom that genuinely disinterested curiosity produced. It was, Watson thought, the mode that was closest to Holmes's deepest nature, closest to what he was when the social and professional and investigative obligations were set aside and what remained was the pure intelligence attending to whatever most naturally engaged it. The chemistry, in this mode, was not a means to an end, it was its own end, and the end was simply the understanding of what the question asked. Watson sat in his armchair with his book. A novel, something recent, something without any investigative relevance that he had chosen because it had been recommended by a patient and because reading novels that had been recommended by patients was one of the specific pleasures of his professional life that no other aspect of his life replicated. And attended, in the dual way that Baker Street had taught him to attend, to the book and to the room and to Holmes and to the city outside the windows simultaneously, the four things forming a single texture of experience that was the texture of this specific afternoon in this specific season at this specific stage of the long and particular life they had been living together in this place. The city outside the windows was conducting its August business with the quality that August in London had always had and that Watson had always found specifically and reliably itself, the quality of a city that was slightly emptied of the people who could afford to empty it, of the families who had taken themselves to the sea and the mountains and the various destinations that the Victorian wealthy fled to in August, and that was consequently showing a different face from its full-season face. A face that was slightly quieter and slightly more itself, as cities tend to be when they have been temporarily relieved of the social performances that the presence of the fashionable required them to maintain. The London of August was not the London of the season. It was the London that existed underneath and around the season, the London of the people who had no season to go to and who were consequently simply there, simply living the city in the way that the city was lived when the self-conscious performance of it was not the primary mode of the living. Watson found this London, the August London, the London underneath the season, one of the more honest and more interesting versions of the city, and he found the finding of it in the aftermath of the Merchant of Shadows investigation specifically and pleasantly appropriate. A summer investigation that had moved through the art world and the working river and the Chelsea studios and the Temple offices and the Covent Garden coffee house concluding in the August city, the city in its most honest form, the form in which the people who actually lived in it were most simply themselves. He closed his book and looked at the room and looked at Holmes and looked at the afternoon light in the open windows and found in the looking the specific quality that the Baker Street afternoons of August produced in him, a quality of sufficiency, of enoughness, of the world being what it was and the world being, in its being what it was, exactly adequate to the moment of attending to it. The sufficiency was not complacency. It was the specific kind of satisfaction that genuine presence in the specific produced, the satisfaction not of a person who had everything they could want but of a person who was fully there with what they had, which was the only form of satisfaction that genuine attention made available and the form that lasted. The investigation was complete. The summer was almost over. And in the sitting room of 221B Baker Street, the light fell on the things it had always fallen on, and the afternoon held the quality that August afternoons in London held, and it was, as Watson sat with it in the full attention that the attending required and rewarded, exactly what it was. Which was enough. Which had always been, which was always, enough. That is part 6. The longest story in the series, and the one I am most glad to have told. If you made it to the end, or if you woke up and the video is still going, thank you. All 6 parts of this series are on this channel, and so is the 12-hour compilation of parts 1 through 4. Everything is in one place. Come and find the rest of it. The channel is right there on the screen. If tonight was the right kind of evening, and I hope it was, there is more of this waiting for you. Sleep well. There was one further thing. A thing that Watson recorded in his private journal in the second week of August, at a point when the investigation had been complete long enough that the recording was retrospective rather than immediate, done from memory rather than from notes, with the specific quality of retrospective observation that a settled distance from events could produce. The thing was a small thing in its external character. A brief encounter, not arranged, in a street not far from Baker Street on a Tuesday morning when Watson was walking from his consulting rooms to the newsagent and back. He had encountered Isabel Crane, who was in the neighborhood for a purpose that she mentioned but that Watson did not retain because the purpose was not what mattered. What mattered was the quality of the encounter, the specific quality of how she looked and what the looking communicated. She was carrying a portfolio case of the flat, square kind that painters carried when they were transporting work rather than materials, and the portfolio case had the specific quality of being used, of carrying something that had weight and significance rather than being merely a conveyance for objects. She was, Watson registered immediately, different from the Isabel Crane who had come to Baker Street in June with the card whose corner was worn from repeated removal and replacement. The difference was the difference that the case had been about, the difference between a person who is carrying something they cannot put down and a person who has put it down, or begun to put it down, or found the conditions in which the putting down is possible. They had stopped and spoken for perhaps 10 minutes, standing on the pavement in the August morning in the way of people who have encountered each other unexpectedly and who are glad of the encounter and who are spending a few minutes of the morning in the specific pleasure of two people who have been through something significant together acknowledging the having been through it. She had told him that her father was painting steadily. Not obsessively, not with the specific driven quality of someone trying to recover lost time, but steadily, with the quality of someone whose relationship to the work had been restored to the condition it had been in before the 12 years had made the relationship difficult. The small study that she had described in her July note had been followed by other studies, each one slightly larger in scope and slightly more confident in its engagement with the specific problems of light and composition that the studies were exploring. None of them were the late afternoon. None of them were attempting to be. They were simply what they were. The work of a painter who was painting because painting was what he did, and who was doing it with the quality of engagement that the 12 years had prevented and that the resolution had restored. Watson had asked about the portfolio, and she had told him it contained 3 of the studies. Studies she was taking to Miss Reeve, whose opinion she had asked for because Miss Reeve's opinion was the one her father trusted most in the current Chelsea community, whose judgment of what the studies contained and what they communicated was the judgment that would matter when the time came for the work to move into the world. She was not hurrying this. Her father was not hurrying it. The work would be ready when it was ready, and the world would receive it when the work was in the condition to be received. Watson had watched her go, had stood on the pavement and watched her walk along the August street with the portfolio case under her arm and the specific quality of a person who was going somewhere purposefully and who was glad of the purpose. And had found in the watching the final element of the investigation's account, the element that the formal record could not have contained because it was not a fact or an event or a documented exchange but simply a quality, the quality of a person restored to themselves in the specific way that the investigation's resolution had been working toward from the moment Isabel had sat down in the Baker Street sitting room and begun to describe the approaching quality in her father's silence. He had returned to Baker Street from the newsagent with the paper under his arm and the encounter with Isabel Crane in his thinking, and had found Holmes at the chemistry table and the August morning light in the open windows and the specific quality of the Baker Street sitting room in the late summer. The quality of a room that was, in this season, in the specific condition of all things that are well and that know themselves to be well, that have arrived at their proper season and are resting in it without drama and without any particular demand that the resting be noted. Watson had sat in his armchair and opened the paper, and the summer had continued, and London had continued, and the investigation was complete in the full and specific sense of the word. Complete not merely in the sense of having concluded but in the sense of having produced everything it was capable of producing, and of having produced it well. Which was, as it had always been, enough. Watson had been keeping a private account of the 6 investigations across their 18 months, and the final entry of that account was written in the last week of August, on an evening when the Baker Street sitting room had the quality of a place that was preparing, in its most subtle and least announced way, for the turn of the season. The quality not of autumn arrived but of summer acknowledged to be ending, the specific quality of the days when the light begins its retreat and the city begins its reorientation toward the colder months. He wrote, in that final entry, something that he had been approaching across all the previous entries without quite arriving at, a statement of what the 6 investigations had been for him. Not professionally, he had addressed the professional dimension often enough, but personally, in the dimension of a life and what the life had contained and what the containing had done to the person containing it. The statement he arrived at was this, that the 6 investigations had been the period in which he had learned, in the most direct and consequential way available to him, the specific difference between being present and being there. Being there was the simpler condition. The condition of physical presence, of occupying the same space as the events one was witnessing, of being a bystander in the proper sense of someone who stands by. Being present was something more demanding and more rewarding. The condition of bringing the full quality of one's attention and engagement to what was in the space one occupied, of receiving the full character of what the situation contained rather than the outline of it, of being genuinely affected rather than merely informed by what the investigation uncovered and the people it concerned and the human situations it illuminated. The 6 investigations had required and consequently developed this capacity in him. Each investigation had required it in a different form and to a different degree, and the accumulation of the requirements across the 18 months had produced, as cumulative practice always produced, a quality of the capacity that was more complete and more accessible than the capacity had been when the investigations began. He was more fully present, at the conclusion of the 6 investigations, than he had been at their beginning. The more fully present was not an achievement he could take sole credit for, it was the product of the specific conditions that the investigations had created, the specific demands they had made, the specific teaching that working alongside Holmes through 6 specific human situations had provided. But it was real, and it was his, and it was, Watson was confident, the most important thing the 18 months had given him. He closed the journal. The August evening held its light for another few minutes and then began, in the specific gradual way of late summer evenings, to release it. Baker Street received the dusk with the equanimity of a street that had received many thousands of dusks and that had never found any of them particularly remarkable, which was the appropriate response and the one that Watson had always found most sustaining about the city. Its long perspective, its refusal of drama, its absolute commitment to continuing to be what it was regardless of what occurred within it. Holmes played something late in that evening, played in the window, facing the street, with the windows open, the music going out into the August air and becoming part of the evening's ambient texture. Watson sat in his chair and listened with the quality of listening that genuine attention to something beautiful produced, and found in the listening the final element of the 18 months account. The element of simple and specific pleasure in being where he was, which was the Baker Street sitting room, in the company of his friend, in the city that had been the subject and the setting of 6 investigations that had been worth conducting, at the end of a period that had been, in every way that mattered, the fullest period of his professional and personal life. The music went on into the evening. The investigation was complete. And it was, entirely and specifically, enough. Watson closed his private account of the 6 investigations on that August evening with the same word that he had used to close the account of each of the 5 investigations before it, the word that was not a conclusion in the conventional narrative sense but a statement of something more fundamental, the statement of a person who had attended to what the work required and who had found, in the attending, that the work had been worth requiring. The investigations had asked much of him across their 18 months. They had asked the full quality of his attention, his care, his willingness to be genuinely present with difficult human situations, his preparedness to be affected by what he encountered and to carry that affectedness with honesty rather than professional distance. He had provided what was asked, and the providing had produced, as its lasting residue, the specific quality of engagement with the world that he carried now and would carry forward into whatever the next period of the work contained. It was enough. He was enough. The city was enough. Baker Street, with its summer windows and its familiar rooms and its extraordinary, irreplaceable inhabitant, was enough. All of it together, in the specific form it took on this particular August evening with the violin playing and the light through the windows and the city going on outside, all of it was exactly what it had always been, which was everything the moment required and nothing it did not.